There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. It seemed as if the primordial energy flames enveloped Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Under Wang Lin's control, the ancient thunder dragon primordial spirit immediately began to absorb it. During this absorption, intense pain surged through the primordial spirit. Wang Lin endured all of this, gritting his teeth and completely forgetting the passage of time. He didn't know how long passed, but gradually the pain in his primordial spirit slowly subsided. The primordial energy transformed into flames, slowly merged with the primordial spirit, forming a continuous flow. Wang Lin wearily opened his eyes. At that moment, the 3-Jiang-wide sea of fire outside his body, upon opening his eyes, instantly contracted through his pores, merging into his body in a flash. At this moment, Wang Lin only felt his body heat up. The sea of fire instantly merged into his body, merging with the circulating elemental power, becoming one with it. My elemental power has increased a little more. This method is dangerous, but it's possible. Wang Lin took another deep breath, closing his eyes again. A short while later, he stood up, still looking tired, and stepped out of the tower, standing outside. The sea of fire outside surged like a tide, thick black smoke billowing in the air. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, the sea of fire immediately rushed towards him. This time, Wang Lin lingered a little longer. With his right hand, he pulled a fist-sized flame from the sea of fire, then immediately retreated back into the tower. Ignoring the flame that once again enveloped the black tower, Wang Lin sat cross-legged in his previous position, staring at the flame in his right hand, and swallowed it in one gulp. Time passed slowly like this, and Wang Lin constantly struggled in agony to replenish the elemental power in his body, repeatedly extracting a portion from the sea of fire and integrating it into his internal energy. At first, the flame was only the size of a child's fist, but by now, it had grown to the size of a human head. Wang Lin took it out from the sea of fire, not swallowing it, but placing it in front of him and inhaling deeply. Immediately, the entire flame was absorbed, leaving not a trace. If anyone were to see Wang Lin at this moment, it would be absolutely difficult to recognize that the person inside the black tower was Wang Lin. Previously corroded by demonic energy, Wang Lin's face had obviously become thin and weak. After absorbing the heaven and earth's elemental power from the sea of fire, his skin was now covered in countless cracks, making him look extremely terrifying. His hair was also extremely dry and lacked any shine. Only Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. If anyone looked into them, it would be as if an extremely hot fire erupted from within their heart, suddenly feeling as if they were being burned to ashes. Next, the truly bizarre thing was Wang Lin's forehead. A few days ago, after Wang Lin absorbed a certain amount of fire, his forehead unexpectedly underwent a shocking transformation. This transformation came from the vermilion birthmark from back then. Unexpectedly, after absorbing this heavenly fire, not only was my primal energy restored, but it also contained a surge of heat. Though this heat in my body seems quite different from the heavenly power burned by Qinglin. Wang Lin opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged, touching his forehead. Originally, I had to absorb this fire only to restore my primal energy, but now it seems that the more I absorb this fire, the more beneficial it is to me. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed brightly, and he stood up, slowly walking forward. Stepping out of the black tower, the sea of fire in front of him immediately surged like a roaring tide, reaching Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest shift, even as the flames passed by him, instantly engulfing him from behind. Standing on the flames, Wang Lin calmly walked forward. His speed wasn't fast, but the sight of him moving through the sea of fire that consumed the entire black sand desert was incredibly astonishing. If Ling Qianhu were to see Wang Lin at this moment, he would surely be shocked. Even he couldn't move normally through this sea of fire. Wang Lin calmly continued walking, and after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he stopped. This was the limit of his reach. The further he went, the stronger the sea of fire burned, and the temperature increased. Glancing at the sea of fire ahead, Wang Lin immediately sat down, extending his hands in opposite directions and pulling them apart. Instantly, two flames separated from the sea of fire, quickly moving from his hands and intertwining in front of him, transforming into a fireball as large as a human body. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled, and the fireball quickly shrank, completely absorbed into his mouth and disappearing. And boundless heat surged from Wang Lin's body, merging with the surrounding sea of fire, causing it to transform and engulf him as he sat cross-legged. 3 days later, the flames suddenly erupted outwards with a thunderous roar. Inside the sea of fire, Wang Lin slowly rose, his skin cracking even more, his eyes shining brighter. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, dissolving into the surrounding flames, containing an unimaginable heat. Still lacking a little, Wang Lin muttered to himself, touching his forehead, pondering for a moment, then raising his foot and continuing forward. Following his footsteps, the tower behind him grew further and further away. Time passed, and Wang Lin continued to move forward relentlessly. Whenever he reached the limit of his endurance, he would sit cross-legged and absorb the power of the flames. After gathering enough strength to resist, he would continue his advance. For months had passed in the blink of an eye. By now, Wang Lin was far from the Black Tower, gazing at the boundless sea of flames, its heat like a raging storm, capable of burning all life. The cracks on Wang Lin's body from 2 months ago had reopened, revealing his flesh, but now countless new cracks had appeared. The temperature here should be enough. One day, Wang Lin stopped and took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the sea of flames before him began to churn violently. Instantly, a massive flame surged into his mouth as he inhaled. The only difference was that this time, Wang Lin didn't absorb the flame into his primal energy, nor did he merge it with his primordial spirit. Instead, he channeled the entire flame forcefully into his forehead, leaving nothing behind. The flame gathered on his forehead, and after several months, a vivid mark gradually emerged. This was the vermilion bird mark. The shape of this mark changed rapidly over the past few months from its initial appearance. As Wang Lin absorbed more and more of the flame's power, the mark became increasingly clear, transforming from a mere mark into a vermilion bird. It seemed as if a fiery vermilion bird was rapidly growing, constantly expanding, about to break free from the mark. Not enough. Wang Lin suddenly stretched out both hands, sweeping them in all directions. Instantly, the sea of fire surrounding him was suddenly ignited. A massive flame surged forth, instantly engulfing Wang Lin, but then immediately surged into his body through every pore. After this boundless flame powerfully entered him, it was all directly drawn towards his forehead. The mark on his forehead immediately emitted a dense red light. With a flash of red light, Wang Lin leapt from the ground into the air. The flames on the ground also rose up, relentlessly surging into his body. From afar, this scene was truly earth-shattering. Still not enough. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light. He extended both hands towards the ground and fiercely grabbed, as if embracing the sea of fire. The elemental power within his body instantly surged out, and immediately, in the air above Wang Lin, as the elemental power spread, another sea of fire instantly erupted. This sea of fire was formed by the primal energy within Wang Lin's body interacting with the flames on the ground. Wang Lin then took another breath, causing the flames on the ground to surge and rush towards him. Following the movement of the flames on the ground, an endless sea of fire surged from far away, as if a black hole had appeared here, sucking in all the heavenly fire to burn this black sand desert. A massive amount of fire continuously entered Wang Lin's body, penetrating the mark on his forehead. The crimson light on his forehead reached an unimaginable level, and a fiery red vermilion bird quickly materialized from the mark. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, in an instant, a deafening roar, capable of shattering all void, suddenly echoed throughout the world within the bottle. This sound was the cry of a phoenix, the earth-shattering sound of the vermilion bird, and Wang Lin, being a member of the vermilion bird holy sect and one of the vermilion birds, was known as the awakening roar of the vermilion bird. This fiery red vermilion bird was incredibly majestic and unbelievably agile. As soon as it appeared, following the cry of the vermilion bird, the entire celestial fire within the black sand desert instantly erupted into a frenzied blaze. The boundless flames, with unimaginable speed, attacked in a short time, rushing straight towards the vermilion bird in front of Wang Lin. The awakening mark, the transformation of the vermilion bird's soul. This was an earth-shattering event in the four sacred sects. In a sacred sect, if someone on the list could awaken the vermilion bird, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would undoubtedly become one of the four sacred sects. At this moment, Wang Lin was one of those on the vermilion bird's list. But the prerequisite was that before and after him, while not yet becoming one of the four sacred sects, no one else on the list had awakened the mark. A cry from the vermilion bird startled Wang Lin's area, and at that moment, in other parts of the world within the bottle, all those who had entered were shaken to their core. They all heard the cry echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The entire world within the bottle heard the earth-shattering sound of the vermilion bird. Ling Jianhu, sitting cross-legged inside the Black Tower, was meditating when, in an instant, the vermilion bird's cry erupted, creating an unimaginable tremor that shook the very heavens and earth. Ling Tianhu's eyes widened, revealing an unimaginable shock. The cry of the vermilion bird. At Tia Yunzi's location, he, clad in white, floated in midair, gazing upwards with his right hand counting on his fingers. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, a smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "So that's how it is." Before he could finish speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the area, quickly echoing through the air. The vermilion bird's cry came so suddenly that it instantly shattered Tia Yunzi's calculations. The place trembled violently, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds dissipated. Tia Yunzi's expression changed drastically. Impossible! Not only was Tia Yunzi present, but at this very moment, elsewhere within the bottle, the junior disciple of the Grand Elder of the Cultivation Alliance, Void Master, was riding on a blue cloud, holding a jade slip with two colors, blue and purple, in his hand. This jade slip emitted a dazzling radiance, covering countless miles. Even from a great distance, the blue and purple halo could be seen. Void Master was no ordinary person. His cultivation was mysterious, and in the past year, he was the first to enter this bottle world, constantly moving back and forth, continuously breaking through 10 realms. Behind him, a beautiful middle-aged woman resembling a village girl, along with 4 disciples, suddenly appeared. If I'm not mistaken, this is the bottle world of the renowned Qinglin Immortal Emperor of yesteryear. It is rumored that this realm was created by Qinglin using his powerful divine abilities to continuously kill 39 rune soul ancestors from an outside rune tribe, seizing their sacred artifact and refining it himself into a realm, which he then incorporated into the bottle. The effects of this realm are unknown, but according to the records in the Cultivation Alliance's archives, this realm within the bottle is a precious treasure that Qinglin collected from the world's immortal artifacts years ago. It is also rumored that this treasure can break through the wide boundary formation surrounding the 4 great star domains. Void Master looked at the bluish-purple jade slip in his hand and spoke slowly. The beautiful woman, who looked like a village girl, nodded, about to speak, but at that moment, a sudden storm erupted within the realm where the 6 of them were, and the sky underwent a terrifying transformation. Even the ground trembled amidst the rumbling. At the same time, a resounding roar suddenly came from all directions, seemingly tearing through heaven and earth, and rushing in with all its might. The cry of the vermilion bird instantly echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The beautiful village girl's face changed drastically upon hearing the vermilion bird's cry. Not only her, but the ethereal woman in pink, the Kungsu sages behind her, also showed a chilling expression. Void Master's pupils contracted. The cry of the vermilion bird has awakened. Could it be that the junior who previously possessed the vermilion bird mark? The beautiful village girl's face showed fear. Her voice filled with anxiety as she quickly said, "Before, I only saw the vermilion bird mark, and moreover, this mark was completely sealed, making it impossible for it to awaken in such a short time." The awakening of the vermilion bird is a world-shattering event in the four sacred sects. The four sacred sects Void Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. He absolutely could not allow anyone who awakened the four sacred sects to appear in the four sacred sects. He could never forget the unimaginably fierce and brutal struggle with the four sacred sects for the Kungsu star domain back then. If the Cultivation Alliance hadn't possessed a large portion of the inheritances and artifacts of the immortal realm, and if they hadn't had the assistance of the Kungsu Saints, then the Alliance Star Domain would have already been renamed the Four Saints Star Domain. Despite possessing such immense power, the Cultivation Alliance still couldn't completely destroy the Four Saints sects. Thinking of those terrifying Four Saints, the murderous intent in Void Master's eyes intensified. If this person successfully awakens and leaves this immortal Emperor's cave, leaves the heavenly spirit realm, the four sacred sects will first come to find him, then bring him back to the four sacred stars to perform the talent inheritance, and will protect him very strictly. This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. If he doesn't die after awakening, he must be killed right here. The vermilion bird's cry, with its earth-shattering momentum, pierced through the realms within the bottle, forming a unique sound. All 99 realms within the bottle echoed the vermilion bird's cry. In a black sand desert, a man sat cross-legged. This man was dressed entirely in black, and as he sat cross-legged, endless demonic energy surged from the black sand of the desert all around him, constantly being absorbed into his 7 orifices. He had been sitting there for a long time. Almost since he first entered this place, he had sat cross-legged, continuously absorbing the demonic energy of this place. The demonic energy within his body was incredibly dense and terrifying. But at this moment, the earth-shattering cry of the vermilion bird resounded, instantly causing a dramatic change. The demonic energy that was surging into the man's 7 orifices immediately collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering in all directions. The man in black opened his eyes wide, a dark light flashing within them as he stared intently into the air. The vermilion bird's cry echoed, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. A faint dragon-shaped mark instantly appeared above his forehead. A black dragon. Has he awakened? If he's so capable, he can fight me. As the man pondered, the mark on his forehead quickly became shrouded in dark energy, then vanished in an instant. Unless one possessed the same bloodline, it would be difficult to detect its existence. In this inner world of the bottle, Sichunan was also absorbing the demonic energy. At this moment, Sichunan seemed to have arrived at a sacred place. Unexpectedly, more than half of the black sand in his realm had turned into dust. Long, arrogant laughs echoed across the heavens and earth, accompanied by an boundless whirlwind of demonic energy. At the center of the whirlwind, Sichunan's long hair fluttered eerily, his entire body overflowing with demonic energy. The surrounding sand and rocks shattered one after another, each shattering releasing a surge of powerful demonic energy into Sichunan's body. Exhilarating, exhilarating. I never expected such demonic energy in a place like this. This demonic energy is the best tonic for me. It's a pity I can't absorb too much. When I've absorbed enough, I'll go find Wang Lin. I wonder how he's doing now. Sichunan's eyes flashed as he frantically absorbed the energy. The vermilion bird's cry echoed through the heavens and earth, instantly engulfing and causing the swirling vortex of demonic energy surrounding Sichunan's body to collapse with a loud crash. Sichunan abruptly raised his head, his expression fierce and impatient, but then his eyes flashed, and he burst into laughter. This bird's cry contains Wang Lin's aura. It seems this little Lindsay isn't dead yet. I wasted my time worrying. There's another person in this world within the bottle. This person has a bald head, and while walking across a black sand desert, a strange smile appears on their face. Occasionally, their body flickers, unexpectedly breaking through a realm. When they reappear, although still in the black sand desert, they are already in the next realm. That great lone smoke diagram must be in one of these realms. Ancient Demon Tower. Although I, Beiluo, haven't fully recovered, I've recovered 80% compared to back then. This time, you no longer have the same opportunity as before. Beiluo's right eye widened, revealing a total of 7 scattered stars within its pupil, emitting a dense demonic aura. The ancient god star was in his forehead, the ancient demon star in his right eye, and the remaining ancient demon star in his left eye. The 7 demon stars in his right eye spun rapidly. Just as Beiluo was about to step into the next realm, the earth-shattering cry of the vermilion bird resounded, echoing throughout heaven and earth. Immediately, ripples appeared in the demonic power surrounding Beluo's body. He stopped, standing at the boundary between the two realms within the vase, his gaze fixed on the sky. One of the four great sacred beasts of the Wind Realm, the vermilion bird Beluo pondered for a moment. The demon star in his right eye dissipated, and with a single step, he vanished. Everyone in the other realms within the vase was terrified upon hearing the vermilion bird's cry, their hearts filled with various thoughts. At this moment, even outside the vase, the immortal emperor's cave dwelling was in turmoil. The person inside the demonic mist on the bridge now had eyes blazing with intense dark light, and dense demonic energy instantly roared out from their body, rapidly spreading in all directions. The ferocious shadows on the small river below the bridge also trembled in fear of the demonic energy emanating from the person on the bridge. The white jade vase in front of the person in the demonic mist also shook violently, and the cries of the vermilion bird echoed from within, reaching a peak in an instant, as if piercing through everything. Damn it, why is it a vermilion bird from the Wind Realm who entered? A grinding sound of teeth came from within the demonic mist, and then the person in the mist raised their right hand. Immediately, countless demonic energies shrieked and rushed forward, transforming into a demonic shadow. With a single gesture from this person, the demonic shadow, amidst the howling sounds, flew straight towards the white jade vase, instantly merging into it and disappearing without a trace. Inside the vase, where Wang Lin was, a sea of fire erupted from all directions, heading straight towards the vermilion bird that had materialized from Wang Lin's forehead. This vermilion bird was approximately 10 zhang in size, its entire body fiery red, its wings spread out to more than 10 zhang wide, and a flame swirled around its tail, making it even more majestic. Especially, the vermilion bird's eyes revealed an icy coldness, at first glance identical to Wang Lin's. The sea of fire covering the ground now condensed simultaneously, instantly being absorbed by the vermilion bird. This scene made it impossible to distinguish whether the vermilion bird was spewing at the sea of fire or absorbing it. From afar, the flames covering the ground began to move, roaring and rushing in from all directions. Amidst the rumbling, the vermilion bird's cry resounded, this time with a hint of joy. The moment this sound echoed, within Wang Lin's domain, the flames that had engulfed the entire continent for hundreds of thousands of miles frantically condensed. The scope of these flames was immense. They continuously condensed, emitting scorching heat that reached the heavens. Within this heat lay a temperature capable of killing all living beings. Inside this unimaginable heat, the cracked skin on Wang Lin's body was pierced by the intense heat, directly breaking open and revealing his flesh. But in an instant, cracks appeared. It seemed as if all the flames in this world had entered his body. This terrifying heat caused Wang Lin's entire body to be imbued with an extremely high temperature. If it were before, all of this could have instantly burned Wang Lin to ashes. But now, with the vermilion bird awakened, it was something Wang Lin could withstand. His eyes shone brightly, and the elemental power within his body surged wildly, absorbing a massive amount of heat into his body. The temperature of the elemental energy within him gradually rose to an unbelievable level. This heat could destroy even the toughest bodies. This was a difficult hurdle in awakening the vermilion bird. In the four sacred sects over countless years, there were those who had awakened the vermilion bird, but the vast majority of them, upon awakening, could not withstand it and turned to dust. Within the four sacred sects, there's an ancient saying that outlines the awakening inheritances of each sect. The awakening of the four sacred sects begins with the black tortoise, the white tiger being the most ferocious, the azure dragon the strongest, and the vermilion bird the most difficult. Among the four sacred sects, the black tortoise sacred sect has no shortage of awakened individuals, and their awakening risk is relatively the smallest. The awakened individuals of the white tiger sacred sect are usually those with an overwhelmingly fierce and awe-inspiring aura. Once awakened, they become terrifyingly ruthless immortals. The Azure Dragon Sacred Sect is the strongest of the four sacred sects. Their awakened individuals are extremely rare, but those who do awaken are not easily defeated, ultimately becoming the Azure Dragon Sacred Emperor. Back in the Kungsu Star domain, if the Azure Dragon Sacred Emperor hadn't mysteriously disappeared, and the vermilion bird Sacred Emperor hadn't suffered a third heavenly decline, preventing him from fully utilizing his cultivation, the outcome of the battle against the Cultivation Alliance might very well have changed. The Vermilion Phoenix sect, among the four holy sects, is the most difficult to awaken, a feat even the Azure Dragon sect cannot match. While awakening is not impossible, those who survive countless tribulations and ultimately become holy emperors are extremely rare. Unless they possess extraordinary talent, the legendary Vermilion Phoenix spirit body, and undergo continuous cultivation, accumulating boundless firepower within their bodies, thereby unlocking the mark and awakening the Vermilion Phoenix. Even then, upon awakening, they must endure unimaginable heat without dying. Without such a spirit body, awakening through internal power is impossible. Throughout the history of the Vermilion Phoenix sect, none have ever achieved ultimate success. Currently, Wang Lin is the epitome of awakening through external force. As the Sea of Fire condensed, this intense heat grew stronger. If he didn't possess the body of an ancient god, he would have long since been reduced to ashes and vanished into thin air. No one who relies on external force to awaken has ever succeeded. But in the history of the Vermilion Bird, no ancient god has ever obtained a Vermilion Bird mark. Nor has anyone ever used the body of an ancient god to withstand the Vermilion Bird's awakening. At this moment, Wang Lin is using the body of a 5-star ancient god of the royal family, gritting his teeth and enduring this unimaginable heat. The skin on his body cracked and shattered repeatedly, then reappeared one after another. Gradually, his ancient god body completely adapted to this heat. The Sea of Fire spread, engulfing countless miles of land. The entire Sea of Fire, attacking from all directions, was absorbed by the Vermilion Bird, instantly transforming into a massive fireball. As soon as this fireball condensed, it instantly enveloped Wang Lin and the Vermilion Bird. In an instant, the Vermilion Bird let out another cry, its fiery red body sweeping across, immediately emerging from Wang Lin's forehead. Wrapping around him, in the blink of an eye it transformed into a very lifelike spirit beast, enveloping the upper half of Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin's body, covered in cracks, merged with the red Vermilion Bird spirit beast, creating an unexpectedly dazzling and breathtaking sight, especially its bright eyes, which shone like stars. But no one could see this scene. In an instant, the fireball swallowed Wang Lin, growing wildly larger. Instantly, a world-destroying power surged forth, merging into the endless sea of fire all around, and the fireball grew larger and larger. It was difficult to imagine the scene before their eyes. They only saw the raging sea of fire on the ground, layer upon layer like waves merging into the fireball. Looking down from the air, at a sufficient height, one could see the sea of fire, countless miles wide, contracting. This endless sea of fire, centered around the fireball, rapidly contracted, with more and more flames merging into it, reaching its peak speed. Where the sea of fire contracted, the ground was revealed to be a gleaming white, like glass. The fireball grew larger and larger, eventually almost reaching the heavens and the earth, clearly visible even from a great distance. The sea of fire on the ground diminished, and in a moment, almost all of it vanished, all converging into that gigantic fireball. At this moment, in Wang Lin's realm, there was no other fire except for the fireball. The nether sea flame, formed by Qing Lin's heaven-burning immortal technique, was contained within the fireball. Black smoke billowed across the sky, instantly descending from above, swirling around the sea of fire. Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly shocked, especially as the black smoke swirled. In an instant, from an endless expanse of sky, a massive black mist emitting dense demonic energy roared forth. As this demonic energy descended, it suddenly condensed into a ferocious, one-horned demonic figure. This figure was enormous, almost sweeping across the heavens and earth. Within its form, a bloodthirsty, murderous intent emanated, charging directly towards the fireball. However, immediately sensing the heat radiating from the fireball, the figure paused, retreating slightly, intently gazing at the fireball, its bloodthirsty gaze intensifying. Inside this gigantic fireball, Wang Lin's eyes were closed. The Vermilion Bird spirit beast on his body emitted a deep crimson light. A large amount of fire surged from within the fireball, continuously being absorbed and merging into Wang Lin's body, causing him to grow stronger and stronger. The heat permeated his body, even causing the elemental power within him to reach its final stages, containing terrifying heat. At this moment, Wang Lin, who had been tightly closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. In an instant, the skin all over his body burst open, countless cracked pieces of skin flying in all directions, revealing the red color hidden beneath. An unimaginable whirlwind erupted the moment Wang Lin opened his eyes. The vermilion bird mark on his body detached from Wang Lin's body, rapidly spinning around him. The gigantic fireball surrounding Wang Lin shrank at an unimaginable speed in a short time, its entirety surging into Wang Lin's body. The demonic figure outside immediately stirred, its demonic energy spreading throughout the heavens and earth, flying towards the shrinking fireball. In a brief moment, the gigantic fireball rapidly shrank amidst a thunderous explosion, finally merging completely into Wang Lin's body with a resounding crash. The entire desert, the entire world where Wang Lin was instantly extinguished. After absorbing the last spark, Wang Lin's figure reappeared between heaven and earth. His red skin, the vermilion bird circling around him, and his bright eyes made Wang Lin look like the vermilion bird holy emperor at that moment. As soon as the flames dissipated, the demonic figure attacked with a loud roar. Before it even got close, a torrent of demonic energy formed a black mist that threatened to tear Wang Lin apart. But as soon as this phantom approached, a flame instantly blazed in Wang Lin's eyes. Following this flame, an extremely terrifying sea of fire, capable of destroying heaven and earth, suddenly erupted from his body. Wang Lin had absorbed a great deal of fire. The sea of fire that erupted now was the useless fire within his body after absorbing enough firepower. If it remained in his body, it would cause great harm, so it could only be released. The heat contained in this sea of fire was completely different from the burning heaven power. Not only did it contain burning heaven power, but it also contained a portion of the vermilion bird's sacred fire. At this moment, it erupted, instantly forming a circle that frantically spread outwards. This sea of fire was so vast, it could cover the sky above and the earth below. As it spread outwards, the phantom sent by the person from the demonic mist immediately rushed forward to attack. A piercing, agonizing scream immediately erupted from the mouth of the demonic figure. Its eyes revealed extreme terror as it rapidly retreated. But it was too late. As it retreated, the sea of fire, like a raging wave, roared and directly engulfed its body. Amidst the deafening explosions, the demonic figure let out a terrible scream, its demonic energy rapidly dissipating, leaving only a sliver of strength to struggle free and fly straight into the air to escape. Clearly, it had underestimated the power of this sea of fire. The sea of fire now contained immense heat, and after merging with the awakened holy fire of the vermilion bird, it seemed to have surpassed even the heaven-burning power. At this moment, it was spreading and burning in all directions, not only in Wang Lin's realm, but in all the realms within the vessel. The sea of fire roared, and wherever it passed, the void suddenly shattered, collapsing with a thunderous crash. This collapse must have occurred in only one place, spreading outwards incessantly like a sea of fire, as if every place the sea of fire swept over was completely annihilated. This collapse revealed another realm within the vessel. Within that realm, the swirling sand filled the sky and earth, but was immediately engulfed by a raging inferno, burning furiously in all directions, causing another collapse. This realm also crumbled with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 The explosions echoed incessantly throughout the heavens and earth, each part of the world within the vessel collapsing one after another. After each collapse, the flames surged inward, causing the next realm to collapse. The demonic figure attempting to escape in the sky managed to pass through one realm, but could not escape through 99. After the flames destroyed 13 realms, they immediately caught up, and amidst agonizing screams, the demonic figure was completely annihilated. But this collapse was not the end. It had only just begun. Under the relentless attack, the world inside this vessel seemed to be consumed by a whirlwind of fire, each realm shattering with a thunderous roar. At this moment, another realm collapsed, and the furious roar of Sichuan echoed from within. Which damned scoundrel dares to obstruct my cultivation? But as soon as his voice rang out, a strange howl immediately erupted, and within the sea of fire, everything was swiftly dispersed. What kind of fire is this? As soon as Sichunan's voice rang out, this realm was instantly shattered by the sea of fire, revealing the next. Lingjian, who stared blankly at the sky, as if torn apart by a giant hand, an endless sea of fire descending from the heavens. The intense heat of the sea of fire made his scalp tingle, and without hesitation, he quickly rushed out, dodging the flames. The relentless onslaught of the sea of fire, like a force-splitting bamboo, transformed into a power capable of piercing heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, it shattered all boundaries and barriers, relentlessly attacking from Wang Lin's realm, penetrating each realm within the vessel. causing the sounds of collapse and the earth to tremble. Tia Yunzi's figure appeared in the collapsing air, astonished by the scene before him. His body sank, and as the sea of fire surged down, he stepped aside to avoid it. This single step caused a sea of fire to whiz past him. At this moment, not only Ling Tianhu, Tia Yunzi, and Sichunan, but everyone who had entered the 99 realms within the vessel felt the destructive power of the sea of fire. As each realm collapsed, more and more people appeared in the remaining realms. Big Head, Chen Dao Sanzi, the old man with the gourd, the man in black, and even Void Master. But this collapse was not over yet. Amidst the incessant rumbling, the inner power of each realm merged into one, transforming into a terrifying sea of fire that no one could control. With ever-increasing and ferocity, it surged straight to the very edge of the world within the vessel, reaching the final realm. Destroying this realm would allow it to burst out of the white jade vessel. The power of this sea of fire surpassed Wang Lin's imagination. The flames in his eyes gradually dissipated as the sea of fire collapsed each realm within the flask. When the restrictions on teleportation were lifted within this realm, he returned to the Black Tower to retrieve the storage bag and the golden crystal that the mysterious figure in the Great Hall had given him. Without time to examine the golden crystal, as soon as he placed it in the storage bag, the raging sea of fire erupted with a power that could incinerate heaven and earth, rushing straight towards the last realm in the flask. This sea of fire swept through the remaining 98 realms, gathering the internal energy of these 98 realms, transforming into an uncontrollable force, and with a thunderous crash, it struck the boundary of the last realm. A deafening explosion instantly resounded throughout the entire vessel, the intense heat roaring and spreading, engulfing the heavens and earth. The power of this sea of fire surpassed even the burning heaven immortal technique of the Nether Sea. Even Wang Lin could only achieve this level of effect after absorbing a vast amount of fire, using his body as a conduit to release the useless flames he couldn't absorb. He absolutely couldn't perform such a technique again, unless another sea of fire existed, one that would never extinguish, giving Wang Lin enough time to absorb and then release it after reaching its peak. At this moment, the crimson color on Wang Lin's entire body gradually returned to normal, but the vermilion bird on his body still looked like a vibrant, blood-red spirit, giving him an indescribable aura. Especially the tail feathers of the vermilion bird spirit beast, which covered the mark on Wang Lin's forehead, seemed to merge into his black hair, making it look from afar as if his hair was engulfed in purple flames. The awakening of the vermilion bird didn't just elevate Wang Lin's cultivation, but also transformed his elemental power. The elemental power within his body contained an immense heat, causing all of Wang Lin's divine abilities to transform in an extremely terrifying way. Especially his ancient god body after continuously adapting to the flames. When he raised his hand, flames erupted. Although Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, he was the strongest cultivator at the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm. Combined with his ancient god body and the overwhelming power of the flames, even a late-stage pure Nirvana realm cultivator would have a hard time dealing with his formidable body and flame divine abilities. However, Gu Shen's body was only 5-star, unable to provide much assistance to Wang Lin. Reaching the peak of the mid-stage pure Nirvana realm was already his limit. To achieve the strength to defeat a late-stage pure Nirvana cultivator, Wang Lin's cultivation level would need to reach at least the pure Nirvana realm. After all, in the second stage of cultivation, each minor realm differs greatly. Although Wang Lin had Gu Shen's body to support him, there was still a gap, making it difficult to overcome, similar to the difference between the mid-stage and late-stage pure Nirvana realms. The blood ancestor was stuck in the mid-stage pure Nirvana realm for a long time without reaching the late stage, which shows the difficulty of this. In fact, without a great opportunity, reaching the late stage or even perfected pure Nirvana realm is extremely difficult for cultivators. Besides comprehending the realm's essence, mastering the rules of heaven and earth is also crucial. What the late stage of pure Nirvana requires is the fusion of rules and concepts. This fusion, when reaching the peak of great perfection of pure Nirvana, will lead to a realm that the vast majority of cultivators dream of, Shattered Nirvana, the highest realm of cultivation. At this moment, within the world inside the flask, a raging sea of fire surged forward, constantly colliding with the final realm amidst deafening explosions. Each collision caused the world inside the flask to tremble. The endless sea of fire seemed to roar and attack, and immediately the final realm inside the flask erupted with a thunderous roar, collapsing in an instant. It was as if the air was torn apart like a piece of paper, transforming into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Immediately after the air shattered, the figure of the ancient demon Beiluo became clearly visible as the final realm collapsed. In his right hand, he held a gray scroll, from which a dense stream of immortal energy surged, rapidly attacking Beiluo's entire body. It was as if the scroll possessed a soul unwilling to be held captive by the ancient demon, constantly struggling. Beiluo's cold gaze pierced through the shattered realm, sweeping over the people below, finally settling on Wang Lin, who stood in the deepest part. At this moment, the immortal energy on the scroll in his hand intensified, a furious roar emanating from it. Beiluo snorted coldly, his right hand fiercely sweeping, the 7 demon spirits in his right eye flashing rapidly. Immediately, boundless demonic power erupted, surging from his right hand into the scroll. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, seemingly shattering all the seals on the scroll. A cry of unwilling defiance suddenly arose, but immediately a green light burst forth from the gray scroll, instantly enveloping the entire scroll. The howling sound faded away, and the scroll, which had originally emitted a dense aura of immortal energy, now completely vanished, replaced by boundless demonic energy. Its color changed from gray to green. All of this happened in an instant. The entire sky dissipated, and the 99 realms within the scroll disintegrated in a flash, like the primordial chaos of heaven and earth, engulfed in a thick mist. This mist swirled and merged with the sea of fire, instantly adding fuel to it, causing it to erupt into an even more powerful attack, directly striking outwards from these 99 realms. The boundless sea of fire, merging with the mist, generated immense heat. Under this heat, the entire heaven and earth were enveloped in thunderous explosions, and following the attack of the sea of fire, it surged towards the highest peak of nothingness. On the wooden bridge within the Immortal Emperor's cave, the white jade vase in front of the figure shrouded in demonic mist was now completely crimson, radiating intense heat. The wooden stopper on the vase's mouth trembled violently, as if in boundless power was surging from within. The figure within the mist's eyes gleamed with cold light, raising their withered right arm and pointing towards the stopper. Immediately, a roaring surge of demonic energy erupted, rushing towards the stopper and instantly merging into it. But just as the demonic energy was about to enter the white jade vase, a deafening sound suddenly echoed within the Immortal Emperor's cave, shaking the entire space. As this sound rang out, the stopper shattered, directly breaking into countless fragments that scattered upwards like a gushing stream. This diffusion force was so immense that it formed a whirlwind, unexpectedly pushing back 3 feet of mist surrounding the person's body, revealing a shadowy figure inside. It was immediately apparent that it was a suit of pitch-black armor, intricately patterned, exuding a dark, ominous aura that lingered in the air. His withered finger was instantly propelled upwards by the shattering wooden stopper. 2 sinister eyes flickered from within the helmet, staring at the white jade vase. As the stopper shattered, a red flame immediately erupted from the vase's mouth, accompanied by unimaginable heat. This scene was completely unimaginable to ordinary people. It was as if the white jade vase had transformed into a volcano. This volcano erupted, a massive fire violently spewing from within, engulfing everything in its path. The heat of this fire was so intense that, almost as soon as it appeared, the wooden bridge beneath the person in the mist was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. Even the small river below the bridge quickly turned into large plumes of white gas, its water evaporating, revealing a cracked, dry riverbed and ferocious creatures shrouded in blood-red mist amidst their agonizing screams. The wooden bridge instantly burst into flames, turning to ashes. The place where the person in the mist stood was a courtyard, surrounded by numerous pavilions, and not far away, a grove of bamboo. This once unique landscape was now permeated with demonic energy. It changed drastically. The gloomy pavilions and bamboo grove turned black, and even the green grass on the ground underwent a dramatic transformation. However, regardless of whether this place was once a paradise or now a demonic realm, it was instantly consumed by the sea of fire, completely reduced to ashes. Even the figure shrouded in mist, under the onslaught of this sea of fire, was pushed back more than 10 meters, revealing a clear silhouette. This person was clad in black armor, with flowing green hair. As soon as their armored body was engulfed by the sea of fire, their figure instantly soared into the sky, their eyes dark and menacing. At this moment, The flames from the white jade vase had completely dissipated, and suddenly a figure emerged from within. This person had a bald head, and in their right hand held a green scroll of paintings. It was the ancient demon Beiluo. A smile appeared on his face as he glanced at the armored figure, shaking his head and saying, "Once a broken blade, one of the 4 great guardians of the immortal emperor. Today they have become one of the scattered demons refined by the ancient demon. How sad." Following Beiluo, Tia Yunzi, Ling Tianhu, Sukongzi Sichunan, and the beautiful village girl also appeared. The group of people, including the old man with the gourd, the man in black with the hidden black dragon mark, Chen Dao Sanji, and the big-headed man, all flew out from the mouth of the bottle. There was also the woman shrouded in demonic energy and elder son with the star silver eagle. Everyone who had entered the cave earlier, except for Yan Xiandao and Wang Lin, had appeared. At this moment, all the flames inside the white jade bottle erupted, immediately followed by a raging heat. With this heat, Wang Lin leapt out, his eyes like flames scanning the surroundings. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, he immediately noticed everyone's eyes, like lightning bolts, fixed on him. Void Master's expression remained unchanged, but upon seeing Wang Lin, a murderous intent arose in his heart. Ling Tianhu's expression was complex. The more he interacted with Wang Lin, the more he felt he couldn't underestimate him. Tia Yunzi slightly frowned, but quickly relaxed his expression. As for the others, their expressions varied. Whether it was the beautiful village girl, the 4 disciples, or the group of men in black, their gazes towards Wang Lin were different. Even the armored scattered demon's eyes held a chilling, sinister look as he glanced at Wang Lin. Everyone present knew where that mind-shattering fire had come from. Those who had previously paid little attention to Wang Lin now took note. The sea of fire continued to spread in all directions, seemingly intending to reduce everything to ashes. As everyone appeared, the armored scattered demon, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, suddenly extended both hands to the sides in midair. Immediately, a dense stream of demonic energy emanated from his armor, forming to swirling black vortices rising from his arms. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will sacrifice your flesh and blood to the ancient demon and turn your souls into nothingness, becoming the spirit of the ancient demon. I, the scattered demon, separated from the ancient demon tower, will unleash my demonic thoughts, borrow the sacred energy of the talisman clan, and bury the immortal pool." The armored scattered demon's smile was full of sinister intent. As soon as this voice rang out, he raised his right leg and fiercely kicked towards the void below. Under the scattered demon's kick, a deafening explosion resounded in all directions. The ground where everyone stood was instantly engulfed in flames, becoming a pile of ruins. But at this moment, cracks unexpectedly appeared on the ruined ground. These cracks multiplied rapidly, instantly connecting into a single line. Amidst the continuous crashing sounds, the ground collapsed. It seemed as if the demon lord's kick had shattered the earth. As the ground collapsed, an immense suction force surged from below, revealing a hidden universe beneath. It was a colossal vortex, engulfing the entire area. Within the vortex, mournful screams echoed, resembling a demonic realm. "Come here, this place is where Qinglin was buried, and countless years ago, the Tower Elder prepared it specifically for you. I await you below." The ground collapsed, and the boundless suction force, like a giant mouth, devoured everything in its path. The Demon Lord was the first to be swept into the vortex, his laughter fading into the distance until it completely vanished. This sudden turn of events terrified almost everyone present. No one expected to encounter such an unimaginable danger after emerging from the world within the bottle. Inside that terrifying gravitational pull, everyone's bodies felt as if they were being gripped by a giant hand, being dragged towards the vortex below. Chen Dao Sanzi, being closest, was utterly powerless to resist the pull. With a cry of alarm, he was instantly swept into the vortex. The big-headed man struggled briefly, but was also sucked in. As for the 4 female disciples beside the beautiful village girl, they were the weakest in cultivation. Wang Lin had previously speculated why the beautiful village girl had brought them to this dangerous place. At this moment, except for the woman in pink, the Kungsu sages, the other 3 all had pale faces, completely powerless to resist, and were all sucked in. Among them was a woman who, unexpectedly, was sucked in. Because the gravitational pull was so strong, her soft body shattered with a loud bang, turning into a large cloud of blood mist. Her soul, filled with terror, flew out from within the blood mist. But at that moment, countless mournful souls immediately flew out from within the vortex, swirling around the woman's soul, frantically devouring it. Under the vortex, even the mournful cries seemed to be sucked away, disappearing without a trace. Wang Lin also felt that unimaginable gravitational pull. Fortunately, he had spent a long time in the abyss of the demon spirit land, where there was a similar gravitational pull. At this moment, he was not frightened. As this gravitational pull enveloped his entire body, the primal energy within him suddenly surged, and he fiercely took a step downwards. Immediately, a massive sea of fire erupted from Wang Lin's feet, surging upwards. Although the sea of fire had just appeared and was immediately sucked away by the whirlwind, Wang Lin's body had already surged 10 meters away. Ancient demon Bei Luo chuckled, disregarding the immense suction force emanating from the whirlwind. Taking half a step forward, his figure flashed, unexpectedly appearing in the distance. A demonic light flickered in his right eye, and a dense wave of demonic energy quickly enveloped his entire body. He lightly blew a breath forward, and immediately a ripple of energy appeared before him. With a slight movement, Bei Luo stepped into the ripple, turning his head to glance at everyone struggling within the whirlwind, especially at Wang Lin, and said with a smile, "Wang Lin, my young friend, I don't want to owe you anything, but I'll show you a way out." This place was originally the Immortal Pond, the burial place of the illustrious immortal Emperor Kinglin of the Immortal Realm. Countless immortals have died here. If you are sucked inside, you will undoubtedly die. Quickly struggling to escape is the only option. Bei Luo's words echoed within the vortex. Wang Lin, deep in thought, patted his storage bag, and immediately more than 10 great swords flew out, rotating in the opposite direction around his body, forming a reverse flow. The elemental power in his body circulated again, the sea of fire surged, and, in conjunction with the counter-rotating great swords, resisted the gravitational pull. But at this moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from within the vortex. This roar was earth-shattering, and as soon as it emanated from the vortex, it unexpectedly intensified the gravitational pull. But more importantly, this roar contained an attack that shook everyone's hearts. As the furious roar echoed, countless transforming symbols instantly emerged from within the whirlwind. But these symbols were blood red, and surprisingly, some clumps of flesh and blood were clinging to them, seemingly having just emerged from within a human body. Upon seeing these symbols, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He immediately recognized them as the ancestral runes on the foreheads of the immortal tribe. Deep within the vortex, following the angry roar and the appearance of the symbols, a blurry figure slowly emerged. As soon as this figure appeared, an overwhelming wave of killing intent surged forth. This killing intent was so powerful that even Ling Tianhu's heart trembled. The blurry figure gave him a feeling that made his scalp tingle. Even Chen Yanzi couldn't possibly make him feel this way, not even Su Kongzi. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was purely a tremor from the soul, as if encountering a nemesis. The blurry figure could be seen as a woman, slowly rising, gradually revealing a face without eyes, with 2 bloodstains on it, 2 streaks of black blood flowing from the eye sockets. Those eyes had clearly been taken. Even Chen Yanzi, from the moment the angry roar echoed and the blurry figure appeared, upon seeing her form, showed a hint of terror in his eyes. This couldn't be her. The pupils in Su Kongzi's eyes contracted, staring intently at the woman at the end of the whirlwind. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed his full cultivation, carrying the beautiful village girl and the woman in pink, struggling to fly forward. It's her, it must be her. She was sealed here by immortal Emperor Qinglin. Damn it, I heard she should have perished long ago, but I didn't kill her. Void Master's composure completely vanished at this moment. After this figure appeared, he felt his soul and spirit scatter. Many cultivators knew about the events in the Immortal Realm back then, and Void Master, as a member of the Alliance's Council of Elders, knew some secrets that outsiders couldn't. The moment this figure appeared, Elder Sun was struggling within the gravitational pull, but when the sudden surge of killing intent overwhelmed him, even with his cultivation, he couldn't withstand it. The elemental energy in his body stopped circulating, and his body was immediately sucked into the vortex. His eyes showed terror. Seeing himself about to be sucked into the vortex, the star silver eagle inside his robe immediately poked its head out, its cold eyes darting out, and leapt onto Elder Sun's body. Tin Engen, this is truly miraculous. Unexpectedly, she can step into the void to borrow power. Within that gravitational pull, she continuously struggles and moves forward, her bird-like eyes looking at Wang Lin, revealing a brilliant light. At this moment, Bei Luo looked at the blurry figure slowly floating there, a glint flashing in her right eye, and she muttered softly, "My old friend. I thought she had only disappeared that year, secluded somewhere to heal her wounds, but it turns out she was sealed here by Qinglin. Qinglin. He's very powerful. If it weren't for the collapse of the immortal realm that year, and his severe injuries, neither I nor the Tower Master would dare harbor any covetous thoughts towards him." Looking at the blurry figure, Bei Luo's eyes showed hesitation. Should I rescue her or not? His eyes suddenly flashed, carefully glancing behind the blurry figure, and a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. Qinglin is too ruthless. I didn't expect him to use that thing to seal her. With my strength, even at my peak, I wouldn't be able to rescue her, and I might even be implicated. Forget it. Abandoning the idea of rescuing her, Bei Luo's figure flickered in the ripples, slowly disappearing, using this unique method to leave this place. At this moment, as the blurry figure rose, a frenzied killing intent permeated the air, engulfing everyone present. Sichuan clasped his hands together, unleashing a series of divine abilities, his figure soaring upwards. However, the blurry figure slowly raised its right hand and lightly waved it upwards. With a thunderous roar, the killing intent instantly reached its peak, sweeping outwards in a whirlwind, forming a vortex of killing intent. Ling Tianhu's body flicked, and he was sucked downwards. At the same time, Sichuan was also affected. Wang Lin, who was soaring upwards, stopped abruptly. Without hesitation, the elemental power within his body quickly dispersed, transforming into a sea of fire swirling around him. Within the rotation of 10 great swords, it hurtled directly towards Sichuan. Inside this terrifying suction force, along with the blurry figure continuously rising into the air, everyone except those being sucked in relentlessly unleashed their divine abilities to resist the pull and escape. Only Wang Lin, moving like lightning, headed straight towards Sichuan. Sichuan's entire body's elemental power ceased to circulate, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Seeing the distance to the indistinct figure constantly rising, he muttered, "Could it be that my great fortune and life will end here?" As he spoke, he immediately saw Wang Lin approaching him. At this moment, Wang Lin's elemental power surged wildly, his entire body enveloped in flames as he charged downwards. The immense suction force immediately swept across, continuously engulfing the sea of fire surrounding him. Seeing the distance to Sichuan growing ever greater, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. Gritting his teeth, the elemental power behind him surged, causing his speed to increase unimaginably, like a shooting star hurtling downwards. His speed increased exponentially, and in an instant he was close to Sichuan. At this moment, the blurry figure was less than 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. He extended his right hand and grabbed Sichuan from a distance, instantly seizing him. His entire body's elemental power erupted, and with a loud bang, a powerful attack surged forward. Below Wang Lin, black blood immediately gushed from the empty eye sockets of the blurry figure, merging into the surrounding vortex, unexpectedly transforming into a sea of blood. Within the vortex, an overwhelming force surged forward. This sea of black blood moved in a swirling vortex. From afar, it resembled a swirling stream of blood swallowing the sky, emitting a pungent, bloody stench. The stream of blood seemed to open a vast, gaping maw, emitting a strange, eerie roar as it relentlessly attacked forward, quickly closing the 1,000-foot distance by more than half. Wang Lin grabbed Sichuan, his entire body's elemental power rapidly circulating, an endless sea of fire radiating from his body. With a flick of his left hand, he caused the more than 10 great swords to reverse direction and leap into the sea of fire. As they spun, they created a whirlwind of fire, continuously spreading outwards in all directions, neutralizing the murderous aura and the stench of blood. Under the blazing sea of fire, crackling sounds echoed. Outside the fiery whirlwind, the approaching killing intent was constantly being burned away by the flames, forming a solid barrier that prevented it from penetrating. After all, if even a little of that killing intent entered his body, it would hinder the circulation of his primal energy. Although Wang Lin had the Vermilion Bird's sacred fire integrated into his primal energy, he didn't dare to take the risk recklessly. Thanks to the reverse force, this whirlwind carried Wang Lin, who struggled fiercely forward nearly 100 meters, straight upwards. With another low shout, Wang Lin fiercely threw his right hand forward. Sichunan's body was instantly thrown past Wang Lin, and at the same time, Wang Lin released another surge of primal energy that instantly entered Sichunan's body. Wang Lin's primal energy contained the vermilion bird's sacred fire, possessing immense heat. The killing intent within Sichunan's body affected his primal energy circulation like an extremely cold stream of water. The reason his primal energy stopped circulating was because it had been invisibly frozen by this stream. At this moment, Wang Lin's primal energy merged with it, and the heat immediately loosened Sichunan's primal energy slightly. Sichunan's cultivation was already considerable, and thanks to Wang Lin's primal energy, his primal energy was forcibly circulated. A rumbling sound immediately erupted from his body, and he let out a loud shout, his hands forming a hand seal as he surged forward. If that blurry figure were still in its peak state, Sichunan and Wang Lin would have had no chance of resisting this wave of killing intent. But at this moment, that blurry figure had been sealed here for countless years, and Wang Lin's vermilion bird sacred fire was extremely pure, thus giving them a chance to break through. Sichunan's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the primal energy in his body began to circulate again. Although it was still somewhat sluggish, in this perilous situation, there was no time to heal. As he sprang to his feet, without hesitation, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and, with a low shout, unleashed a claw downwards. Immediately, 5 golden rays of light materialized from his 5 fingers, flying straight down towards Wang Lin below. These 5 golden rays instantly approached, immediately transforming into a large net that enveloped Wang Lin. Sichunan, at this moment, almost used all his strength, fiercely grabbing forward. Wang Lin, having risked his life to save Sichunan, had fallen so deep earlier. Although he was still struggling to fly upwards, when he threw Sichunan away, his body involuntarily paused. Therefore, the roaring black sea of blood approached, now less than 100 feet away. The stench of blood almost assaulted his senses. The sight of these unreincarnated souls, a horde of ferocious-looking spirits, sent shivers down Wang Lin's spine. A massive surge of killing intent erupted from the swirling sea of blood, rushing towards him. At that moment, Sichunan's large net descended, enveloping Wang Lin. Sichunan let out a low growl and pulled, instantly propelling Wang Lin upwards. The two alternated, assisting each other, gradually escaping the sea of blood, their distance increasing. This was Wang Lin and Sichunan. Anyone else could never have achieved such perfect coordination. While it sounds simple, in reality, without complete understanding, unwavering trust, and the ability to seize the opportune moment, even the slightest mistake or misunderstanding would have prevented them from escaping the perilous situation. However, when faced with danger, everyone naturally thinks about their own life, especially at times like this. Usually, pulling the other person out of danger requires risking one's own life, which is why very few cultivators in this world can do it. When Sichunan was in danger, Wang Lin could risk his life to save him. Similarly, when Wang Lin was in danger, Sichunan would not hesitate to help. Even facing life or death, he would not change his mind. While the two brothers, Wang Lin and Sichunan, were helping each other escape, Ling Tianhu, who had previously been attacked by killing intent, had his elemental power hindered and was continuously falling. Ling Tianhu's cultivation was higher than Sichunan's. When he fell, he immediately gave up, but the distance to the swirling sea of blood was too close. If he had recovered his cultivation and activated it, he might have had a chance to escape. But now that he had given up, the danger was imminent. At this moment, above the swirling vortex, Qie Yunzi frowned slightly, sighing inwardly. He waved his sleeve, unexpectedly choosing the same path as Wang Lin before, his figure like lightning, rushing straight down. His speed far surpassed Wang Lin's, almost instantly reaching Ling Tianhu deep within the swirling vortex, embracing Ling Tianhu, and soaring straight upwards. The sea of blood roared, the blurry figure hovering in the center, raising its withered arm and grabbing forward. Qie Yunzi's expression changed, and without thinking, a gray light flashed from the center of his forehead. In that gray light, the gray-robed heavenly fortune master clearly materialized. As soon as he appeared, he pointed his right hand forward, and immediately, deafening sounds erupted from the swirling sea of blood. Streams of killing Qie suddenly appeared, instantly spreading in all directions like swirling smoke. From afar, these streams of killing Qie were numerous and incredibly terrifying. Following the direction of the heavenly fortune master's finger, the boundless killing chi converged in front of him from all directions, transforming into a single stream of killing chi that attacked the blurry figure. The moment the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master appeared, the beautiful village girl, the Kung-Fu Saintess, and the Void Master's pupils contracted, muttering softly. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's expression was grim and extremely cold. As he pointed his right hand forward, he calmly uttered a single word, explode. No sooner had the words been spoken than the boundless energy of slaughter suddenly exploded. A deafening roar resounded, the explosion of slaughter energy creating a powerful shockwave that instantly sent the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master and Ling Jianhu flying upwards. The sea of blood, engulfed in this earth-shattering explosion, surged violently, its souls torn apart as they died in agonizing screams. Ling Jianhu pondered, responding to Heavenly Fortune Master's attempt at rescue with a cold glance. Ignoring Ling Jianhu, Heavenly Fortune Master charged forward with all his might. Suddenly, a howling sound erupted from the vortex below. The indistinct figure suddenly raised its head, rushing out at an unimaginable speed, its right hand extending a claw towards Heavenly Fortune Master. This howling sound contained a terrifying attack. Wang Lin and Sichu Nan were immediately struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood and rapidly escaping. As for the others, they had already begun flying upwards, channeling the elemental energy within their bodies to resist this attack. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's eyes widened in surprise, staring intently at the rapidly approaching blurry figure. A red light flashed in his eyes, a cold smile played on his lips, and he raised his right hand, pointing upwards, slowly saying, "Slaughter City Realm." As soon as he spoke, a deafening explosion erupted in the void above everyone. Suddenly, a ferocious crack appeared in the void above the vortex. Streams of slaughter chi surged forth from the crack with overwhelming force. These streams of slaughter chi were incredibly numerous, far exceeding the previous ones. In a very short time, the appearance of these streams of slaughter chi filled the entire area with murderous intent. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of streams of slaughter chi roared forth, spreading across the vortex like a burial ground for countless immortals. These streams of slaughter chi were so numerous that they didn't merge together. Otherwise, the entire area would be completely unable to contain them. This unimaginable scene caught Wang Lin's eye, and he immediately took a deep breath. In his ears, he vaguely heard the calm, domineering voice of the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master from years ago. If there were millions of streams of slaughter chi, even if a planet collapsed, it could still protect oneself. Wang Lin had never witnessed millions of streams of slaughter chi before. Seeing them firsthand now, his mind trembled, leaving him speechless. The immortal burying vortex, though large, was still slightly weaker than this slaughter chi. At this moment, the streams of slaughter chi descended from Heavenly Fortune Master's right hand, instantly converging. Millions of streams of slaughter chi condensed into a vortex, suddenly appearing before everyone's eyes. This vortex was enormous, seemingly capable of shattering all the barriers in the area, and it continued to press down, a terrifying pressure that made everyone's scalp tingle intensely. Slaughter overwhelming. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master let out a low roar, and the boundless killing whirlwind immediately surged forward, stirring up the immortal burial whirlwind, heading straight for the blurry figure. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering sounds, like thunder, erupted, seemingly without end. During the relentless attack, the sea of blood collapsed once again, spreading in all directions. Even the immortal burial whirlwind was shaken. Borrowing the force of the attack, Wang Lin and Sichu Nan's speed increased, directly escaping the whirlwind and flying through the air, their faces pale as they looked down. Not only the two of them, but even the old man with the gourd showed fear in his eyes, and the black-robed man with the hidden black dragon mark on his forehead had his pupils contract fiercely. Heavenly Fortune Master. Void Master took another deep breath, staring intently at the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master. He would never forget that very figure from years ago who, with the power of a single person, entered the Cultivation Alliance, continuously defeating countless powerful cultivators of the Alliance. Even some members of the Elder Council were no match for him. That year, he killed a member of the Elder Council, and with a valiant demeanor, became a new member of the Elder Council. Even more terrifying, he possessed a fearsome power of rules that encompassed the world, knowing everything in advance. While his slaughter was terrifying when he unleashed it, when he wasn't. That all-seeing gaze was enough to earn him the utmost respect from the Cultivation Alliance Void Master. Stared at the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master, then glanced at the true form of Heavenly Fortune Master that had just rescued Ling Jianhu. If Senior Brother hadn't been wary of this person, sacrificing his lifespan to first use the third Heavenly Tribulation as a price, and employing a great divine technique to use Ling Jianhu to break this person's Tao heart, causing him to experience the second Heavenly Tribulation, his real power would have become flawed, shattering his complete Tao concept into countless fragments, making it impossible to merge. Otherwise, today, this Heavenly Fortune Master's level would have reached an unimaginable level. Even if not the third step, it would certainly not be far behind. Inside the immortal burying vortex, just as the sea of blood collapsed, the indistinct woman gently raised her right hand, and immediately a golden symbol flashed on her forehead. With a wave of his hand, the whirlwind of slaughter unexpectedly stopped for a moment, then collapsed with a loud crash, millions of slaughter streams vanishing in an instant. This sudden event immediately shocked everyone. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's eyes flashed, and he frowned, about to continue unleashing his divine power. But at this moment, the true form of Heavenly Fortune Master, who had just rescued Ling Jianhu, calmly spoke, "Return." The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master turned his head and glanced at his true form, his eyes revealing a cold glint. But after a moment of contemplation, he retreated, transforming into a gray light that merged into the forehead of his true form, disappearing. At this moment, Heavenly Fortune Master had already flown out of the whirlwind, hovering in midair. In the air now, except for those who had been sucked in earlier, everyone else was present. But at this moment, no one spoke. All eyes were fixed on the swirling vortex below, where the woman slowly ascended. As she approached, Wang Lin clearly saw that something resembling a dark red tendon was tightly bound to her legs. Now, this dark red tendon was being pulled straight out as she flew upwards. The silver eagle, which had disappeared from the vortex during the collapse, landed on the woman's legs, carefully sniffing the red tendon a few times. Its eyes showed a hint of liveliness, and it remained motionless. When the distance between her and everyone else was only about 200 feet, the woman stopped, raising her head and seemingly looking at them with empty eye sockets. Dark blood still flowed from those eye sockets, trickling down her chin. Does the Fu clan still have any descendants? A hoarse voice, carrying a strange power, slowly emanated from deep within the woman's mouth. Although hoarse, the voice was incredibly pleasant to the ear, lingering in the air for a long time. Facing this sudden question, everyone fell silent for a while. Void Master, his expression respectful, clasped his hands and said, "The Fu clan has no descendants left." The woman pondered, sighing softly. She had struggled from the depths of her being solely for this question, and to meet someone. In the empty sockets of her eyes, an invisible gaze seemed to rest upon Wang Lin. "Summon the immortal guards that merged into your body." Wang Lin pondered, his thoughts stirring slightly. Immediately, the Tower Mountain materialized from behind him, stepping forward and coldly staring at the woman. "I haven't seen any of my clansmen for a long time." The woman's expression showed a hint of melancholy. She raised her right hand, and immediately, Tower Mountain's body uncontrollably flew towards her. As Tower Mountain approached the woman, his eyes remained icy cold. Although he was a celestial guard, possessing sentience, all his emotions had vanished, leaving only coldness. The woman raised her hand and gently placed it on Tower Mountain's forehead. In an instant, a boundless surge of primal energy poured into Tower Mountain's forehead, shattering the celestial guard mark on his body with overwhelming force. Furthermore, as Tower Mountain trembled, a large amount of yellow liquid flowed from his body. Each drop of this yellow liquid contained the materials of the magical artifact he had refined years ago. In just a moment, all the celestial guard marks on Tower Mountain's body vanished. This method of forcibly breaking the celestial guard seal made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he could only manipulate the immortal guard with brute force. If the immortal guard were destroyed, he wouldn't be implicated. Losing the immortal guard's mark, the spiritual energy in Tower Mountain's eyes instantly dissipated. He had been on the brink of death that year. If Wang Lin hadn't refined him into an immortal guard, he would have perished long ago. Now, without the immortal guard's mark, death energy immediately permeated the air. But how could the woman before him let Tower Mountain die? She slowly raised her right hand, her fingertips lightly tracing Tower Mountain's forehead, drawing stroke after stroke. A complex pattern gradually formed by her fingertips, deeply imprinted on Tower Mountain's forehead. In the name of the sacred ancestor of our Fu clan, I permit you to open the ancestral spirit and obtain the sacred text of the Fu clan. The woman's voice was slightly weary. As soon as she finished the last stroke, a faint light flashed on Tower Mountain's forehead. His body gradually stopped trembling and calmed down. He looked at the woman in front of him, a bewildered expression on his face. At this moment, the woman once again performed a spell before Tower Mountain, and the memories of Tower Mountain's entire life, now gone, were clearly seen by her. She saw Tower Mountain's tribe in the underworld, the scene of sacrifice to the immortals placing slave marks on them, and Wang Lin appearing, taking them out of the underworld and finding them a new home. She saw everything. Especially when she saw the slave marks on generations of the Talisman tribe's members, more black blood flowed from the woman's empty eye sockets. Qinglin, you deceived me. The woman raised her head, letting out a blood-curdling scream filled with earth-shattering resentment. The hatred in this scream reached its peak, and immediately the immortal burying vortex beneath her feet roared violently, spinning intensely, with countless souls surging out from within, emitting extremely mournful cries. As the vortex spun, endless killing intent surged out, stirring the vortex as if it were about to collapse. A ferocious expression appeared on the woman's face, her resentment growing deeper and deeper, unimaginably so, as if the resentment suppressed for tens of thousands of years had now erupted. As the woman's voice rang out, the whirlwind below seemed to be swept away, but at that moment, the crimson veins beneath her feet suddenly emitted a crimson light. This crimson light was incredibly powerful, forming a red aura around her, trapping her deep within. Unexpectedly, the resentment accumulated over countless millennia. Upon realizing she had been deceived by Qinglin, surged with rage, causing her body to tremble slightly. Immediately, the aura around her body crumbled. She raised her right hand and unleashed a claw attack towards the whirlwind below. With that single strike, the ground trembled, the whirlwind shook violently, and even the immortal emperor's cave dwelling seemed to collapse as if the earth was shaking and mountains were moving. The whirlwind formed by the immortal burial pool under the claw of this woman trembled and disintegrated over a large area. A group of souls within screamed in agony as they were torn apart, and the entire whirlwind, visible to the naked eye, rapidly contracted, continuously flying straight towards the woman's right hand. It seemed that at this moment, the woman intended to lift the whirlwind formed by the immortal burial pool off the ground. This drastic change immediately caused a stir all around. Tia Yunzi silently watched everything, his expression somewhat gloomy. Su Kongzi, however, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Through some ancient texts of the immortal realm, he had learned a little about what happened that year. Seeing that the woman rumored to be dead was still alive, and connecting it with the texts he had read, he could deduce a little about what happened that year. You deceived me. You agreed not to harm my clansmen, but to find another star domain for them to reside in, and from now on, my immortal realm and my floating realm would coexist. You agreed to all of this back then. Why did you deceive me? The woman's mournful voice rang out, filled with intense resentment. As she continuously grasped with her right hand, the vortex formed by the burial immortal pool once again collapsed with a thunderous roar, shrinking to reveal a bottomless, dark abyss. The vortex rapidly condensed in the woman's right hand. Countless souls screamed and rushed out, the vast majority of these being the immortals of Qinglin whom she had killed over countless years. At this moment, they filled the air, creating a terrifying scene. The crimson veins beneath the woman's feet flashed with even stronger red light, and layers of halos continuously enveloped her, but they only briefly swirled around before collapsing. At this moment, countless markings suddenly appeared on the crimson vein. As soon as these markings appeared, they immediately scattered bursts of starlight, rising from the crimson vein and rapidly converging. In an instant, as these streams of starlight converged, in front of the woman, countless specks of starlight transformed into a blurry figure. The figure was indistinct, but it was clear that it was a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe, his long hair tied back with a golden silk ribbon, flowing freely behind his head. His appearance was extremely handsome, exuding an aura of immortal grace and nobility. His eyes held a cold, emotionless gaze, devoid of any life. As his figure materialized, an aura of absolute dominance surged forth, filling the heavens and earth. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Tia Yunzi's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, countless illusory clones appeared in all directions within his body. This wasn't something he actively conjured, but rather something he inadvertently unleashed due to an attack from a powerful aura that caused his mind to tremble. Indeed, he's even stronger than he was back then. Tia Yanzi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with extreme apprehension. In his entire life, Tia Yanzi had only ever felt such a tremor in the presence of one person himself from back then. Upon seeing this person, Wang Lin immediately gasped, his pupils contracting. He instantly recognized that this person and the statue of Qinglin he had seen in the HUA Grand Hall were identical. Qinglin, this isn't the real Qinglin, but merely a Forbidden's clone he left behind in the immortal burial pool to seal the ancestor of the Fu clan. It has no consciousness, no memories, and no divine abilities of the original body. His only instinct was to prevent the ancestral figure Thirdo of the Fu clan from escaping. Voidmaster's mind was also shaken. Reaching a cultivation level like his could slightly alter the rules of this place. But at this moment, when he saw this figure, he vaguely recalled the time when he was still a weak mortal, seemingly on the verge of annihilation. At this very moment, far beyond the demon spirit land in the East Sea, beyond the boundaries of the heavenly fortune star, within the Star Alliance, in a place burning within a star domain beyond the control of the Cultivation Alliance, Wang Lin awakened a vermilion bird, emerging from the world within the bottle, causing a dramatic upheaval that terrified the entire vermilion bird holy sect. All of this was because of the vermilion bird's awakening. Deep within the Star Alliance, there are a few areas that even the Cultivation Alliance cannot control. In these places, no cultivator within this vast organization can even take a single step. Once inside, one will immediately face overwhelming disaster, with no chance of survival. Even Star Nirvana cultivators are terrified upon hearing of them, not daring to cross the Thunder Pool even a single step. Unless their cultivation reaches the Shattered Nirvana stage, they wouldn't dare enter. But there are also those who are careless. A single wrong thought can lead to the complete annihilation of both body and soul. These areas are known within the Cultivation Alliance as the Forbidden's Death Zones. Anyone whose cultivation has reached the second stage in the Cultivation Alliance is more or less aware of this. Outside, there were many rumors, but not many truly knew the cause of all this. Within these Forbidden's areas, there was a place that had been consumed by a raging fire for many years. A single glance revealed a sea of flames engulfing the entire starry sky, its light flickering incessantly. These terrifying flames occasionally emitted intense heat, causing anyone who saw the burning starry sky to tremble. Looking out, one saw an infinitely vast starry sky being consumed by fire. This sight was unforgettable for all who witnessed it. Even reincarnation could not erase the profound memory of the crimson flames that illuminated everything within their eyes. This sea of fire was different from the heaven-burning technique of immortal Emperor Qinglin. The heaven-burning technique was a supreme divine ability, but this sea of fire was naturally formed. According to legend, this sea of fire existed when the immortal realm still existed, and if we look back to the distant past, it seems to have existed since ancient times. No one knows how long this sea of fire has burned, through generations of cultivators, through the catastrophe that brought down the immortal realm through the ancient and primeval times. Yet this fire has persisted eternally, seemingly burning forever. No one knows what kind of power, what kind of rule, could have created this sea of fire, burning incessantly, never extinguishing, forever burning, turning this star field into a world of fire. Within such a vast star field, after countless years of burning, all the planets and dust have vanished, leaving only 9 planets connected in a circular formation. Only these 9 planets, after so many years of being cleansed by the fire, could withstand that unimaginable heat. But even so, these 9 planets are no longer intact, shaped like crescent moons. Intense flames envelop these 9 planets, seemingly relentlessly burning them, threatening to reduce them all to ashes. At this moment, on one of these 9 planets, there was no sea, though it had existed long ago. It had long since evaporated, revealing a dry, cracked seabed. At a glance, this planet lacked any green. Although vegetation existed, it was entirely red, radiating a beautiful hue. But beneath this beauty lay death. The plants that could survive in such conditions were anything but simple. This place, like ordinary cultivation planets, possessed a dense concentration of spiritual energy. However, this spiritual energy contained fire poison. If a mortal inhaled even a single breath, their bones would instantly turn to dust. Even cultivators, if exposed to this fire poison, could not endure it for long. This star system was called the Vermilion Bird Land, and these 9 planets were named the Vermilion Bird Sacred Star. The first of these planets is the Sacred Star of Supreme Venerable. On it, in the due south direction, stands a towering red statue piercing the sky. This statue is clearly a vermilion bird spreading its wings and soaring upwards. Its tail fanned out, like a flame rising into the air, engulfing everything within a 10-mile radius. Such a massive tail, not to mention the vermilion bird's body, which spans hundreds of miles, makes it a monstrous statue, visible even within this scorched star field. The vermilion bird's eyes are entirely formed from flames. Every hour, a dense sea of fire surges from the sky, converging into 2 streams that merge into the vermilion bird's eyes. This is just one vermilion bird sacred statue. The other 8 vermilion bird sacred stars also possess similar statues. This is the symbol of the entire vermilion bird sacred star. Beneath the vermilion phoenix sacred statue, dozens of people in crimson robes were seated. These individuals, both men and women, sat cross-legged, continuously absorbing the power of the surrounding flames. The tail of the vermilion phoenix was divided into 3 sections, each occupied by an old man seated cross-legged. The 3 old men were performing hand gestures, emitting strange sounds that caused flames to emanate from each feather of the vermilion phoenix sacred statue, absorbing the energy of the dozens of cultivators below. This scene is the essential daily cultivation practice at the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect, using the sacred statue to absorb the power of fire. From afar, besides these few dozen cultivators, hundreds more are sitting cross-legged, meditating beneath the sacred statue. Looking further into the distance, with the Vermilion Phoenix sacred statue as the center, countless cultivators surround it, starting with dozens, then hundreds, and finally thousands and tens of thousands. A dense crowd of cultivators, dressed in identical attire, silently absorb the flames emanating from the sacred statue. Time slowly passes, and in an instant, the flames from the Vermilion Phoenix sacred statue gradually dissipate. All the cultivators, from the inside out, cease their cultivation, marking the end of a day's practice. At the furthest outermost edge, those who absorbed less fire opened their eyes, and one by one, they stopped meditating and restored their consciousness. Even the 3 old men on the vermilion bird's tail awoke from their meditation. One of them stood up, looked at the dozens of vermilion bird sect disciples below, and was about to speak, but in that instant, he was suddenly terrified. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect suddenly shook, and the flames, which had been dimming, suddenly flared up. A red light emanated from the Vermilion Bird Sacred statue in a short time, blazing wildly. The flames on it grew larger and larger, and the 3 old men on the tail immediately changed their expressions. Without hesitation, they flew out, one of them shouting, "Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect disciples, retreat, quickly retreat." The other 2 old men waved their sleeves, and a great gale roared, lifting dozens of disciples from the ground. The dozens of disciples were blown into the air, and the remaining disciples' expressions suddenly changed. Without thinking, they retreated. In a short time, all the disciples of the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect immediately retreated, looking up into the sky. From above, it was clearly visible that the people surrounding the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Statue were surging like a tide. The Vermilion Phoenix sacred statue blazed even more intensely, unexpectedly rising directly into the sky, spreading throughout the entire sky. The dense flames surged wildly in all directions, forming a tidal wave of fire, expanding in a circular shape. At this moment, this was not only happening here, but also on the other 8 planets, where the same scene appeared simultaneously. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of most of the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect members to change drastically. But some of the elders of the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect trembled upon seeing the transformation of the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Statue. This trembling was not from fear, but from excitement. The Vermilion Bird Transformation. The Vermilion Bird Transformation. I never imagined I would witness the Vermilion Bird Transformation in my lifetime. A white-haired old man looked up at the sky and laughed heartily, his eyes revealing a sense of melancholy as he stared intently at the Vermilion Bird Sacred Statue. He wasn't alone. At this moment, everyone who knew about the Vermilion Bird Transformation was excitedly looking up at the sky. On the 9 Vermilion Bird Sacred Stars, while not many knew about it, each possessed extremely high cultivation. Just as the first vermilion bird sacred star underwent a dramatic transformation, far to the east, within a sea of red flames, the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a red figure swiftly emerged from within. As soon as this figure appeared, the surrounding sea of flames immediately condensed, encircling the figure from all sides. In the flickering flames, a wrinkled old man could be vaguely seen staring blankly into the air, astonished at the vermilion bird transformation, his body trembling slightly. The vermilion bird transformation. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed maniacally. It really is the vermilion bird transformation. This scene is happening on all 8 other vermilion bird sacred stars. The vermilion bird sacred statue emitted a dense sea of fire, which, just as it was being pushed outwards, suddenly reversed direction. The flames that were spreading outwards immediately coiled up, turning back towards the vermilion bird sacred statue and converging. It wasn't the nearby seas of fire that were converging, but on this vermilion bird sacred star, all the flames were frantically converging towards the vermilion bird sacred statue, as if this statue possessed an unimaginable gravitational pull. From a distance, the vermilion bird sacred star appeared to be a sea of fire, with flames converging from all directions. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color, wind blew, and clouds swirled, absorbing that flame. The vermilion bird sacred statue was like a volcano erupting, a crimson flame rising from it, forming a massive column of fire that shot straight up into the sky. This scene was as if the vermilion bird sacred statue was the place where all the flames on this planet condensed into a single column of fire. All of this to allow this column of fire to soar to the heavens, to break through the sacred star. This column of fire, with a thunderous roar, pierced through the clouds, through the atmosphere, through the surging heat, directly breaking through the sacred star, appearing in the burning star field. As it broke through, 8 columns of fire simultaneously shot out from within the remaining 8 vermilion bird sacred stars. In an instant, these 9 columns of fire arranged themselves in the center of the 9 sacred stars, converging. As soon as these 9 pillars of fire condensed, a cry of the vermilion bird, far more resounding and powerful than the one Wang Lin heard in the world within the bottle, suddenly echoed throughout this burning star domain. Following the cry of the vermilion bird, a gigantic vermilion bird, comparable to a cultivation planet, appeared. This vermilion bird seemed to have not appeared for countless years. After its appearance, the flames that the Cultivation Alliance feared suddenly erupted, creating an eternal existence within the entire star domain. This flame caused a shockwave, instantly causing the burning star domain to surge with earth-shattering waves, emitting a terrifying roar that shook the entire starry sky. This was the vermilion bird transformation. Since the vermilion bird holy sect was defeated by the Cultivation Alliance, this was the first time the vermilion bird transformation had appeared. The vermilion bird transformation held immense significance for the vermilion bird holy sect. This proves that someone on the list of potential candidates to become the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor has awakened the Vermilion Phoenix. And only in this way could the Vermilion Phoenix transformation appear, causing the Vermilion Phoenix true spirit, which hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, to reappear. At this moment, 9 crimson-purple figures suddenly flew out from the 9 Vermilion Phoenix holy stars, each possessing the cultivation of the shattered Nirvana realm. Their simultaneous appearance was precisely because of this Vermilion Phoenix transformation. As the 9 figures approached the colossal Vermilion Phoenix true spirit, the Vermilion Phoenix true spirit suddenly let out a cry that echoed through the starry sky, transforming into countless waves that swept across, igniting a massive fire within the burning star domain and spreading in all directions. At the same time, the body of the Vermilion Phoenix true spirit rapidly rotated, instantly forming a huge fireball. Within each raging whirlwind of fire, ripples immediately appeared inside the fireball formed by the Vermilion bird true spirit. In an instant, an image emerged from within these ripples. The figure in this image had long, flowing hair, was covered in vermilion bird markings, and radiated intense flames, appearing from afar like a vermilion bird itself. He was Wang Lin. In this image, besides Wang Lin, there was also the ancestor of the Talisman clan, her face sorrowful, her empty eye sockets flowing with 2 streams of black blood. In front of this woman was a clone of Qing Lin formed from flashing starlight. As soon as this image appeared, the woman glared back, her empty eye sockets causing the 9 people present to be deeply shaken. This woman is the holy ancestor of the Talisman clan, Third Dao. The person in front of this person, judging by her appearance, could it be the immortal Emperor Qing Lin from back then? The image also shows Void Master and the group of Heavenly Fortune Master. Void Master and Heavenly Fortune Master are there. The awakened vermilion bird is unexpectedly in such a dangerous place. Void Master is an important figure in the Cultivation Alliance. He certainly wouldn't allow our vermilion bird holy sect to have an awakened one. However, I have never met this awakened one before. How did he end up on the vermilion bird list? 9 people looked at the image inside the fireball. At this moment, suddenly, an boundless stream of divine consciousness swept across from the depths of this burning star field in a short time. This divine consciousness was so powerful that it unexpectedly stopped the flames burning this star field. There is no doubt about this person's identity. This vermilion bird mark was given to him by my clone. You must use all the strength of your clan, no matter the cost, to bring him back here safely. This divine sense swept over them, and the 9 people immediately showed expressions of fervent reverence. We obey the Holy Emperor's command. My time is running out. My injuries from that year are becoming increasingly serious. The one who awakens the vermilion bird now is the hope of our vermilion bird holy sect. You must remember, no matter the cost, you must protect him safely. At this moment, inside the Immortal Emperor's cave, as soon as Qinglin transformed from starlight, Wang Lin immediately felt the vermilion bird mark on his body heat up. Before he could examine it, several eyes immediately turned towards him. Void Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. In that instant, he immediately recognized a change in the mark on Wang Lin's body. The vermilion bird holy sect has discovered this person's awakening. The holy ancestor of the Talisman clan also noticed a slight change in the vermilion bird mark on Wang Lin's body, but she paid no attention to it. When Qinglin appeared, she couldn't see him, only clearly sense his presence. For countless years, how could she not have known that a clone of him had infiltrated the Forbidden Seal here, its main purpose being to completely seal her forever? Sensing the existence of Qinglin's clone, the hatred in this woman's heart intensified. Her empty eye sockets stared at Qinglin, countless memories flashing through her mind. Qinglin! The woman almost gritted her teeth. The moment Qinglin's clone appeared, a dark light flashed on her forehead, and an extremely complex symbol instantly appeared, transforming into an extremely ferocious red beast bone that lunged straight at Qinglin's clone. As soon as this beast bone appeared, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged from all directions. Under this killing intent, the temperature in the surroundings immediately dropped as if it were a freezing winter. The killing intent continued to spread, and large blocks of ice appeared in all directions. Wang Lin's internal energy circulated rapidly, the extremely hot vermilion bird sacred fire flowing throughout his body. But his eyes were now fixed on the beast bone, his heart surging. Mother-child now withering. Wang Lin glanced at the back of his right hand. The ferocious mother-son Dao drying form, unleashed by the ancestor of the Talisman clan, was surprisingly identical to his own mother-son Dao drying form, differing only in color and containing different hidden magical techniques. Qinglin's clone, formed from starlight, coldly stared at the woman, raising his right hand and pointing forward. With this single gesture, numerous points of starlight appeared on Qinglin's clone. These points of starlight surged from Qinglin's body, converging on his right index finger. Following this gesture, they instantly shot out, like a river of starlight swirling around the beast bone. As soon as they formed a circle, these points of starlight contracted inward with incredible speed, directly penetrating the beast bone and merging into it. Inside the beast bone, the points of starlight coalesced. Penetrated by a massive number of energy points, the beast bone seemed completely powerless. As it was continuously pierced, powerful red energy streams emerged from the bone, seemingly merging with the countless energy points that were penetrating it. As these crimson energy streams continuously flowed out, the color of the beast bone instantly faded, as if it had lost its vitality. But in just a moment, a dazzling, fist-sized crystal materialized within the bone. As soon as this crystal appeared, a blinding radiance erupted, like sharp swords shooting outwards in a beam of light. This scene caused the onlookers to gasp in awe. This sealing technique is incredibly powerful. Without expending any of the clone's power, it completely transformed the opponent's divine power into its own sealing technique. Even the senior disciple couldn't easily do that. Void Master took a deep breath, his pupils contracted, but very quickly an expression of intense greed arose in his eyes. Although Than Lem is powerful, based on our observations and the information gathered by our Cultivation Alliance over the years, I am 90% certain that this person will survive until his death. If we can capture him and control him with special methods, our cultivation alliance will have no rivals." A thunderous roar instantly echoed in all directions. Just as the 10,000-foot-long starlight erupted from within the beast bone, it immediately shook violently and countless rays of light poured out. The beast bone instantly collapsed with a loud crash, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Although described slowly, it happened almost instantaneously. The dazzling light caused everyone's eyes to ache, forcing them to retreat. Then Lam coldly stared at the ancestor of the Fu clan, then raised his right hand. A strange hand seal appeared in his palm, and with a swing forward, a roar erupted. Amidst the roar, this strange hand seal transformed into a symbol emitting a blue light, hovering in the void above the woman. As soon as the first hand seal was unleashed, the immortal burial vortex beneath the woman let out a howling sound. From within the immortal burial vortex, a series of screaming souls emerged. Initially few in number, they suddenly appeared from nowhere, surging with immense power. The colossal vortex immediately struggled free from the woman's restraint, and with a deafening roar, began to spin. As it spun, its speed increased, even emitting sounds that seemed to tear through the heavens and earth. Inside, an unimaginable number of souls, all moving in a whirlwind, surged out with ferocious, mournful roars, as if a gate to hell had been opened. The sheer number of these souls was overwhelming. Wang Lin only glanced at them, and his scalp tingled. Among them were immortals, members of the Talisman clan, some ancient practitioners, and even several ferocious beasts Wang Lin had never encountered before. Each of these souls possessed a terrifying aura. Although they were long dead, this aura clearly revealed how incredibly powerful they had been in life. To be brought into this immortal burial pool by an immortal emperor, they must have possessed extraordinary qualities. Amidst the endless roars, the immortal burial whirlwind suddenly surged like a tidal wave, rapidly spinning beneath the woman. And a suction force countless times stronger than before instantly appeared. But strangely, this gravitational pull only affected this woman, while it had no effect on Wang Lin and his group. Qing Lin didn't hesitate, his hands forming a hand seal, and immediately a transforming seal appeared above the woman's floating body. As soon as this seal appeared, the immortal burial vortex below roared even louder, its rotation speed increasing exponentially, seemingly transforming into a huge, deep mouth, completely swallowing the woman. Black blood flowed from the woman's eyes in increasing amounts. From afar it looked like tears, only these tears were horrifying to behold. "Why did you deceive me? Why did you deceive me? Why?" The woman's voice carried a powerful penetrating force, and at this moment, the two seals on her body trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Even more terrifying was that the void outside the woman's body unexpectedly emitted a deafening sound, instantly shattering and seemingly collapsing. This sound pierced through, forming a series of explosions that resounded wildly in all directions, finally transforming into a whirlwind that rushed straight towards Qing Lin. Blood immediately flowed from Wang Lin's ears. Although he constantly circulated his spiritual power and possessed the body of an ancient god, he was still injured by this sound. 3 words echoed in his ears, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, lingering for a long time. Why? Wang Lin's face showed a look of terror. He turned his head to look around, and not only him, but also Sichuan and almost everyone else were in the same state. Only Ta Yunzi, Su Kongzi, and the man in black remained unaffected, their expressions grim. The sound, transformed into a whirlwind, rushed straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. With a single gesture, the howling sound waves instantly paused. It was as if an unimaginable rule of heaven and earth had descended upon the world in an instant, stripping everything in heaven and earth of its power to move, transforming it into countless surrounding rule forces, halting all movement. Body fixing technique. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light, a surge of intense excitement appearing within them. The body fixing technique was an extremely important immortal technique to him. Throughout his life, Wang Lin had faced numerous perilous situations, and it was thanks to this technique that he had been able to safely overcome them. It could be said that this technique, though flawed, was the most crucial art of his life. He had only learned the body fixing technique from the Jade slip left behind by the immortal Emperor Qing Lin years ago. and he had never encountered a second person in the world who could perform this technique. Therefore, there was absolutely no chance of him progressing further, or even completely breaking through the fundamental principles of this technique. But now, this was the first time he had witnessed the body-fixing technique being performed by someone else, and moreover, the person performing it was none other than Qing Lin. While others might not have deeply grasped the technique, Wang Lin, as someone who had inherited Qing Lin's body-fixing technique, witnessed it firsthand. This was incredibly significant for him. It was like Qing Lin's instruction. Qing Lin was the master, and Wang Lin was the disciple. After the disciple mastered the body-fixing technique, the master personally performed it once, giving the disciple a chance to verify and adjust. This was an opportunity Wang Lin had only dreamed of, as if Bai Fin had been reborn, unleashing the techniques of summoning wind and rain, scattering beams to form soldiers, collapsing mountains, splitting the earth, and the yin-yang moon's affection all at once before him. However, there was no time to think it through meticulously at this moment. Wang Lin could only memorize it instantly, setting it aside for later, to meditate in seclusion after leaving this place. Qing Lin's right hand didn't stop. After stopping the whirlwind, he quickly formed a hand seal. Without hesitation, 7 seal symbols appeared one after another, instantly enveloping the woman and combining with the 2 previous seals to form a 9-seal formation. Around the woman's body, these 9 seals formed a circle, emitting strange light. In that instant, as all 9 seals appeared, the immortal burial vortex beneath the woman erupted with a thunderous roar. This immortal burial whirlwind roared with earth-shattering force, relentlessly spinning and expanding, and countless wailing souls rushed out from within, heading straight for the woman. Almost instantly, the woman's body was surrounded by a dense mass of souls. These souls coalesced, transforming into black chains that immediately bound her entire body, fiercely pulling her down into the swirling vortex below. The vortex below roared upwards, and an unimaginable suction force erupting from within, rendering the ancestral body of the talisman clan completely unable to struggle. She was bound by countless iron chains, slowly being dragged once again into the rising vortex. The woman's expression turned sorrowful, and the symbol on her forehead flickered. Each time this symbol flashed, a rumbling sound echoed, and the iron chains surrounding her body crumbled, transforming into a mass of torn-apart souls that vanished amidst agonizing screams, sucked into the immortal burial vortex. But almost as soon as the souls had collapsed, countless more souls immediately rushed out from within the immortal burial vortex, condensing into an iron chain, further locking her in place. This scene caused everyone around to fall silent, their minds shaken, and they all jumped up in shock. The woman let out a mournful laugh. She had been sealed inside for many years, her cultivation long gone. If it weren't for this clone of Qing Lin, she might have been able to break free with a little struggle, but now, there was no chance. In her mournful laugh, her empty eye sockets seemed to possess a life of their own. Although she had no eyes, a stream of pure energy flowed within them, seemingly replacing them, giving her a sense of vitality. She looked at Qing Lin, who was blocking her escape, and said with a mournful laugh, "In my entire life, the one I hate most is you, Qing Lin." That year, our Fu clan offended the Grand Elder, and we were forced to flee into the Wind Realm, a place beyond his control. We intended to avoid conflict there, solely seeking survival and escaping death. The war with your immortal realm was also because your immortal realm was interested in our Fu clan's fundamental power. Should we, the Fu clan, simply obey? That great war dragged on for so long. Your immortal realm resorted to every trick in the book. And you even killed countless Fu clan masters in your pursuit of our clan's sacred vase. If that were all, it would be one thing: casualties are inevitable in a war between 2 realms. But you, as an immortal emperor, the strongest in the 4 great immortal realms, why did you deceive me, a woman with a fragile heart? You said I would become a concubine, and I, for Dao, betrayed my clan for you, willingly becoming your concubine, secretly hoping to secure a place for my clan to live within the Wind Realm. You said you liked my eyes, and for you, the primordial power, condensed through countless generations of clan members, contained an extremely primal force, passed down through the generations of our clan's holy ancestors. Each holy ancestor had to transform this power into 2 eyes, and I gouged them out, willingly giving them to you. You surely still remember the scene of my eyes stained with fresh blood, blood gushing from my eye sockets. You forced me to do many things, and each time, I did my best. Even when you sealed me here, imprisoning me in this burial pool of immortals, filled with countless souls, I willingly did it. Beside you, I am not a saintly ancestor, but merely your concubine. I love you. The smile on the woman's face grew even more tragic, dark blood continuously flowing down like tears. Only these tears were excessively sorrowful, blood gushing out, and scenes from the past flashed through her mind. Why, after everything I did you still deceive me? You promised me you would give my Fu clan a realm. You promised me you would ensure the eternal survival of my Fu clan descendants. You even said that one day you would bring my Fu clan back to the outside world. All these things were your words back then. I, Qiu Yao, was so foolish. I unexpectedly believed your words, forever allowing you to suppress my soul in this immortal burial pool. I clearly discovered it was a disguised seal, yet I still trusted you. If I hadn't been able to get close to my clansmen today, regardless of the cost, to meet them, I would never have known that my talisman clan had no boundaries whatsoever. That after I was sealed, my talisman clan became slaves to your immortal realm. I hate you even more, Qinglin. Do you have no humanity? Do you have no feelings at all? Are you made of stone? Ordinary slave seals cannot permanently seal all generations of my talisman clan. It's only the primordial power I gave you that allowed you to create a seal capable of sealing my talisman clan. You took my eyes, obtained a trace of primordial power, and then infused this primordial power into countless slave seals, turning all the talisman clan members in the 4 great immortal realms into slaves worth less than ants. Many generations have knelt before your immortals. The black blood in the woman's eyes flowed more and more, seemingly endlessly. The countless years of hope and suffering she had endured had now crumbled, transforming into a raging torrent of resentment. Qinglin, your clone is here. If you are not yet dead, do you dare show yourself to me? The woman's mournful voice echoed, her body slowly being pulled into the immortal burial vortex. Just as her body was about to completely sink into the vortex, the woman suddenly lifted her head, the symbol above her forehead flashing wildly, instantly flying out from her forehead. Even from Wang Lin's perspective, he could clearly see the streaks of blood and the symbol intertwining, separating in an instant. He could imagine the pain. However, this pain was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She raised her right hand, grasping the symbol on his forehead, completely disregarding the pain, and ferociously threw the symbol she had just removed from his forehead forward. Tower Mountain, still not far away, understood a little of what was happening, but his eyes still showed a dazed expression. The symbol that the woman threw, with lightning speed, flew directly onto Tower Mountain's forehead, and amidst the pain, merged deep into his being. After throwing at the symbol, the woman became extremely weak, gradually sinking into the immortal burial vortex. The pure energy flowing in her eyes looked towards Wang Lin, muttering, "You have helped my talisman clan. You are a benefactor to my talisman clan. I, Ferdao, will never forget." A tragic smile appeared on her face. She raised both hands and fiercely stabbed them into her eyes. Her body trembled violently, and the 2 streams of pure light within her replaced the eyes she had pulled out, throwing them towards Wang Lin. These 2 streams of pure light instantly merged into one, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Besides the life-bound symbol, which is renowned throughout the world, our talisman clan also possesses the dry talisman technique, the method for creating dry talismans. You have shown kindness to our talisman clan, allowing us to have descendants. I grant you the power of this symbol. Wang Lin received the beam of light and immediately heard the woman's divine consciousness. Glancing at Qinglin's ice-cold clone, the woman's body completely sank into the immortal burial vortex. In that instant, complete silence fell. Even the countless souls within the vortex merged into it as the woman sank. Only the wailing sounds emanated from the vortex, slowly echoing. The vortex gradually subsided, about to dissipate into the enormous pit on the ground. Holding the beam of light, Wang Lin, with his intelligence, clearly understood the meaning of what Qiu Ya had given him. According to her words, this so-called dry talisman technique requires the power of the talisman clan, using this technique to create an invisible chain that binds Wang Lin to the talisman clan. She believes this so strongly, it's clear this dry talisman is extraordinary. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, recalling the golden talisman he had seen in the Luotia star domain during his battle with the Ya family, capable of sealing elemental power. Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, the previously calm immortal burial whirlpool suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. In the center of the sinking whirlpool, the figure of Qiu Dao suddenly appeared, and with a hateful cry, a thunderous roar erupted from within the whirlpool. "Qinglin, even if I die, I will not let you go." As this voice rang out, numerous souls surged forth within the immortal burial pool. These souls, instead of rushing out, continuously collapsed. As this mass of souls collapsed, the immortal burial pool immediately trembled. "You use these souls to suppress me, but you know that for countless years, I and this immortal burial pool have become one. They won't let me leave, and you won't let me leave either, so let's perish together." Dorda's hateful words echoed, and the entire immortal burial pool crumbled with a thunderous roar. Countless souls were torn apart, shattered, and completely disintegrated, transforming into destructive rays that merged into the vortex. Almost instantly, the vortex, continuously absorbed by this power, underwent a shocking transformation. Unexpectedly, it rose from the depths of the pit, transforming into a massive whirlwind that soared straight into the sky. This whirlwind contained a power capable of destroying all living beings. Void Master's face changed drastically. He immediately pulled the beautiful village girl and the illusory Kungsu Saintess and fled into the distance. The group led by Tai Yanzi also scattered like birds in all directions in a short time. The swirling wind roared and swept across, instantly causing the surrounding heaven and earth to collapse over a large area with deafening explosions. This collapse affected not only the void but also the four sides of the cave dwelling that had been sealed by the scattered demon. The swirling wind instantly burst forth, and amidst the fierce, hateful laughter, an object gradually emerged from deep within. This object was a 10-jang-wide black pool filled with black blood, emitting a gloomy aura. But strangely, this gloomy aura was actually immortal energy. The immortal burial pool. Around this black pool, countless ferocious beasts were carved, along with many twisted, suffering human faces etched onto its surface. As soon as this object appeared, a terrifying and frenzied aura emanated, instantly causing turmoil within the immortal spirit heavenly realm outside the immortal mansion. The heavens and earth lost their color, and thunder rumbled throughout the demon spirit land. Even the starry sky outside the demon spirit land was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The East Sea vortex spun rapidly, drawing in all the heaven and earth's primal energy, unexpectedly causing it to continuously expand and grow wildly in all directions. Some cultivators passing by were directly swept into it, their bodies shattering, and even their souls could not escape, dying on the spot. This terrifying event immediately attracted the attention of many. At this moment, inside the Immortal Emperor's cave, before anyone could see clearly, a crack appeared on the burial pool of immortals with a loud crack. Immediately afterward, amidst a series of cracking sounds, more and more cracks appeared, and in an instant, the immortal burial pool, renowned throughout the immortal realm, collapsed with a thunderous roar. All the souls within the immortal burial pool were torn apart, forming an unimaginable force that spread wildly in all directions. Qinglin's clone did not dodge. Instead, as the collapse of the immortal burial pool struck, he closed his eyes, transforming into a streak of starlight and dissipating within the cave dwelling. Along with that force, the entire area was enveloped in deafening, earth-shattering noises. This attack was incredibly powerful, sweeping across everything. The seals of the scattered demons on all sides crumbled, revealing the true appearance of the immortal mansion. Under this attack, everyone, including Wang Lin, was struck, their bodies seemingly propelled by a powerful force, being pushed in all directions amidst the deafening roar. Inside this immortal mansion, everyone was scattered by the attack force unleashed by the collapse of the immortal burial pool. Even Void Master's face instantly turned pale under this attack. Injured, he couldn't pay attention to the beautiful village girl and the woman in pink. His body was violently struck, crashing into a forbidden formation in front of the immortal mansion. The light of the formation flashed, and his figure disappeared. As for the beautiful village girl and the woman in pink, they also dispersed, each hitting a formation and vanishing without a trace. Heavenly Fortune Master, while continuously retreating, showed a strange look in his eyes. He took a peculiar step, charged forward, and disappeared into a forbidden formation outside a distant building. Almost everyone else vanished while retreating. Wang Lin and Siju Nan were also forced to disperse under this attack. Siju Nan, with a furious roar, his figure flashed. A powerful force surged from within the attack, overwhelming him completely. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, recoiled, and vanished into the air within the Forbidden's formation. Wang Lin's body also trembled. Under the force of the attack, his bones felt as if they were shattering, and intense pain surged through him. He spat out another mouthful of blood, which landed on a cluster of flowers on the ground, as if he had touched a Forbidden's formation. In a flash of light, his figure slowly faded away. Just as his figure was about to vanish, a beam of starlight suddenly emerged from the swirling vortex formed by the collapse of the immortal burial pool, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Along the way, this beam of light broke through all the restrictions blocking its path, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Almost instantly, it reached him, and as Wang Lin stared in astonishment, it pierced through his storage bag, directly entering and merging into the golden crystal that the mysterious man in the main hall had given him. Qing Lin's clone. A final thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind before he vanished. As the starlight approached, he clearly saw that inside was Qing Lin's clone. The collapse of the immortal burial pool caused a violent tremor in this immortal emperor's cave dwelling. All those who had entered scattered, falling to different locations, and were transported to different places by the restrictions within. It was indeed fate. Just as Wang Lin's figure vanished, the scarred woman, enveloped in demonic energy, also fell under the force of the attack, not far from where Wang Lin disappeared. A Forbidden's formation within the cluster of flowers caused her to vanish without a trace, traveling to the place where Wang Lin had been transported. After a long while, the attack subsided, leaving behind a pile of ruins, with only the enormous pit emitting a chilling aura. The immortal burial pool shattered into countless fragments, dissipating within the Forbidden's formations as the attack continued. Complete silence reigned. After an unknown period, a figure emerged from the pit. This person had a large head and a small body. Fear was evident in their eyes as they came out. Behind them were Chen Daosanzi and all the others who had been sucked in earlier, except for the beautiful village girl, a female disciple, and elder son, who had lost the star's silver sculpture. Everyone else had emerged. They were all deep in thought, looking around, still filled with fear. No one noticed that in the distance, the star's silver eagle flashed and flew towards them. Its speed was so fast that the survivors of the disaster only felt their eyes blur. The star's silver eagle then leapt into the deep pit, flying straight down. Its eyes gleamed with a lively energy. It could clearly sense an aura deep within that place that was driving it mad in the vast, hazy starry sky. Besides the dazzling nebulae and endless meteorites, there were countless dust particles. These dust particles were usually very small. Some were visible to cultivators' divine senses, but many were imperceptible even to ordinary cultivators. In a corner of this starry sky, within a patch of dust invisible to the naked eye, there was a tiny spot, undetectable even by a shattered nirvana cultivator using their divine sense. This dust cloud is tiny, but within it lies a whole other world. The ancient land of the demon spirits, the celestial realm of immortal spirits, and the cave dwelling of the immortal Emperor Qinglin all exist within this place. Aside from the east sea not too far away, nothing can penetrate this dust cloud. At this moment, within this dust cloud, in the center of the immortal Emperor's cave dwelling, stands a grand hall. The entire hall is purple, exuding an aura of majesty from afar. 99 candlesticks form a formation on the ground, 64 of which have gone out. There are no people or objects in the hall, only thick dust. The remaining 35 candlesticks flicker with light, scattering their flames throughout the hall, creating a gloomy and somber atmosphere. At this moment, it was as if a wind from outside the main hall blew into the candlelit. As it blew, the flames immediately flickered violently, with 23 candlesticks shaking most intensely, as if struggling to continue burning. But this wind was also very cold, transforming into countless constantly flashing symbols, vaguely appearing and swirling within the wind. Finally, the 23 candles extinguished one by one. With each candle that went out, the main hall became a little dimmer, only wisps of smoke rising from the candlelight, forming a ghostly figure in midair, revealing a silent, maniacal smile. As the smoke dissipated and the 23 candles died out, deep within the main hall, in a place identical to the hall itself, a figure sat on a large chair, its body beginning to tremble violently, and a stream of black blood spurted from its mouth, shooting forward. Fresh blood flowed from his 7 orifices, a terrifying sight. The scene here was exactly the same as in the main hall, except there were no candles on the ground. Instead, in place of the candles was a large armchair, and a man shrouded in black mist, trembling violently, opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. If Wang Lin were to see this scene at this moment, he would immediately recognize this place as the one where he was disturbed and led to when he performed the netherworld guidance. This mysterious man was also the one who had given him the golden crystal. 23 candles have gone out, only 12 remain through Dao. Even in death you still want to harm me. Do you really hate me that much? The bitterness on this man's face was very deep, very profound. Your talisman clan entered from the outside world that year, wanting to form an alliance with my immortal realm. I allowed your talisman clan to open a realm, letting you establish your own heaven and earth there, but after your talisman clan entered, many immortals disappeared within my immortal realm. All signs point to the fact that these disappearances were caused by you, members of your talisman clan. I didn't believe it at first, but after I arrived in your talisman realm, I personally witnessed you taking immortal souls from my immortal realm to unlock your talisman clan's sacred talisman. How can I not fight you for doing such things? How can I, Qinglin, not be enraged? Otherwise, why would the immortal realm have experienced such a devastating war after I became immortal emperor? Otherwise, how could the immortal realm have suffered such a loss of vital energy? And how could it have been unable to resist during the subsequent catastrophe, leading to its collapse? Furthermore, the complete collapse of the immortal realm was part of your plan. The holy ancestor of the talisman clan, this is merely your clone. Your true identity in the outside world is the daughter of the Grand Elder. Your purpose in coming to my Wind Realm is not what you claimed before, but to destroy all the power of the Wind Realm. The pain on the man's face deepened, a glimmer of memory appearing in his dark eyes. You became my talisman concubine, forcing Huafei to become a flower spirit, only able to survive as a flower immortal, because she knew your secret. All of this happened after I suspected and witnessed it firsthand, when your secret was exposed. You not only showed no remorse but also forced me to go to the outside world and become a disciple of your Grand Elder Father. I am a dignified immortal emperor, the supreme being in the immortal realm. How could I commit such a betrayal? Within your eyes lies the primordial power, which you lent to me when you were with me, allowing it to begin to unfold. This primordial power is the ultimate force your father, the Grand Elder, used to destroy my immortal realm. If it were to dissipate, no one in the immortal realm would survive. Even countless mortals would be blown to pieces, turning the Wind Realm into a desolate wasteland. At that time, you would enter this place to search for the so-called Heavenly Gate. I took your eyes, you suffered, but I suffered even more. At that time, I couldn't bring myself to kill you, so I sealed you in the immortal burial pool, telling everyone that you were dead. You must know how much pain I felt. Dao, what right do you have to hate me? Even today, you didn't hesitate to destroy this clone, bewitching the people I brought here, and even attempting to use the power of destruction to extinguish my 23 spirit lamps. The man's face contorted in agony, and a dark aura immediately swirled within his body, instantly surging outwards and transforming into a demonic figure, seemingly intent on devouring everything. You have no right to hate me. The vicious Talisman clan is a future calamity for my Wind Realm. How could I let them live in peace, leaving behind a threat for the descendants of my Wind Realm? They may exist, but they will be slaves to my immortal realm for generations. I am letting them go, leaving behind a permanent memory for future generations, a memory of the intense killing intent of those who came from outside. The dark aura on the man's face deepened, converging on his forehead, seemingly about to break through. But just as this dark aura attacked, 12 points of light instantly appeared on the man's forehead, fiercely preventing it from penetrating. Do I still have enough time? The man sighed softly, slowly closing his eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were sharp as he looked ahead. Where he stood was a vast ocean, its boundaries invisible, only the constantly undulating waves visible. He stood on the surface of the sea, his expression thoughtful. After activating the forbidden spell within the flower cluster, he was immediately transported to this place, where the scene that greeted him was this vast, deep blue sea. Just as I was teleported here, I vaguely saw another person fall into the flower cluster not far from me. This person was enveloped in demonic energy, and I felt a very familiar sensation on that woman. Lost in thought, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He saw, at the far end of the sea, raging waves rushing towards him, like a wall rising from the water. The waves surged and rolled across the deep blue sea. Layer upon layer of waves merged together, forming a towering wall. From afar, it seemed as if a blue band was surging towards Wang Lin. Before the wave even reached him, its roar echoed, causing a buzzing in his ears. Standing before this wave, which could rival the might of heaven, he felt incredibly small. Wang Lin's gaze was serious as he stared at the wave ahead, his feet on the sea instantly retreating. His figure moved like flowing water, and as he retreated, he thought to himself, "The place I fell to was just a small cluster of flowers. Even with the activation of the Forbidden's formation, I couldn't possibly appear in such a vast ocean." Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the boundless wave before him, carrying its roar, accelerated, almost instantly sweeping towards him. The shockwave from the collapse of the immortal burial pool has injured my body, and even my primordial spirit has been shaken. I need to heal quickly. This vast sea is very strange. If it's part of a Forbidden's formation, there will surely be endless transformations to come as the waves continuously approached. Thick mist filled the air, appearing from afar like a spreading fog. The view through the waves was instantly shattered. The sea roared, surging upwards and higher as it approached Wang Lin, crashing down fiercely. At that very moment, a glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He lightly pushed off with his feet, and his entire body instantly merged into the seawater, like a 1,000-pound weight plunging downwards. As soon as his body disappeared, waves crashed down onto the surface of the sea above. Immediately, an invisible tremor spread through the water, and many large waves rose in all directions, the wall of waves sweeping across again. Wang Lin's body continuously sank, dodging each tremor in the water, ignoring the fierce waves on the surface, and flashing downwards towards the seabed. As he went, Wang Lin gradually frowned. This isn't the real sea. All along the way, I haven't seen a single living creature. Moreover, most importantly, Wang Lin stopped, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing forward. Immediately, a whirlpool appeared in front of him. This whirlpool was not large at first, but after appearing for only a few breaths, it instantly stretched out, spreading in all directions, and in an instant, it became 10 meters wide, pushing the seawater aside, revealing a 10-meter wide area without water, which from afar looked like a huge cluster of bubbles. Wang Lin was inside the bubble, his right hand gently reaching forward. Immediately, a fist-sized drop of seawater merged into the bubble's edge. As the bubble vibrated, the water flew through the bubble towards Wang Lin, landing in his right hand. Holding the drop of seawater, Wang Lin sniffed it, his eyes instantly flashing. As expected, this seawater has no smell. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin brought the drop of seawater to his mouth and licked it. It's not seawater. He fiercely swept his right hand across it, and the drop of seawater instantly shattered. Wang Lin looked up, his expression thoughtful, a light emanating from his eyes as he activated a Forbidden's technique. This is morning dew. When I first cultivated using the heaven-defying pearl, I was very familiar with morning dew. I couldn't possibly be wrong. This place is not the sea, but the world within a drop of dew on a flower or a leaf. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked around, his expression one of awe. What a powerful Forbidden's formation technique. Transforming a single drop of dew into a realm, it invisibly tires one out. After exploring the vast sea before him, Wang Lin's expression became even more serious. Forbidden's formation techniques primarily combine encirclement and attack, rarely focusing on causing fatigue. This is the cave dwelling of an immortal emperor. According to the words of the ancestor of the Talisman clan, their Dao, immortal Emperor Qinglin was a heartless individual. For someone like that, the Forbidden's formation here certainly wouldn't just tire them out. Lost in thought, Wang Lin glanced at his storage bag, clearly seeing the stream of starlight formed by Qinglin's clone flying towards him, merging into the colored crystal inside the bag. Judging by Third Dao's expression, those words weren't a pretense. The thing is, in this world, based on my experience of over 1,000 years, it's generally impossible to trust only one side's words. It's like black and white if you keep them separate. They are two completely different colors, with absolutely no resemblance. But if you put them together and let them blend, gray will appear. With Wang Lin's mindset, unless he sees it with his own eyes or analyzes it himself, he won't completely believe anything others say, even if he hears it. All of this is the result of his experience of over 1,000 years. If it were before he started cultivating immortality or when he was at the Hengyu sect, he might have believed it to be true. Whether it's real or fake, either way, I've gained some understanding of this Kinglin. The restrictions here absolutely cannot be lifted because of this. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he carefully controlled the bubbles surrounding his body, slowly sinking downwards. After a long time, he reached the seabed. The seabed was entirely gray, appearing hazy. Wang Lin sat cross-legged at the bottom of the sea, closing his eyes to heal his wounds. Although he was supposedly healing, his consciousness wasn't closed off. He scanned the surroundings within a radius of 10 meters, carefully observing all the unusual changes around him. Time passed slowly, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. On the 8th day, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and a fiery light flashed within them. He pondered for a moment, and in this silent seabed, Wang Lin recalled every scene from the moment he entered the Immortal Emperor's cave. Unexpectedly, the vermilion bird awakened, shattering the world within the vase. Wang Lin's memory suddenly stopped, focusing on the painting in Gu Yaobeilu's hand when he appeared. So that must be the Great Desert Lone Smoke painting from the mountain and river painting. The vermilion bird awakened at the wrong time. I didn't expect the vermilion bird's awakening and its vermilion bird cry to penetrate 99 realms, making everyone aware. Therefore, they all assumed I was from the 4 sacred sets. Looking at the expression of that void master, even without any clues, I always felt a sharp needle piercing my back. And that beautiful village girl, her cultivation is only at the pure nirvana stage. Even though her gaze towards me is well concealed, I can still sense something amiss. The same goes for that ethereal Kungsu woman. The journey inside this immortal emperor's cave must be undertaken with extra caution. The awakening of the vermilion bird could very well lead to fatal consequences. Wang Lin touched the vermilion bird mark on his body, his expression turning grim. Recalling the fortuitous encounter with Tower Mountain inside the immortal burial pool, Wang Lin's expression changed again. Tower Mountain, he was originally my immortal guard. What a pity, however. Meeting the ancestor of the Talisman clan was also a blessing for him. I just wonder where he is now, and whether he still remembers me. Sighing softly, thinking of Tower Mountain, Wang Lin naturally remembered the wisp of pure energy that Qi Liao had given him. His heart stirred, and Wang Lin raised his right hand. Immediately, a wisp of pure energy swirled above his right hand, condensing in his palm, forming a cluster of pure energy. This cluster of pure energy wasn't static, but constantly moving. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's divine consciousness suddenly separated and flew straight towards this cluster of pure energy, instantly merging into it. Wang Lin's expression subtly changed, gradually furrowing his brows as he examined the swirling green energy. His face alternated between surprised joy, thoughtful contemplation, and sometimes fascination. After a long while, Wang Lin's right hand flicked, and the green energy dissipated. Dry talisman. This is a type of symbol that only the Talisman clan can create. If an outsider were to create it, they would need the assistance of a Talisman clan member to finally unlock it. It's mainly divided into 4 types: wind, ice, escape, and release. Lost in thought, Wang Lin patted his storage bag and immediately took out a piece of yellow paper with very complex symbols drawn on it, which looked quite old. Wang Lin originally had 2 such talismans obtained from the Luotia star domain, but he had studied them for a long time without understanding their purpose. The only time he'd understood them was during a battle with the Yao family's Luo Yao clan members. After observing the swirling energy, Wang Lin was able to confirm that this talisman was indeed the dry talisman. Carefully glancing at the symbols on the yellow piece of paper, Wang Lin showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he bit his left index finger, letting out a drop of fresh blood and flicking it forward. His left hand quickly followed the incantation recorded within the swirling energy, touching the drops of blood to them. These drops of blood immediately stopped in midair, countless tiny bumps appearing on them. Finally, with a crackling sound, they transformed into a dark red cloud of energy, flying straight towards the talisman. This speed was extremely fast, almost instantly reaching the talisman and merging into it. Wang Lin stared intently at the talisman, the incantation he had just performed being similar to the one he had learned after examining the dry talisman. After a moment, the talisman suddenly moved slightly, and a black vortex of wind appeared on its surface. The speed of this whirlwind was incredibly fast. Upon its appearance, it instantly caused the surrounding seawater around Wang Lin to change. Within the whirlwind, a bird resembling an eagle vaguely materialized. This bird was entirely black, its eyes flashing with electric light. After appearing within the whirlwind and sweeping across, it vanished into thin air. This is a type of escape talisman opened by the Talisman clan. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, patted his storage bag, and immediately a large sword flew out. This sword was taken from one of the 99 killing domains. Although more than 10 had been broken, Wang Lin still had many more in his storage bag. Holding the dry talisman, Wang Lin immediately placed his hand on the sword without hesitation, his right hand forming a strange incantation, pointing forward. Immediately, the sword vibrated completely and a whirlwind unexpectedly arose above it, vanishing in a short time. The speed of disappearance was incredibly fast. Even Wang Lin felt dizzy. The figure of the great sword had just vanished, only to reappear 10 meters away. While 10 meters wasn't enough to discern the maximum speed, it offered some clues. Such incredible speed! Wang Lin took a deep breath, staring intently at the great sword 10 meters away. The swirling wind above had disappeared, and the symbols drawn on the talisman had faded slightly. This speed is something I could hardly achieve even with my full power. It's comparable to the speed of the shattered nirvana. If combined with the shrinking ground into inches technique, Wang Lin's eyes showed a mixture of fear and joy. In the Immortal Emperor's cave, when the immortal pool collapsed, everyone was struck by the shockwave, scattering and falling to different places, activating the forbidden spell that caused their figures to disappear. At this moment, in the place where the spell was activated, it was a dense forest, with towering trees so large that several people couldn't encircle them. Looking around, the sky was covered by endless foliage, with only a few streaks of sunlight piercing through the leaves, resembling pillars of light. The ground was covered with decaying leaves, and stepping on them would cause one to sink deep. The stench of decay mingled with the rotting bones of ferocious beasts. A single breath would immediately cause nausea. The deeper into the forest, the denser the foliage became, and the sunlight became increasingly sparse, seemingly unable to penetrate and reach the ground. Therefore, a damp, gloomy atmosphere enveloped the area. Deep within the forest, amidst the decaying leaves, sat a figure cross-legged. This person's body resembled a tower, half red, with a blood-red symbol occasionally flashing above their forehead. Numerous corpses of ferocious beasts lay around them, their bodies still stained with fresh blood, filling the air with a pungent smell. The strange thing was that the fur on the foreheads of the beasts surrounding this man had been almost completely stripped away, revealing oozing flesh and blood. These stripped pieces of skin rested on the man's legs, emitting a strong, eerie glow. After an unknown period of time, the man slowly opened his eyes, and two piercing gazes immediately shot out. His expression was calm as he gazed into the distance, and after a long while he murmured to himself, "The sacred talisman power of my ancestors. Though I haven't fully absorbed it, I've gained a great deal of understanding of this dry talisman technique. It's just that in my memory, I can't recall the image of the previous owner." The man pondered, sighed softly, and closed his eyes again. Deep within the ocean, Wang Lin withdrew the sunlight from his great sword. He pointed, and the great sword returned to his hand. He removed the dry talisman and placed it in his storage bag. With this dry talisman, if I encounter danger, I have another method of self-preservation. This dry talisman is truly miraculous. After leaving the demon spirit land, I must definitely make some, but according to the records within that Dallas temple, the best material for crafting the dry talisman is the skin on the forehead of a ferocious beast. The more ferocious the beast, the more suitable the skin on its forehead is. Even the power of the dry talisman is greatly related to this material. When taking the skin, one must also perform several divine techniques, concentrating the beast's soul and blood essence in its forehead before taking the skin. Wang Lin took a deep breath in contemplation, then patted his storage bag. A golden light flashed from within, and the golden crystal appeared in his palm. Staring at the crystal, Wang Lin's expression was solemn. If there was one thing in this immortal emperor's cave that he hadn't yet understood, it was this golden crystal. He could even sense a terrifying vibration emanating from it, and he didn't dare to casually use his divine consciousness to examine it. If the mysterious person in the main hall is truly Qinglin, what is his purpose in giving me this? Wang Lin gazed at the golden crystal, lost in thought. He clearly remembered that the starlight transformed from Qinglin's clone had merged into the crystal, but now, no matter what, he couldn't find any clues. It seemed that Qinglin's clone had disappeared, and that what Wang Lin saw before being transported here was merely an illusion. After staring at the object for a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He didn't choose to risk using his divine consciousness to examine it, but instead suppressed this thought and put the crystal back into his storage bag. He vaguely had a strange feeling that if his divine consciousness were to penetrate it, something unpredictable would happen, and it would definitely not be beneficial to him. This feeling was very vague, simply a hazy intuition gained from over 1,000 years of cultivation. Now it's time to leave this place. Wang Lin stood up, taking a step like a soaring dragon straight upwards, the bubbles surrounding his body moving accordingly. From above, the sea was a deep blue, but beneath the surface lay a vast, dark abyss. However, this posed no obstacle for Wang Lin. As the bubbles rose, the seawater parted to the sides, allowing the bubbles to ascend directly to the surface. Along the way, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a driving light, but just as he was about to fly above the surface, his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he pushed his hands outwards. Immediately, the bubbles around him shattered with a loud bang, and a powerful shockwave surged outwards. Under Wang Lin's control, it powerfully shot upwards. Simultaneously, as this shockwave erupted, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Under this explosion, even the seawater was affected. Wang Lin immediately felt the seawater around his body being violently pressed down by a powerful force. His expression was icy cold. He didn't rush out from within the seawater, but instead, with a flash, moved away from the area of pressure, raising his head and looking up into the sky from afar, his gaze piercing through the water. Before him, the entire sky was filled with dense demonic energy. This demonic energy raged like a demonic dragon. At the center of this mass of demonic energy stood a person, their entire body enveloped in demonic energy, their features completely indistinct, but it was vaguely discernible that it was a woman. Just now, when Wang Lin approached the surface of the sea, he immediately sensed a surge of divine power attacking from the sea, targeting him, which is why Wang Lin was able to break through the bubbles. Wang Lin, come out here! A voice filled with hatred echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the sea to roar and surge in all directions. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Lin, submerged in the water, was startled. Yao Zixu. He couldn't clearly see her form, but the familiar feeling and the incredibly familiar voice immediately recognized her identity. A wry smile appeared on his face as Wang Lin sighed inwardly. His feud with Yao Zixu was truly complicated. Back then, Yao Zixu had used Wang Lin and plotted to harm him. She was at fault. Wang Lin, not one to be easily swayed, naturally wouldn't let it go. However, his cultivation at the time was wary of the blood soul elixir and the blood ancestor, which is why he had sealed her with the forbidden technique. Although he was an enemy of the blood ancestor, Wang Lin held him in great respect. All of this man's actions were for the sake of this woman. Wang Lin wondered if someone were to harm Wang Ping, he would do the same as the blood ancestor, only he would choose to consider the entire process beforehand. But the blood ancestor obviously didn't know the truth, and at that time, he didn't take Wang Lin seriously, even harboring murderous intent. He didn't need to know the details of the incident. He only needed to know who had kidnapped his woman. If Wang Lin's cultivation level had been the same as it is now, the blood ancestor certainly wouldn't have been so arrogant and would have chosen a different way to resolve the matter. After all, Wang Lin at that time didn't have the qualifications to be valued by the blood ancestor, and he even looked down on him. Even if he knew the truth and knew that the woman was in the wrong, he would still choose to use his powerful cultivation to forcibly resolve everything, killing Wang Lin to vent his anger. Wang Lin had considered returning Yao Zixu to the blood ancestor, and also thought about taking responsibility for the seal that had lasted for hundreds of years. As long as the blood ancestor's demands weren't unreasonable, he could fulfill them. After all, he was truly insignificant back then. However, the blood ancestor didn't give Wang Lin a chance to explain, and ultimately, things ended this way. Every time he remembered this, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. Throughout his life, he was clear about gratitude and resentment, and he held the blood ancestor in high regard. So when he took her soul, he had promised to give him and Yao Zixu a chance to meet again. Entering this demon spirit land, Wang Lin knew he might encounter Yao Zixu. However, this rampaging demoness was so different from the Yao Zixu in his memory that he could only recognize her now. But at this moment, Wang Lin looked at Yao Zixu floating in the air above the sea, and couldn't help but sigh. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yao Zixu's voice kept echoing in his ears. Wang Lin, come out, the events of that year. Today we must settle this matter. After saying this, Yao Zixu clasped her hands together, and demonic energy surged. Immediately, countless demonic dragons roared in unison in the sky, plunging straight down into the sea. Amidst the resounding roar, the sea surface instantly erupted like a whirlwind, with towering waves. Boundless waves rolled violently, spreading in all directions as the demonic dragons relentlessly descended. It was as if a huge hole had been gouged into the sea. Wang Lin, inwardly sighing, flashed his body like a lightning bolt, breaking through the sea and soaring into the air. The moment Wang Lin appeared, Yao Zixu's eyes, amidst the demonic energy, revealed intense hatred, and her entire body's demonic energy instantly intensified. But the woman's body emerged from the swirling demonic energy, revealing a scarred face to Wang Lin, no longer the beautiful woman she once was. Her skin was covered in gruesome scars, each one horrifying to behold. Wang Lin glanced at her, a bitter expression on his face. He vaguely saw the beautiful, icy figure who had first appeared before him years ago, but he couldn't overshadow the woman standing before him now. Regarding what happened back then, who can say for sure what was right and wrong? All I know is that your father's soul is now within my immortal seal, and because of revenge, he became like this. Was I wrong? Wang Lin's life's deeds were not shameful to heaven and earth, but at this moment, a complex mix of emotions arose within him. Wang Lin, you sealed me, Yao Zixu, for hundreds of years. Although I deeply resent you for this, I have come to terms with it. After all, I plotted against you first, and I can tolerate that. But my father died because of you. The revenge for my father's murder is irreconcilable. I cannot kill you, but someone else can. Yao Zixu glared intensely at Wang Lin, gnashing her teeth. This slight complication wasn't entirely caused by this incident. In fact, during his more than 300 years of cultivation, as his cultivation level steadily increased and his understanding of heaven and earth deepened, and as he gained experience and reflection, Wang Lin gradually recalled over 1,300 years of killing. It was simply Yao Zixu's presence here that caused those 1,000 years of killing to explode. Just like the day Wang Lin drank with Sichuan, he didn't dare think about whether his 1,000 years of cultivation were worthwhile. But the price he paid for cultivation was having his hands stained with blood. Over 1,300 years, the number of people who died at his hands was truly immense. Even Wang Lin himself couldn't remember exactly how many people. Killing people was not something to be happy about. For Wang Lin, over 1,000 years of killing had left him utterly exhausted. But in this cruel cultivation world, if you don't kill, if you don't resist, your life will be lost. Between killing and being killed, no one can hesitate, nor can they hesitate. It's either life or death. Usually, you can only choose once. You treated me like that, but why did you lay a hand on my father? Wang Lin, do you and Yao Zixu have such deep-seated hatred for each other? In this cultivation world, plotting against each other is commonplace. Yao Zixu, was in the wrong first, but do I deserve to die? Yao Zixu stared intently at Wang Lin, the hatred in her eyes like a fire that could burn the heavens and earth, her voice filled with a desolate sorrow. Wang Lin pondered, gazing towards the horizon, his eyes revealing a gloomy expression. You sealed me away for hundreds of years, and during those hundreds of years, your despicable methods have kept my mind from finding peace. I won't dwell on all of that. After all, I was in the wrong first. But you shouldn't have killed my father. In Yao Zixu's eyes, besides the boundless hatred, there were also clear tears. Wang Lin sighed softly. Years of cultivation had hardened his heart, but he was still a human being, not a demon. He had his own principles, his own way of doing things. If others don't bother me, I won't bother them. Yao Zixu had plotted against Wang Lin, so this woman, he had to kill. Because of the taboo surrounding this girl's father and the blood soul elixir, he had to endure it. When this father appeared, he had to resist for survival. If blood essence didn't die, then Wang Lin himself would perish. There was no choice. From Wang Lin's perspective, that was the right thing to do. But Yao Zixu, being sealed away for hundreds of years, also admitted that the price she paid for plotting against Wang Lin back then was the consequences. According to her, although she hated him, she understood that they no longer owed each other anything. The only problem was that her father had died, and facing the person who had killed him, how could she possibly explain morality or analyze right and wrong? She couldn't do that. As a daughter, regardless of morality or not, she had to seek revenge. From Yao Zixu's perspective, her actions weren't wrong. All of this is cause and effect. Yesterday was the cause. Today is the effect. Step by step. Neither she nor I could control it if she hadn't plotted against me first. If I hadn't feared the blood ancestor, then there wouldn't have been that cause. This cause, once born, will not wither away, but will gradually expand. For hundreds of years, I have been stubborn. Just like with a fabricated lie, the price I pay is more and more fabricated lies. Back then, I didn't understand this cause and effect, nor did I know that I had become a part of it. Later, when the blood ancestor came to hunt me down, I thought it was the result of the cause from that year. However, it seems now that the blood ancestor wasn't the cause, but also the effect. The real effect wasn't the blood ancestor, nor was it Yao Zixu's words at this moment, but my own dull heart. A glimmer of understanding appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. My understanding of cause and effect has always been unable to fully achieve perfection. Progress is very slow, and there are so many things I need to understand. It seems I can't truly feel what cause and effect is that year. I vaguely realized that to achieve perfection, one must completely unravel all the causes and effects within oneself. Now it seems that my realization back then was only a part of it. The clarity in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. Yao Zixu glared at Wang Lin with hatred. The more Wang Lin pondered, the deeper her hatred and resentment grew. After a mournful laugh, Yao Zixu clasped her hands together, and without hesitation, fiercely pointed her finger at her forehead. Wang Lin, today you and I must end this matter. I, Yao Zixu, will not hesitate to sacrifice my soul. I will not hesitate to give up my body, all for the sake of avenging my father. The resentment and hatred in Yao Zixu's expression transformed into endless tears, making her look ferocious. As soon as the mark in her hands pressed against her forehead, the light in her eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by a mass of icy, demonic flames. Demon Venerable, I, Yao Zixu, am willing to abandon my last shred of consciousness, completely offering my body, but you must promise me, you will kill him. Yao Zixu's piercing voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. As soon as this voice rang out, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from her body. Under that demonic aura, her entire appearance instantly changed drastically. The fingernails on both hands immediately lengthened, revealing a sharp, cold gleam. Her hair also grew rapidly down to her feet, entirely a deep crimson. Especially the ferocious scars on her face, which now seemed to come alive, suddenly connected in a bizarre way, forming a complex symbol. An extremely cold demonic aura erupted from her body, spreading violently into the air. In an instant, more than half of the sky and earth were almost completely enveloped by this demonic aura. This aura was full of icy coldness. As soon as it spread, the sea below immediately crackled. More than half of the ocean unexpectedly turned into ice. The seawater on the surface froze rapidly, the speed visible to the naked eye, forming a continuous band. Even the waves that had just risen were instantly frozen, looking like ice sculptures. Even the distant seawall was now frozen, a terrifying sight from afar. It will be as you wish. A chilling sound emanated from Yao Zixu's mouth, like a sudden gust of cold wind sweeping across the heavens and earth, sacrificing her own body and soul, completely transforming into one of the 9 ancient demon spirits parasitic within her body. This was the price Yao Zixu had to pay to kill Wang Lin and avenge herself. Inside Yao Zixu's body, controlling it was no longer her, but one of the 9 ancient demon spirits, Feng Yao. Ancient demons take many forms. They were once divided into 9 parts, each with its own independent consciousness. One of them wanted to reunite, but had no intention of merging with the others, preferring to remain independent and unbound. Over the past few hundred years, Beiluo had continuously devoured 7 demons, his cultivation recovering to 8 parts of its original level. The remaining 2 parts resided within Feng Yao. Feng Yao's method of choosing was different from the other ancient demon souls. Feng Yao, unwilling to solidify, spared no expense in choosing a different path. After numerous failed attempts at fusion with others, he finally chose Yao Zixu, using her hatred as his obsession to successfully merge. This fusion was almost insane. It wasn't a possession, but rather a first transfer of inherited memories to Yao Zixu. After allowing her to retain his memories, he took a huge risk, causing his demonic body to shatter, transforming into mindless demonic energy. This was tantamount to abandoning his own ancient demon identity, equivalent to death. He paid the price with death, leaving Beiluo no chance to devour him. Even Beiluo couldn't foresee this. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Feng Yao had already shattered. Although Yao Zixu possessed the inherited memories of Feng Yao, she couldn't fully unlock them, only absorbing a portion of the demonic energy. After hundreds of years of absorption, the demonic energy in her body had obviously accumulated to a certain level. If she never chose to fully awaken the inherited memories, Feng Yao would never awaken. In fact, this was Feng Yao's gamble, betting that Yao Zixu, in her desire for revenge, would choose to give up everything for immense power. Moreover, even if he lost the gamble, it wouldn't matter. After Yao Zixu continuously absorbed the demonic energy, reaching a certain level, it would automatically attack the inherited memories, unlocking them completely. This method, in reality, doesn't mean Feng Yao is still alive. Feng Yao has truly shattered and died, only his memories remain. As for Yao Tixu, she was merely a vessel for this memory. Once the entire memory was unlocked, all of Yao Tixu's own memories would be devoured, leaving nothing behind. The vessel's body contained a soul, and its only remaining memory was that of Feng Yao when she was alive. Thus, she would become the new Feng Yao. Faced with this phenomenon, even Beiluo didn't know what to do. The demon spirit he desired had shattered, abandoning her noble ancient demon status and becoming a demon cultivator, no longer an ancient demon. At this moment, Feng Yao's memories, under Yao Tixu's vengeful obsession, were completely unlocked. Yao Tixu's memories were rapidly devoured, leaving only her hatred for Wang Lin. Even though Feng Yao had absorbed these memories, she couldn't erase this hatred. A demonic shadow flickered and Feng Yao's eyes gleamed with cold light as she stared intently at Wang Lin. The matter between you and Yao Tixu, I won't interfere. She unlocked my memories, and I've devoured everything about her. Consider it me doing you a favor. Feng Yao licked his lips, his figure slowly retreating. As he retreated, the frozen sea surface instantly melted, and streaks of cold air quickly rose and merged into Feng Yao's body. At this moment, he was extremely cautious. The cultivator before him seemed incredibly dangerous, especially the aura emanating from the other party, which made it almost impossible for him to breathe. His earlier promise to Yao Tixu was merely a trick to make her abandon everything. Even the promise he made earlier was just a final reassurance to prevent Yao Tixu from resisting his devouring. After all this is over, Feng Yao will not risk fighting against a cultivator who he finds terrifying for the sake of someone who is no longer of any value. If the person Yao Zixu wanted to kill was too weak, he could easily eliminate them, but the person before him now made him extremely wary. Moreover, his current cultivation level was much weaker than before, so he couldn't risk it rashly. This place is one of the forbidden formations in the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. If we unleash this entire formation, it will be very troublesome for both of us. Besides, you and I don't have any long-standing enmity, so I'll take my leave. After saying this, Feng Yao continuously retreated. Wang Lin, deep in thought, slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Feng Yao as he retreated. The vague outline still resembled Yao Zixu's, but it gave Wang Lin a feeling of being a completely different person, though the soul was still Yao Zixu's. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and Wang Lin stepped forward. As soon as his body advanced, Feng Yao, who had been observing Wang Lin's every move, immediately had his pupils contract and retreated sharply without hesitation. His name was Feng Yao, and his speed was absolutely extraordinary. Although he was only a demon cultivator, his speed was unimaginably fast. While retreating, he almost instantly disappeared from sight. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. The ancient god Great Cauldron outside his body suddenly flashed. His right hand pointed forward, and with a slight movement of his mind, an endless radiance flashed in front of him. Feng Yao had already fled far away, but the radiance flashed around his body, and in a moment of terror, his entire body was forcibly pulled closer to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body didn't stop, moving like flowing clouds and water. As Feng Yao approached, his right index finger touched Feng Yao's forehead. With a loud crash, the demon lord's body instantly fell backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes revealing intense cold light. My Tao is cause and effect. To achieve the ultimate understanding of cause and effect, one must not only shed all self-delusions but also completely integrate into it. Wang Lin seemed to be talking to himself. Advancing forward, heading straight towards the demon lord let out a loud cry, retreating backward with both hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, a dense demonic aura surged in all directions, and the already melting sea surface once again turned into a sea of ice with a cracking sound. After a wave of the demon lord's hand, tens of thousands of miles of sea surface shattered with a thunderous roar, countless ice blocks flying up, carrying cries of anguish. Heading straight towards Wang Lin. Little cultivator, I originally didn't want to kill you, but you don't know what's good for you. The demon lord's voice echoed, and countless ice blocks, like sharp blades, instantly closed in on Wang Lin. Looking up, the entire sky and earth were almost completely covered by endless blocks of ice, all roaring towards Wang Lin, seemingly wanting to freeze and shatter him. As these ice blocks approached, Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently waved it forward. Immediately, a sea of fire erupted in front of him. Initially small, the sea of fire exploded, spreading outwards from Wang Lin in all directions. In a short time, the entire sky turned crimson, completely engulfed by the sea of fire. The rapidly approaching ice blocks melted into water upon impact, but then instantly transformed into a cloud of white gas rising into the air. Almost instantly, a white mist enveloped the sky and earth beyond the sea of fire. Feng Yao's pupils contracted, and he gasped for breath. He had always held Wang Lin in high regard, but at this moment, he realized his assessment was still lacking. The person before him was not only terrifying, but utterly fearsome. Even at the peak of his power, he wouldn't dare claim complete victory, let alone now, after his rebirth. His cultivation level was only equivalent to the late stage of the Nirvana realm. Yao Zixu's matter is the final hurdle for my Tao of Karma to achieve great success. For hundreds of years, I haven't realized it, and I've obviously become deeply entrenched, becoming a part of karma. Only by completely merging with karma can I comprehend the realm I need, just like hell. Without entering it, who can understand the desires? The clarity in Wang Lin's eyes deepened as he stepped forward, his entire body enveloped in a sea of flames. As he advanced, the sea of flames intensified, sweeping across the sky, radiating intense heat, heading straight towards Feng Yao. Feng Yao's mind was shaken. Gritting his teeth, without hesitation, he raised his right hand and pointed it into the air, softly shouting, "Wind rule." As soon as he spoke, a howling demonic wind instantly swept across the heavens and earth, swirling around Feng Yao's body, and with a loud bang, it transformed into countless smaller gusts of wind. These gusts, following Feng Yao's pointing hand, immediately flew straight towards Wang Lin. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, completely enveloped by the demonic winds. Even the vast sea instantly roared, its waves surging and violently churning. Countless cracks appeared in the air, as if it were about to collapse within these endless demonic winds. The demonic winds, like sharp blades, swept across. Even the sea of fire dimmed, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. However, these gusts of wind couldn't make Wang Lin retreat even a single step. He slowly advanced, step by step, ignoring the wind. Now my body has entered the realm of karma, breaking through everything. The Tao of Karma has just reached its peak, and my Tao heart is ready to break through. Wang Lin clenched his right hand, and as soon as the word break was uttered, he fiercely threw a punch forward. A loud bang resounded, and under Wang Lin's punch, the illusory image of the ancient god suddenly materialized. The illusory image of the ancient god, with its head reaching the sky and its feet treading on the vast ocean, also wielded its right fist to attack Wang Lin. Ancient god! Feng Yao gasped. He had felt a familiar yet terrifying aura emanating from Wang Lin, but too much time had passed, causing him to forget many things. But now, upon seeing this illusory image, his memories from that year awakened. I didn't expect you to be the ancient god. Feng Yao's scalp tingled, and without a word, he retreated swiftly, almost transforming into a gust of wind, fleeing frantically at an extremely fast speed. All my previous actions, according to this law of cause and effect, were not wrong. The reason why the law of cause and effect has not yet been fully achieved is because my Dao heart, after more than 1,000 years of killing, has developed a crack, like a demonic heart. Wang Lin's punch, amidst a thunderous roar, immediately collided with the demonic wind, instantly creating a deafening sound. Under this punch, the demonic wind in front was torn apart, swirling and sweeping in all directions. Wang Lin stared at the spot where Feng Yao had disappeared in the distance, his expression showing no worrying. He potted his storage bag and immediately a dry talisman appeared, which Wang Lin took and affixed to himself. As soon as the dry talisman was affixed, a black wind suddenly roared out from Wang Lin's body, forming a heaven-shattering vortex that filled the sky and earth. As this swirling vortex appeared, even the sea beneath Wang Lin's feet seemed to be drawn in, creating boundless whirlpools. Within the whirlpool surrounding Wang Lin's body, a deafening roar, capable of shattering the world, instantly erupted. Amidst this roar, a black-bodied vulture emerged from the black wind. Its wings suddenly extended. Its body, originally only a few meters long, expanded dramatically, reaching tens of thousands of meters in an instant. This colossal body could cover the sky. With the earth-shattering roar, Wang Lin took a step forward, immediately feeling the immense power of the wind. The wind rushing towards him felt like two city walls crashing against his face. Under Wang Lin's ancient god body, obstacles like city walls crumbled. The speed was unimaginable. After just one step, Wang Lin seemed to have separated from heaven and earth, using a method other than the shrinking ground into inches technique to directly move forward. Feng Yao frantically fled with all his might, and to prevent the opponent from using any more bizarre divine abilities like before, he rapidly widened the distance between himself and his opponent. He spared no expense in expending the demonic energy in his body, channeling it all to form a protective shield. The surging demonic energy transformed into a massive demonic image above his body. Feng Yao was very confident in his speed, but just as he thought he had escaped his opponent's grasp, he immediately heard a colossal tearing sound like thunder coming from behind. Turning around, Feng Yao was instantly terrified. Behind him, Wang Lin, with unimaginable speed, instantly rushed forward. As Wang Lin approached, the whirlwind that had previously appeared on the sea below also arrived, its ferocious speed instantly causing the vast sea below to roar with earth-shattering sounds, as if all the seawater was being swept up. The result of this is the method of breaking through my Dao heart, and the end of your true role has made me understand karma. Karma? What the hell is that? I don't understand it at all. You're so stubborn, I'll risk my life to kill you. There was no longer any intention of fleeing in Feng Yao's voice. The speed he was so confident in was completely child's play in front of his opponent. How could he escape? The hatred that could not be eradicated from Yao Shizu's swallowed memories, suppressed during the pursuit, could not erupt. This hatred permeated Feng Yao's mind, instantly making the scars on his face more ferocious, and the symbols formed by the interconnected scars flash with green light. Ancient demon artifact, wine god transformation demon banner. Feng Yao roared, raising both hands into the air. His entire body's demonic energy surged from the raging storm outside, rapidly condensing in his hands. Endless demonic energy raged, enveloping the heavens and earth in a chilling aura. Everything around him seemed to freeze, and howling winds howled mournfully. Above Feng Yao, within the continuously condensing demonic energy, flashes of green lightning appeared. As the energy continued to condense, 3 small green flags materialized from within. As soon as these 3 small green flags appeared, the weather instantly changed drastically. The sea below seemed to be shattered by a strange force, unexpectedly erupting in all directions amidst a deafening roar. Above the 3 small green flags, countless illusions suddenly appeared. Among these figures were an ancient god and 2 ancient demons with horns on their heads. Even more terrifying was that after these 3 small flags appeared, not only did the vast sea undergo a dramatic transformation, but even the world itself seemed to be in turmoil. As the sea surface surged wildly, all the restrictions in the area were activated and broken. The opening of the restrictions immediately caused the vast sea below to shake violently, and unexpectedly, they quickly coalesced, instantly creating countless waterless fissures across the entire surface. These fissures intertwined, making the waves even more intense. What was truly astonishing was that as the vast sea condensed, if viewed from above, one could be horrified to discover that this endless sea, as the water contracted, formed a human figure. The white figure, formed from the condensed seawater, was in a deep sleep, its mouth moving as if showing signs of awakening. Feng Yao's face was ferocious. He paid no attention to the changing sea. Instead, his right hand formed a hand seal, and strange sounds emanated from his mouth. These sounds were the language of an ancient tribe, but while they carried a sense of sorrow and majesty from Gu Shen's mouth, those emanating from Feng Yao, though also sorrowful, also possessed a profound and eerie quality. Feng Yao pointed his right hand forward, and immediately 3 small flags in front of him rotated and swirled around him. From the small green flags, a thick green mist billowed, and within the mist, a gigantic, illusory figure materialized. This illusory figure was thousands of feet tall, its head touching the sky and its feet firmly planted on the earth as it appeared, seemingly unable to contain its body. On the forehead of this colossal figure, 6 points of light were constantly rotating. On either side of this illusory figure of the ancient god, beneath the swirling green mist, 2 smaller, extremely ferocious figures materialized. These 2 figures were only 100 feet tall, but as soon as they appeared, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted, seemingly trying to break free from the constraints of the green mist. In the left eyes of these 2 demonic figures, 6 points of light continuously rotated. Upon seeing these 3 figures, Wang Lin's pupils contracted sharply. Feng Yao, standing before the 3 illusory figures, clasped his hands together and immediately glared at Wang Lin, softly shouting, "Regardless of whether you are an ancient god or not, today, I will make you one of the main sacred artifacts of my ancient demon tribe." Feng Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent, his right hand pointed forward, and immediately the 3 illusory figures behind him looked up to the sky and began to roar. The 6-star ancient god took a step forward, clenched his fist, and unleashed a massive punch with a thunderous roar towards Wang Lin. The 2 illusory ancient demon figures then flashed, their left and right sides carrying a bloodthirsty demonic aura, charging straight towards Wang Lin, seemingly wanting to devour him. In the ancient demon tribe, Beiluo, though not of royal lineage, was no ordinary demon. This wine god-locking demon banner was a gift from the ancient demon royal family. Although not a sacred artifact of the royal family, it possessed immense power. When Beiluo was at his peak, possessing the true wine god-locking demon banner, once unleashed, 49 small banners would instantly fill the heavens and earth. Those who were sealed by these banners were not all killed by him, but rather were the previous owners of the wine god-locking demon banner. Beiluo was merely the 7th owner of this ancient demon artifact. It is rumored that the first owner of this artifact possessed heaven-shattering power, capable of directly confronting the descendants of the ancient gods in this world. It is extremely rare to find a 4th-generation ancient demon. In ancient times, a tribe cultivated against the laws of heaven and later split into 3 tribes: ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils, existing side by side. The first generation of ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils still retained a large amount of the ancient tribe's blood and inheritance. Later, as they multiplied to the 2nd generation, the blood in the bodies of the 2nd generation of ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils was not as abundant as that of the 1st generation, but it was still considerable. However, as time passed, the bloodline and inheritance of these 3 tribes gradually diminished in subsequent generations, eventually leaving only a faint trace. The so-called royal family was the part that retained the most bloodline of the ancient tribes, and also the direct descendants of the 1st generation of the 3 tribes. Beiluo, to be precise, was the 79th ancient demon, but his magical artifact also had a very ancient origin. However, now that Feng Yao had abandoned his ancient demon identity, his demonic body had long since disintegrated and died, and he could no longer wield the true magical artifact. At this moment, these 3 small flags were merely created by him using his entire body's demonic energy, somewhat similar to the method Wang Lin used to summon the god-slaying spear. At this moment, following Feng Yao's right hand pointing forward, the ancient god and ancient demon materialized from the 3 small banners and charged straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. With a single glance, he saw the clue within. Without hesitation, he grabbed the void with his right hand, and immediately a huge crack appeared in front of him with a loud bang. It seemed as if a massive fissure had appeared in the sky, with arc-shaped lightning bolts rapidly flashing back and forth along its edges, accompanied by resounding thunder. At the same time, As Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the void, an earth-shattering pressure immediately emanated from within the crack in the air. This pressure was so powerful that it instantly caused Feng Yao's face to change drastically. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and a black light flashed out from the crack, landing in Wang Lin's hand. This was the God-slaying spear, the sacred artifact of the ancient God royal family. Feng Yao, having regained his memories, saw the God-slaying spear and his pupils contracted. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror. You are a member of the ancient God royal family. Wang Lin, holding the God-slaying spear in his right hand, swung it horizontally forward. The six-star ancient god who was approaching immediately trembled, his eyes fixed on the spear. His previously dull eyes instantly regained their vitality. He was merely an ordinary six-star ancient god, even inferior to Bei Luo. Seeing his clan's sacred artifact, he immediately trembled and stopped. If the true form of the wine god locking demon banner had appeared, he wouldn't have reacted like this. But now, this artifact, manifested from Feng Yao's transformation, was far less powerful than its original form, making the sealed gods and demons within even weaker. Feng Yao secretly lamented his misfortune, secretly cursing Yao Shizu for provoking such a terrifying person. If he had known earlier that the person Yao Zixu was teasing was Wang Lin, he absolutely wouldn't have chosen her for fusion. Damn it, in Yao Zixu's memory, this person was clearly incredibly weak back then, easily killed with a single finger. How could he possibly be an ancient god, and moreover, a member of the ancient god royal family? Feng Yao knew very well that among the three clans, members of the royal family were extremely rare, almost extinct, and very difficult to find. Even Bei Luo had only met a member of the ancient demon royal family by chance. In fact, with Feng Yao's divine abilities and cultivation, if he hadn't encountered Wang Lin, even if Sichuan had come, Feng Yao could have relied on his unparalleled speed and various techniques to withstand him. However, facing Wang Lin, almost all of his techniques were countered. Speed was useless, divine abilities were useless, and even his magic weapons, though illusory, were clearly no match for Wang Lin's royal sacred artifacts. At this moment, the god-slaying spear in Wang Lin's hand swept forward, instantly changing the color of the heavens and earth, the entire world seemingly shaking violently. The god-slaying spear roared and charged straight towards the two trembling ancient demons. These two ancient demons were also illusory, lacking the true power of the wine god-locking demon banner. They might have put up a fight against ordinary cultivators, but facing the god-slaying spear, the sacred artifact of the ancient god royal family, they were completely unqualified. The god-slaying spear roared closer with unimaginable speed, instantly piercing through the body of one of the ancient demons. As the ancient demon trembled, countless demonic energies channeled through its body by the god-slaying spear seemed to be swept away. In an instant, the ancient demon's body vanished into thin air. Feng Yao's pupils contracted. Facing this life-or-death situation, he didn't hesitate to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His right hand swiftly drew a strange symbol, pointing forward as he shouted, "Flag annihilation." 3 small green flags materialized from the void, spinning violently. Following Feng Yao's command, they collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into an boundless attack. Like a colossal green dragon sweeping across, charging straight towards the god-slaying spear. As the flags collapsed, the remaining ancient god and ancient demon also disintegrated with a loud bang, merging into the dragon's body, making the green dragon even more ferocious. The god-slaying spear and the green dragon collided at incredible speed. The moment they collided, a massive sphere, hundreds of meters in diameter, instantly appeared between the two artifacts. Inside this sphere were 2 streams of energy, one black and one green, constantly clashing and struggling within. Circular halos of light continuously flickered around the sphere, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds. A terrifyingly destructive pressure immediately permeated the surroundings. This was a battle between 2 artifacts of the ancient god and ancient demon races. One was the god-slaying spear of the ancient god royal family, transformed. The other was an artifact of the first 4 generations of ancient demons. Neither was entirely their true form, both had materialized from illusion, and now they were vying for supremacy. Inside the sphere, a raging, arrogant black energy surged, seemingly blocking all the power in its path. Under this onslaught, the green energy struggled relentlessly, but ultimately could not change its fate. The green energy continuously retreated until finally the entire sphere was filled with black energy. At that very moment, the sphere shattered with a deafening roar. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, its thunderous sound capable of dispersing clouds and tearing through the heavens, reverberating endlessly and unexpectedly causing the sea beneath their feet to surge. Under the impact of this explosion, the green giant dragon crumbled and completely vanished. The god-slaying spear charged forward, heading straight for Feng Yao. Feng Yao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His artifact was destroyed. Even though he had conjured it from nothingness, it was still connected to demonic energy. Now severely wounded, and seeing the god-slaying spear approaching, Feng Yao's face turned pale as he quickly retreated. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold as he immediately pursued. I had no involvement in your affairs with Yao Zixu, yet you keep talking about karma. But what kind of karma am I, Feng Yao? Feng Yao roared angrily. You were originally outside of karma, yet you tried to enter it. If you choose to leave Yao Zixu's body now, I can let you go. Damn it. I'm just a fragment of memory. How can I leave? Feng Yao gritted his teeth, secretly regretting that he shouldn't have merged with Yao Zixu. Although he didn't understand karma, he vaguely sensed that once his fusion entered someone, he couldn't escape. The god-slaying spear roared closer, almost catching up to Feng Yao. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but at this moment, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed, and without hesitation, his body instantly flashed and he rushed out. Beneath the surface of the sea, a hand formed from seawater swiftly moved from Wang Lin's previous position, seizing the approaching god-slaying spear of the wine demon. With a fierce slap, the god-slaying spear instantly dispersed into a dense black light. The restrictions within the flower cluster inside the Immortal Emperor's cave were completely broken under the relentless attacks of Wang Lin and Feng Yao. The giant hand formed from seawater seized the god-slaying spear and immediately dragged it downwards. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he softly shouted, "Explode!" As soon as he spoke, the black light on the god-slaying spear instantly magnified immensely. Like a black sun, even the hand grasping the spear was illuminated black. Just as this black light reached its peak, a deafening explosion echoed through the heavens and earth. A destructive force swept out in all directions, and the hand formed from seawater crumbled, even turning into air and instantly dissipating. But Wang Lin's expression not only didn't relax, but instead became even more focused. Even Feng Yao, far away, changed his expression, staring intently at the sea. Growl! A low, furious roar erupted from beneath the sea. This earth-shattering roar transforming into a resounding sound that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The rumbling explosions unable to drown out the roar. At the same time, the sea surface churned violently, suddenly rising continuously. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The sight before him made him gasp. The seawater didn't fly into the air, but instead condensed in front of him, forming a human figure that slowly sat up. This was a giant, so enormous that it was indescribable. As soon as it sat up, it seemed capable of shattering the air. Its entire body was made of seawater, and after it sat up, the very deep seabed was revealed on the surface of the sea. The vast sea was gone, leaving only this giant formed from seawater. The giant of the sea. Its features were sharp and indistinct, but its two enormous ears, reaching down to its shoulders, were unlike those of a cultivator. It coldly stared at Wang Lin and the tiny Feng Yao in the air, slowly raising its right hand, conjuring a massive wave that lunged towards Wang Lin. Before the wave even reached him, a deafening roar erupted, like a raging storm. Wang Lin immediately retreated, dodging the approaching hand. It's merely a restriction formed from morning mist. I, Wang, am not even worthy of your attention. Two flames suddenly blazed in Wang Lin's eyes, and the vermilion birthmark on his body emitted a crimson light. Just as the giant's hands rose to grab, Wang Lin's palms suddenly extended, and a sea of fire erupted from his body. As soon as this sea of fire appeared, it surged wildly in all directions, driven by the primal energy within Wang Lin's body. With a deafening roar, it instantly filled the air. This scene was incredibly terrifying as sea of fire engulfed the sky, and beneath it was a giant of the sea. Just as the giant's hands reached out, Wang Lin, within the sea of fire, let out a low roar. Immediately, the flames in the air merged with Wang Lin's will descending from the sky and plunging straight down towards the giant. The sea of fire, like a rain of fire, approached the giant, its intense heat filling the heavens and earth even before it reached him. Feng Yao, watching from afar, took a deep breath, his gaze towards Wang Lin becoming even more wary. Almost instantly, the sea of fire from all directions converged around the giant's body. Immediately, a large mass of steam rose high, transforming into a dense white mist that spread outwards in a circular pattern. The giant roared again, and with that roar, the seawater that had formed his entire body seemed to instantly disperse in a frenzied roar, surging towards the sky. The scene was as if the seawater wanted to swallow the sky. From afar, it didn't seem like a battle with Wang Lin, but rather a battle between heaven and sea. Endless seawater surged out, heading straight towards the sea of fire in the air. In a short time, it transformed into a massive wave, like a wall connecting heaven and earth, sweeping outwards, forming a circle from all sides and converging frantically towards the center. A deafening roar echoed. As the colossal wall of water continuously contracted, the sea of fire almost completely extinguished, leaving only a small remnant. The wall of water then contracted to within 100 feet of Wang Lin's body, and all the sea of fire that came into contact with it collapsed. Just as he was retracting his attack, less than 100 feet away from Wang Lin, in an instant, a face appeared within the wall of water connecting heaven and earth. This face was that of a giant formed from seawater, immediately roaring, opening its mouth wide, and lunging straight at Wang Lin to devour him. The flames in Wang Lin's eyes blazed fiercely, and a vermilion birthmark on his skin beneath his clothes emitted a crimson light. As soon as Wang Lin's thoughts stirred, a vermilion bird cry suddenly erupted from his body. This cry was melodious, and as soon as it appeared, Wang Lin's entire body seemed to be engulfed in flames. A fiery red vermilion bird instantly shot out from his body, spreading its wings above him. In an instant, an unimaginable sea of fire suddenly appeared. Just as the giant opened its mouth wide to swallow, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Vermilion bird sacred fire." As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the vermilion bird above Wang Lin immediately flapped its wings, unleashing an endless sea of fire that surged outwards, spreading wildly in all directions. This flare was boundless and limitless, its end invisible. As it spread outwards, the giant, which was opening its mouth to devour Wang Lin, let out a mournful scream and hastily retreated. Even the constantly shrinking water wall less than 100 feet away instantly disintegrated under the attack of this sea of fire, turning into a large cloud of mist that rose into the air, continuously retreating. The speed of retreat was countless times faster than the speed of its attack, but the vermilion bird's sacred fire relentlessly pursued it, penetrating to the bone. A moment later, the entire wall of water dissipated, hastily condensing downwards, once again transforming into the giant. However, this giant had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer 1,000 feet tall, clearly no longer seated, but standing. As soon as the giant reappeared, the vermilion bird's sacred fire roared towards him, enveloping him completely. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he pointed his right hand forward. Immediately, the vermilion bird let out another cry, transforming into a crimson flame, like a shooting star hurtling towards the giant. In a short time, it pierced through the surrounding flames, directly melting the seawater and entering the giant's body. A mournful roar continuously emanated from the giant's mouth. From afar, the giant's entire body was engulfed in flames. Even inside, after the vermilion bird entered, a sea of fire erupted. Both inside and out, the giant was consumed by raging flames. It thrashed about, seemingly struggling, but couldn't withstand the intense heat. Its entire body, composed of seawater, continuously evaporated, a massive cloud of steam erupting from within, engulfing the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Feng Yao's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, he truly realized the vast difference between himself and Wang Lin, his spirits sinking. Yet, a malevolent glint flashed in his eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness to accept defeat. The giant continued to be consumed, shrinking in size, but amidst the constantly dissipating steam, just as its body was about to completely vanish, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The seawater, consumed by the raging flames, contracted, finally condensing into a single drop. Unexpectedly, it broke through the sea of fire, piercing through and hurtling towards Wang Lin. The vermilion bird's cry rang out again, its flames surging, chasing closely behind the droplet of water. The droplet's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching Wang Lin clearly a final counterattack. Wang Lin remained calm, showing no sign of panic. A green light flashed in his right eye, and as the droplet approached, a green light shield instantly appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, the green light shield was struck by a tremendous force, pushed back several inches, but remained undamaged, blocking the droplet's attack. At the same time, the vermilion bird drew closer, unleashing a sea of flames that enveloped the droplet. An unimaginable heat surged through, causing the droplet to struggle even more intensely, finally disappearing completely amidst a final roar. In the midst of heaven and earth, the lingering echoes of the giant's roar vanished along with the droplet. The entire world seemed to collapse, with deafening explosions. At this moment, the air seemed to be torn apart, and even the seabed completely disintegrated. This collapse occurred in just a few moments. The sky shattered into countless fragments and vanished. The ground also crumbled, revealing a verdant green. The entire sea world was like a dewdrop on a leaf of a flower in the cave. The dewdrop disappeared, and Wang Lin felt dizzy. When he could see clearly again, it had reappeared in the flower that had vanished before. In the instant the sea world collapsed, Feng Yao unleashed his maximum speed, directly rushing out and appearing inside the cave. His goal was to quickly infiltrate another forbidden formation to escape. However, just as he rushed out, Wang Lin's figure instantly materialized in front of him. Terrified, Feng Yao was about to retreat when a cold, icy voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Stop!" Feng Yao's body froze, though he recovered only for a moment, but that brief moment was enough for Wang Lin to use. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at a scar on Feng Yao's face. With a swoosh, the scar instantly vanished, revealing fair skin. "Yao Shizu, I will not kill you, but save you, thus ending our karmic debt. I will let you see your father again. From now on, we will be separated by vast distances, never to meet again." Wang Lin's right hand did not stop. Each time he pointed at Feng Yao, a scar that had been so shocking instantly retracted, transforming into a blur of motion at an incredibly fast speed. When the effect of the body-fixing technique wore off, a new body-fixing technique was immediately cast upon Feng Yao. Feng Yao's eyes showed fear. He had clearly guessed what Wang Lin intended to do. As Wang Lin's right hand continued to descend, the countless scars on Feng Yao's body gradually diminished. Eventually, not a single scar remained, and Feng Yao's beautiful appearance from years ago was restored. His skin was as white as jade, seemingly incredibly smooth, translucent, and exuded an alluring charm. Wang Lin vaguely saw Yao Shizu from the demon spirit land of yesteryear. Wang Lin pointed one last finger at Feng Yao's forehead. After this single finger, Feng Yao's entire body suddenly began to tremble. He remembered their first battle. The other party, relying on his bizarre teleportation ability, could have severely injured him during the teleportation, but instead, he pointed at his forehead. In that perilous moment, he didn't have time to think much. Now, as Wang Lin pointed at his forehead again, Feng Yao vaguely understood. The first finger strike was to create a loophole in the merging of memories between you and Yao Shizu, giving us a chance to rescue you, Wang Lin muttered to himself. As he pointed the final finger at Feng Yao's forehead, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Feng Yao felt a chill run down his spine. If you truly helped avenge Yao Shizu because of your promise, then within this karmic cycle, you wouldn't be considered a part of it, but rather a component. If that were the case, I wouldn't interfere, but you didn't. You deceived Yao Shizu, I don't care, but because you destroyed the transformation of my life and death, reincarnation, and karmic intent. The only thing that could have been integrated into the karmic transformation. Furthermore, your inheritance was merely a fragment of memory. In reality, you died long ago. Although you are now called a demon, you are still Yao Zixu. You are not dead. If anything, it is only a memory. The strange look in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. He slowly opened his mouth and suddenly, fiercely sucked at Feng Yao. One of the immortal techniques passed down by Qing Shui, an extremely domineering devouring technique, was unleashed by Wang Lin for the first time. What he devoured was the demonic energy within Yao Zixu's body. Upon being sucked in by Wang Lin, the fear in Feng Yao's eyes reached its peak. He immediately felt the demonic energy in his body surging out, completely absorbed into the mouth of the cultivator before him. The demonic energy from Feng Yao's body overflowed, continuously entering Wang Lin's mouth. In the final moment, the memories within Yao Zixu's soul, deep within Fan Yao, were also sucked into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. You shouldn't leave your memories inside Yao Zixu's soul. We have no enmity between us. I will choose another vessel for you. The fear in Yao Zixu's eyes gradually dissipated, her body trembling, her eyes revealing a dazed expression. She was extremely weak at this moment. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately retreated a few steps, the dazed look in her eyes intensifying. Yao Zixu stared at Wang Lin in astonishment, her mind blank. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember, as if she had no memory at all. The fear stemming from her amnesia was immediately evident on her face. The helplessness and fear in her eyes were clearly visible to Wang Lin. Your name is Yao Zixu. I am an old friend of yours. Yao Zixu whispered softly, her eyes still dazed, her gaze wary as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, opening his mouth, and immediately a dark light materialized. This scene astonished Yao Zixu, who recoiled in shock, her gaze towards Wang Lin no longer one of wariness, but of fear. She had lost all memory, like a mortal witnessing an immortal performing a spell for the first time. The 18 layers of hell of the immortal seal appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then pointed his right hand to the 14th layer. Within the 14th layer, there was only one soul. This soul was shrouded in a blood mist, and occasionally a figure emerged from within, radiating overwhelming hatred. It was the blood ancestor. Following Wang Lin's pointing hand, a red light flashed rapidly on the 14th level of the immortal seal, as if blood-red light filled the entire cave, illuminating the flowers on the ground, turning them all red. As the blood-red light spread, a cloud of red mist immediately diffused from the 14th level of the immortal seal. Inside the red mist, the blood ancestor, his face filled with bloodlust, stared at Wang Lin, but immediately noticed Yao Zixu's presence. He slowly turned, looking at Yao Zixu, his ferocious expression vanishing in surprise, replaced by a gentle one. Yao Zixu, not far away, turned pale, astonished by the scene before her. Blood ancestor, I promised you that you would see your daughter again. Now, I have fulfilled that promise. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the red mist enveloping Blood Ancestor's body instantly dissipated, releasing the restrictions on Blood Ancestor. Blood Ancestor's soul, shimmering in the red light, gradually condensed, finally transforming into a human form. Looking at his daughter before him, his eyes were filled with emotion. The matter from the year is now over. Yao Zixu plotted against me, and was then sealed away for hundreds of years. Blood Ancestor, you wanted to kill me, leading to this outcome. I consider myself to have acted justly. Yao Zixu lost her memory and became a puppet of the wine demon for revenge. I saved her this time, and I'm no longer holding a grudge about what happened before. From now on, you two father and son have no further connection with me, Wang Lin. This karmic debt has ended. If you continue to cause trouble, do not blame me for resorting to ruthless measures, causing your souls to be scattered and preventing you from ever being reborn. Wang Lin's voice, though calm, betrayed a chilling coldness. He flicked his sleeve and turned, walking away into the distance. The 14th level of the immortal seal, Blood Ancestor, you don't need to return. I grant you freedom. You can be with your daughter for the rest of your life. This is the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling in the Demon Spirit Land. You can find a place to wait until it's fully opened before leaving. Yao Zixu's gaze fell upon Wang Lin, her expression bewildered. She didn't understand anything, and even in her daze, she didn't want to think about it. It seemed a voice constantly echoed in her mind, telling her that the past was over, like the wind of yesterday and the earth of today. When the wind blows, dust returns to dust. This voice Yao Zixu heard seemed to be the last word she heard before losing her memory. Blood Ancestor turned his head to look at Wang Lin, who was gradually walking away into the distance, his expression complex. After the restrictions were lifted, his consciousness had completely recovered. Although he was still in a soul form, with his cultivation level from back then, he could still cultivate again. The sight of Wang Lin walking away faded from his eyes, and the deep hatred of the past was gone. Blood Ancestor understood that killing his daughter would be effortless for Wang Lin, but now the other party hadn't done so. Instead, he had set him free and resurrected his daughter. With a sigh, hatred was no longer important. What mattered was his daughter's safety. Although she had lost her memory, perhaps this was a good thing for her. Having gone through this ordeal, Blood Ancestor felt his heart had grown old. His only remaining thought being to ensure his daughter's safety, he let everything else go. Blood Ancestor looked kindly at Yao Zixu, lowering his voice. "Daughter, come with me." Yao Zixu had lost her memory, but she had a blood-related trust in Blood Ancestor. Lost in thought, she walked to his side, and the two gradually began to walk. "Father, is what he said true?" "True or false doesn't matter. From now on, we will have no further contact with him. Don't even think about it. He is not someone I can trifle with." While speaking, Blood Ancestor turned his head and glanced into the distance. He couldn't understand Wang Lin. This person is no longer the junior I once disregarded. Over the past few hundred years, he had clearly matured to such a level. Wang Lin calmly and slowly walked forward. The way he handled Yao Zixu's matter contained inherent cause and effect. Perhaps from another perspective, it was somewhat inexplicable, but as long as he believed it was the right thing to do, then the cause and effect would be as it was. Step by step, Wang Lin gradually moved further away, and boundless aura slowly condensing within his body. The further he went, the stronger this aura became, eventually almost reaching the heavens. Under this boundless aura, Wang Lin's eyes shone even brighter. His current stage of Dao Heart, after resolving Yao Zixu's matter and transcending this cause and effect, had reached perfection. As soon as his Dao Heart reached perfection, Wang Lin clearly felt that his cultivation, which he hadn't advanced in a long time, was like a melting glacier, showing signs of a breakthrough. In the distance, Yao Zixu and her father, the Blood Ancestor, disappeared inside a Forbidden's formation, waiting for the day the cave would open. Looking around, she saw that besides Wang Lin, there was no one else inside the cave. On the ground lay the ruins formed by the collapse of the immortal burial pool. Not far away, the deep pit left by the pool no longer emitted any trace of cold air. After glancing around, Wang Lin's gaze settled on the front. This place was merely the outskirts of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling, not yet close to the interior. From here, looking into the distance, he could vaguely see a complex of buildings and pavilions. These buildings surrounded each other, forming an irregular pattern. At the far end, Wang Lin could vaguely see a thick black mist enveloping the depths of these buildings. Within the mist, a grand hall was faintly visible. Wang Lin pondered, his eyes flashing. He potted his storage bag and immediately took out a jade slip. This jade slip was made of immortal jade and emitted a gentle light. This jade slip was something Wang Lin had obtained earlier in the Demon Spirit Land. It contained the method for refining immortal guards and the incantation for the body-fixing technique. Wang Lin remembered that he had examined it carefully after obtaining it, and there was also a map inside. However, back then, he found the map somewhat unfamiliar and hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, as he looked around the cave, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, and thus remembered the map in the jade slip. He took out the jade slip, entered it with his divine consciousness, and his expression immediately changed. The map depicted the cave before him. Wang Lin carefully examined the map, memorizing all the descriptions within. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't act rashly, but instead took a few steps back to the deep pit left by the immortal burial pool on the ground and glanced down. The pit was pitch black, impenetrable even to the eye. This place isn't bad. Wang Lin took a step forward, instantly leaping into the deep pit. However, his body didn't fall at a rapid pace. After descending more than 10 meters, Wang Lin patted his storage bag with his right hand, and several large swords immediately flew out, swiftly sweeping towards the cliff face inside the pit. A shower of debris flew, and after a moment, a cave entrance appeared on the cliff face. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he slipped inside the cave entrance, sitting cross-legged. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, setting up a protective barrier on the cave entrance for a while before calming down and patting his storage bag again. Immediately, a silver light flew out, transforming into a beautiful and alluring woman. This woman glanced at Wang Lin, but without speaking, walked to the side of the cave entrance, sat cross-legged, and guarded it. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, assessing the silver-robed female corpse. After absorbing the poison from Huai earlier, he felt that this female corpse seemed slightly different. But what kind of difference? Wang Lin couldn't quite pinpoint. His divine consciousness swept over her, and he saw that the seals and control he had left earlier were completely undamaged. Not only that, but most of the hidden restrictions were also intact. Only then did he feel relieved, closing his eyes and beginning to meditate. Now my cultivation is flowing smoothly. This is a driving force for my cultivation to improve. Thus, within this extremely dangerous Immortal Emperor's cave, I have a much better chance of preserving my life. As soon as he closed his eyes, the primal energy within Wang Lin's body suddenly surged, circulating throughout his entire being. A fiery aura emanated from him, lingering a meter away without dissipating. His understanding of the situation with Yao Shizu had broken through, and now, as the primal energy circulated, Wang Lin's cultivation, which had been stagnant at the peak of the mid-stage Nirvana realm, gradually began to improve significantly. Time passed slowly, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wang Lin remained motionless, his primal energy constantly circulating. The speed of the energy circulation increased steadily, eventually forming a continuous, seemingly endless stream. Throughout these 3 days, the silver-robed female corpse silently guarded Wang Lin. However, her gaze occasionally lingered on him for a long time, a look of fascination in her eyes. But this mesmerized expression usually only appeared for a fleeting moment before being immediately concealed. On the 4th day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he potted his storage bag and immediately took out several primordial spirits of those he had killed, swallowing them without hesitation. There wasn't enough heaven and earth elemental power here. Only by doing this could he break through. While Wang Lin was raising his cultivation and breaking through to the mid-stage Nirvana realm, something happened in the distant starry sky, far from the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling, that shocked everyone in the Cultivation Alliance. In the glittering yet dark starry sky, a deep crimson flame filled the distance, as if a sea of fire was burning, threatening to reduce the starry sky to nothingness. The crimson flame gradually approached, becoming brighter and more dazzling as it drew closer. From afar, an endless sea of fire swept across the edge of the starry sky, its speed incredibly fast, almost unimaginable. In front of that sea of fire, there was an enormous vermilion bird, its wings spread out to hundreds of miles, proudly soaring through the starry sky. This vermilion bird was entirely made of fire. Even before approaching, an unimaginable heat permeated the starry sky. A vermilion bird of this caliber could shake the minds of all cultivators. Along its path, any cultivator who saw it would have their pupils violently contract, quickly making way, none daring to approach. A few powerful cultivators with some knowledge, upon seeing this colossal vermilion bird, immediately had an ancient name flash through their minds: the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. The Vermilion Bird Secret Sect seems to have become a legend. The 4 words have completely faded from the minds of cultivators today. The name of the 4 sacred sects has long since faded, their former glory becoming a memory that seems to have gradually vanished into thin air with the passage of time. Only a few powerful cultivators still retain a sense of reverence for the 4 sacred sects, along with a deep-seated fear. The 4 sacred sects of yesteryear were even more powerful and mysterious than the current Cultivation Alliance. Even the Kungsu realm within the Kungsu star domain of the past held the 4 sacred sects in great awe. This led to the Cultivation Alliance joining forces and employing various schemes to weaken the 4 sacred sects to an unprecedented degree. The most powerful Azure Dragon Saint Emperor disappeared, and the most feared Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor was revealed to have suffered a 3rd-degree decline in his cultivation, causing the 4 saint sects to face unprecedented danger in a short period of time. Despite this, the 4 saint sects still possessed formidable strength to confront the Cultivation Alliance and were not afraid of the Kungsu realm, as the Kungsu realm, for various reasons, could only provide covert assistance. Moreover, even if they did intervene, with the 4 saint sects' strength and the awakened ancient 4 saint artifacts, they could still put up a fight. However, at the crucial moment in the battle between the 4 saint sects and the Cultivation Alliance, a major event occurred that terrified the entire sect. It was this event that ultimately led to the 4 saint sect's downfall. The Holy Emperor of the Xuanwu Holy Sect, along with his 3 great disciples and the vast majority of his clansmen, simultaneously rebelled. Not only that, but they launched a surprise attack on the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor. Although ultimately unsuccessful, this caused the 3rd heavenly human, which had been suppressed by the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor, to erupt. This was completely unbelievable for the 4 holy sects, which inherited their lineage by blood. The rebellion of the Xuanwu Holy Emperor and the majority of his clansmen resulted in an unimaginable reversal in this fierce battle. The power of the ancient for holy artifacts, already diminished by the loss of the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, was further reduced by the Xuanwu Holy Emperor's betrayal. To this day, no one understands why the Xuanwu Holy Emperor, one of the Holy Emperors, betrayed the four holy sects. The circumstances surrounding this event remain inexplicable. The rebellion of the Xuanwu Holy Emperor boosted the power of the Cultivation Alliance, and in the chaotic battles that raged across the entire star domain, the starry sky seemed to be filled with a sea of blood and countless corpses. The Cultivation Alliance still underestimated the might of the four sacred sects. After the Black Tortoise's rebellion, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor, disregarding the failure of the third stage of heavenly cultivation, unleashed a sky-shattering inferno that engulfed the entire star domain, transforming into 10 clones and launching a furious counterattack against the Cultivation Alliance. The tragedy of this battle still sends shivers down the spines of the surviving cultivators whenever they recall it. In the end, the four sacred sects were defeated. The Kungsu realm broke its agreement not to participate in the Kungsu Star Domain civil war many years ago, and after joining the battle, they intended to completely eradicate the already defeated four sacred sects. But even they underestimated the four sacred sects. 8 of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor's 10 clones were destroyed, and his main body nearly collapsed, leaving only a single thought. The Azure Dragon Sacred Sect suffered heavy casualties, with only 1 or 2 out of 10 remaining. The remnants of the Black Tortoise Sacred Sect were also almost scattered. The White Tiger Holy Emperor continuously killed many key elders of the Alliance, and also killed countless people from Kungsu, before finally dying in battle. But even in death, his corpse did not crumble, but stood there, blocking the Alliance's army. His overwhelming killing intent struck fear into the hearts of countless, who, even after his death, dared not advance. This brutal battle finally ended, a mutually destructive outcome. The four holy sects declined, but the Alliance's strength also suffered a great loss. Even the Kungsu realm stopped their slaughter. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but if they continued, even if they truly won, the price the Alliance and Kungsu realm would pay would be unbearable. After all, the four holy sects still possessed the legendary ancient for holy artifacts capable of creating heaven and earth. If excessive pressure were to provoke the four sacred sects into a rage, they could completely sacrifice their entire clan, perishing together. Afterward, the four sacred sects went into hiding, disappearing for countless years. Although they did reappear, they only occupied a few small cultivation planets, seemingly integrated into the Star Alliance, such as the Vermilion Bird Star. But now, the appearance of the enormous Vermilion Bird, hundreds of miles in size, in the starry sky seemed to send a clear signal. The four sacred sects would reappear in the star domain. Along the Vermilion Bird's path, even meteorites were reduced to dust, terrifying the cultivators of the Star Alliance and sparking all sorts of speculation. Luotia also immediately received a great deal of information regarding the Vermilion Bird's appearance. After reading the message on the jade slip, Yanlazi burst into laughter. The Luotia side, which had already ceased fighting, once again launched a large-scale offensive, using the northern part of the Alliance Star Domain as its base, sweeping forward. Numerous Luotia cultivators continuously emerged from Luotia, leaving no cultivators in the entire Luotia Star Domain, concentrating the entire Star Domain's power to attack the Alliance. Wang Lin was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he sat cross-legged inside the cave, his eyes closed, breathing deeply, occasionally taking out a primordial spirit to devour. Fortunately, he had a considerable number of primordial spirits in his storage bag, enough for him to devour. The elemental power in his body circulated faster, and a powerful aura continuously surged from within, filling the surroundings like a whirlwind. The cave entrance wasn't large, and under this whirlwind, countless fragments appeared, large rocks shattering and falling with a cracking sound. Wang Lin was completely unaware of all this, clearly immersed in the crucial moment of his cultivation breakthrough. Before the rubble could even fall on him, a silver light flashed, and the silver-robed woman's corpse shattered it all with a raised hand. Endless primal energy surged from the devoured primordial spirits, continuously merging into his own, accumulating frantically within him. If Wang Lin hadn't awakened the Vermilion Bird, and the primal energy in his body didn't contain fire, he might have already broken through. But now, the primal energy in Wang Lin's body contained fire, so the devoured primal energy had to be transformed and refined within his primordial spirit. Although it was somewhat troublesome, once successful, Wang Lin's strength would increase exponentially. As a large amount of primal energy was transformed, the power of the fire contained within flowed throughout Wang Lin's body, radiating intense heat. Inside the cave, the crumbling walls glowed crimson, as if they were in a volcano that had been dormant for countless years, harboring extremely high temperatures. Even the silver-robed woman frowned slightly, but did not move a single step. As the aura emanating from Wang Lin intensified, the whirlwind of elemental energy grew stronger. A rumbling sound began to rise inside the cave, and large-scale collapses started. The spot where Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged had already cracked wide, and as the collapse raged, his body sank beneath. The swirling whirlwind around him whipped up countless fragments of rock, attacking outwards. Thus, the whirlwind surrounding Wang Lin's body resembled a rotating drill, expanding and spreading, continuously sinking downwards. The silver-robed woman's figure flashed, transforming into a streak of silver light that followed closely behind Wang Lin. The intensely hot aura struck her, causing her pale complexion to unexpectedly turn rosy, yet her eyes didn't blink once, remaining fixed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body continued to sink, and amidst the rumbling sound, he opened his eyes wide to flames erupting from within. The moment he opened his eyes, the whirlwind surrounding his body reached its peak with a deafening roar, sweeping wildly in all directions. Amidst the collapsing debris, a powerful aura of the late Nirvana stage emerged from the whirlwind. This overwhelming power felt as if it held the entire universe in its grasp, a divine ability capable of destroying heaven and earth. The moment he opened his eyes, the world before Wang Lin appeared as if formed from interconnected curves. This was the rule in his eyes. In the second stage of cultivation, what Kainet sees are rules. The deeper the cultivation, the more rules one sees. If one can see a certain amount of rules in heaven and earth, one can reach the great perfection of Kainet. Breakthrough. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Even the late stage of Kainet wasn't enough to satisfy him. The enhancement of his realm of understanding gave him an unexpected feeling of mastery, as if with enough primal energy, he could directly break through to the great perfection of the late stage of Kainet. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Without time to examine himself, he immediately took out all the remaining primordial spirits from his storage bag and swallowed them in one gulp. Immediately, his cultivation, which had already reached the late stage of Kainet, instantly increased wildly once again, fueled by the continuous transformation of primal energy containing the fire within. The primal energy within his body was constantly being transformed within his primordial spirit, and gradually the heat emanating from Wang Lin's body grew stronger and stronger. The vermilion bird mark then emerged from his body, transforming into a vermilion bird circling above Wang Lin. The vermilion bird's cries rang out clearly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he frowned while sitting cross-legged, still lacking something. In silence, Wang Lin's body flicked, and a clone immediately emerged from within his body, transforming into two Wang Lins. The main body sat cross-legged, no longer fused with the clone, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent instantly spread in all directions. The clone's expression was calm. As soon as it separated from the main body, it stepped out of the cave, appearing in midair within the deep pit. As soon as it appeared, the vermilion bird followed, circling above Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The primal energy circulating within his body had reached its peak. A flame suddenly blazed in his left eye, and a lightning ball quickly appeared within the blue light in his right eye. The primordial spirit within his body flew out from his forehead, and with a roar, the roar of the ancient thunder dragon, wielding its power to manipulate lightning in the heavens and earth, suddenly echoed within the abyss. In an instant, everything in the heavens and earth, in Wang Lin's eyes, underwent earth-shattering transformations. In a short time, the entire abyss inside the Immortal Emperor's cave suddenly lit up. A raging fire blazed in Wang Lin's left eye, and lightning flashed in his right. In that instant, the world before Wang Lin's eyes was completely different from before. The abyss before him slowly became semi-transparent, and then unexpectedly disappeared, revealing to Wang Lin black curves. These curves intertwined, filling the space between heaven and earth. The abyss was clearly formed from these curves. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Lin, floating in midair, was stunned. He slowly turned his head, looking in other directions. As his gaze shifted, the walls of the abyss beside him also instantly vanished, transforming into countless interwoven curves. Looking at these chaotic curves, a sudden surge of excitement rose in Wang Lin's heart. He raised his right hand and lunged towards them. But at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within these curves, dispelling the power of Wang Lin's attack and sending a tremendous counterforce crashing towards his right hand. With a thud, Wang Lin staggered back several steps before stopping. His face showed no sign of weariness. Instead, it revealed a look of understanding. He took a deep breath, leapt out of the deep pit, and looked around. He saw that the buildings surrounding the cave had completely changed in his eyes. These buildings and flower beds, upon his gaze, disintegrated, transforming into interwoven curves of various colors. The entire world seems to have undergone a tremendous transformation at this moment. No wonder the Beiluo group could move freely between the 99 realms inside that bottle. Surely, if Situ Nan wanted to, he could do it too, and even Fu Fengzi could break through a realm within the bottle. If I were to enter the world inside the bottle again now, although I couldn't travel through all 99 realms, I could certainly break through some of them. Those old monsters who have reached the pure nirvana realm can perceive the rules, and because their cultivation has reached pure nirvana, they have initially grasped the power of the rules, and can obviously freely travel through the realms. Previously, I tried to seize the curve, but was attacked by a powerful force. This was because my cultivation hadn't reached pure nirvana and I hadn't grasped these rules. Wang Lin looked around, a look of understanding appearing in his eyes. Even the invisible restrictions were clearly visible to Wang Lin, revealing everything without missing a single detail. As Wang Lin saw all of this, his expression subtly changed. The heaven-defying pearl within his mind unexpectedly began to circulate on its own, and a fist-sized vortex gradually appeared on his forehead. The heaven-defying pearl slowly emerged from the vortex, hovering in front of Wang Lin. Ripples appeared around the heaven-defying pearl, as if it didn't belong here, didn't fit in, and seemed to repel something. In an instant, Wang Lin's entire mind merged with the heaven-defying pearl. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, his vision blurred, and a powerful force seemed to sweep his mind away, shattering all the obstacles within the cave, directly propelling him upwards. At this moment, a brilliant rainbow suddenly shot out from the center of the demon spirit land, soaring straight into the sky. Wang Lin looked at the sky, the azure sky, and his eyes instantly transformed into countless long, interwoven blue curves. He saw white clouds, the ground, the trees on the ground, the countless inhabitants of the demon spirit land, and the rivers and mountains on the surface. Surrounded by the strange power within the heaven-defying pearl, Wang Lin's consciousness spread infinitely, merging with the heavens and earth, perceiving all the rules. All the rules appeared before his eyes. Those brilliant colored curves were a manifestation of those rules. As he continuously observed, Wang Lin seemed to transform into a gust of wind sweeping across the demon spirit land, once again ascending upwards. Carried by the strange power emanating from the heaven-defying pearl, soaring straight into the sky. A voice echoed in his mind, and under the power of the heaven-defying pearl, it directly shattered the demon spirit land that countless cultivators, even the likes of Tianzi, couldn't forcibly open. It seemed that nothing in this world could hinder heaven-defying, nothing dared to obstruct it even a single step. Before Wang Lin's eyes was a pitch-black starry sky. This starry sky was filled with countless dust particles, and in the distance, brilliant nebulae shone. At this moment, Wang Lin was immersed in a state of enlightenment, gazing at the starry sky, seemingly sensing the rules contained within it. The twinkling stars in the distance, the moving meteorites, the various dust clouds all appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. Rules, the entire heaven and earth, everything has rules. With his mind immersed in the starry sky, Wang Lin continuously gained understanding. His mind, while gaining understanding, also continuously grew, expanding outwards. This expansion speed far surpassed the overflow of divine consciousness. Its scope was far beyond what divine consciousness could match. It was as if Wang Lin had once again stood before the great gate of the heaven-defying realm, taking half a step inside, and his entire being within that strange world seemed to vanish into nothingness. At this moment, Wang Lin in the starry sky once again experienced a feeling of enlightenment. However, what he gained this time was the essence of rules. His mind overflowed, spreading infinitely, and in an instant, Wang Lin's mind within the starry sky swept across every cultivation planet. At this moment, his heart was incredibly calm, still immersed in a state of enlightenment, and he was very vague about his current state. With each sweep of a cultivation planet, Wang Lin clearly perceived all living beings on it, whether mortals or cultivators, even plants and animals. Countless rules in heaven and earth transformed into curves, and as soon as Wang Lin's consciousness swept across them, he saw them all. On those cultivation planets, up until now, not a single cultivator had noticed Wang Lin's consciousness overflowing, not even those who had reached the nirvana or pure nirvana stages. After all, at this moment, under the power of the heaven-defying realm, if Wang Lin didn't want others to know, maintaining this state of enlightenment, no one could detect his existence. Even those at the shattered nirvana stage couldn't know. His consciousness overflowed, centered on the dust of the demon spirit land, continuously spreading in all directions. Time seemed endless. It was unknown how long had passed, but within the Star Alliance, more than half of its area was covered by Wang Lin's consciousness. He didn't stop, and as he understood, the power of the heaven-defying realm spread once again, gradually growing larger and larger, its scope expanding further and further. He saw many cultivators, countless ferocious beasts he had never encountered before, and even some familiar faces. These people did not deter Wang Lin. In fact, at this moment, he was immersed in a strange state, constantly exploring the rules of heaven and earth. His mind was rapidly growing, and his cultivation was gradually approaching perfection. Reaching the late stage of the nirvana realm was not difficult for a cultivator. As long as one saw enough rules and understood them all, perfection would naturally be achieved. However, this process was very long, requiring many trials and tribulations before success could be attained. No one could be like Wang Lin, whose mind, with the help of the heaven-defying technique, could permeate the entire Star Alliance in a short time. Thanks to this power, he had comprehended the transformations of many rules. Wang Lin's consciousness surged, expanding incessantly. He saw a raging sea of fire approaching in the starry sky. In front of the sea of fire was a gigantic vermilion bird, radiating intense heat. Along the path the vermilion bird passed, large cracks appeared in the void, as if they would collapse at the slightest touch. As the vermilion bird's sea of fire advanced, all nearby meteorites instantly turned to dust and vanished. If the vermilion bird's path didn't avoid the cultivation planets, it's likely that many would collapse along its way. Rainbow-colored flames followed closely behind the vermilion bird's sea of fire. Within these rainbow flames was a group of cultivators dressed in crimson robes, both male and female. Leading them were 6 elderly men, radiating astonishing cultivation auras. From afar, the number of cultivators behind the vermilion bird was undoubtedly no less than 1,000, almost every single one possessing considerable cultivation. Those behind the vermilion bird quickly advanced. The giant vermilion bird gave Wang Lin a familiar feeling. As soon as his consciousness swept over it, the vermilion bird's eyes suddenly burst with fire. Its body abruptly stopped, and immediately a resounding vermilion bird cry slowly emanated. As Wang Lin's consciousness passed over it, the giant vermilion bird's eyes showed a bewildered expression. Not only it, but the cultivators behind it also showed bewilderment. Especially the old man at the front. They all glanced at each other, their expressions showing astonishment. They didn't know why the vermilion bird true spirit suddenly let out a cry. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't find an answer. As Wang Lin's consciousness spread out, in a place in the center of the Star Alliance, there was a star field filled with gloomy purple meteorites. Deep within this star field was another sky. An enormous, circular building floated in the starry sky, surrounded by no fewer than 100 smaller buildings. Black lightning bolts constantly flickered and flowed, creating an eerie and oppressive atmosphere from afar. This was the entrance to the Cultivation Alliance within the Star Domain Alliance. Only through this place could one enter the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. Wang Lin's consciousness penetrated this strange place, enveloping it, and then entered the headquarters through the entrance. The Cultivation Alliance headquarters was located in a secluded space, originally belonging to the Immortal Realm, which the Cultivation Alliance had seized after finding it. 173 massive cultivation planets formed the headquarters. Among them, 172 planets were interconnected, arranged in a circle like a galaxy, not stationary but slowly moving. From afar, the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance was undeniably a miniature version of the Alliance Star Domain. Countless cultivators moved about within, yet strangely, there was not a sound to be heard. At the center of the galactic circle was a massive vortex. This vortex was entirely purple. A single glance would cause a profound shock to the mind. Few could discern what lay within it. Above the vortex was the last of the 173 cultivation stars. It didn't move but hovered above the vortex, absorbing the purple energy emanating from it. The vortex was truly enormous. If a cultivator were inside, they would be as small as an ant, or even smaller, seemingly imperceptible. Even the last cultivation star appeared incredibly small, incomparable to the vortex. At this moment, inside a secret chamber within the cultivation planet above the vortex, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. This man possessed an extremely handsome appearance, exuding an aura of immortal wisdom and virtue. In this secret chamber, besides a fist-sized bronze bell in the center, there was nothing else. Wang Lin's consciousness swept through the chamber. The man's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected. Suddenly, however, the bell above emitted a clear, resonant sound. The man's eyes widened to crazed gazes piercing through the air. But at this moment, Wang Lin's consciousness had already shifted. In the starry sky, north of the Star Alliance, a great battle was raging. Tens of thousands of Luoxia cultivators and members of the Cultivation Alliance were relentlessly slaughtering each other, with Yan Lazi and his group also engaged in the conflict. On the Alliance side, there were also a few cultivators with extraordinary cultivation levels. The battle had only just begun, but casualties were already rapidly increasing. Wang Lin's consciousness swept across the area, observing everything, but his feet didn't stop. He continued moving forward. He arrived unnoticed and departed undetected. Amidst this bloody slaughter, Wang Lin's consciousness quietly departed. None of this could stop him. He remained immersed in his state of enlightenment. His cultivation gradually reached the great perfection of nirvana, surpassing a process that others would take countless years to achieve. As his consciousness continued to spread, in a mysterious place within the Alliance star domain, there was a brown planet filled with death energy devoid of any life. And even spiritual energy was extremely scarce. But within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles around this place, there are no cultivators whatsoever. It seems this place is a forbidden area. Even Wang Lin's consciousness, upon arriving, seemed to encounter an obstacle. As soon as his consciousness swept over this brown planet, it immediately merged into its interior. Inside this planet, another transformation occurred. This planet possessed a teleportation array. This array was enormous, arguably unparalleled. Following this teleportation array would lead to a legendary 9th-level cultivation nation within the Cultivation Alliance, Kangsu Realm. This 9th-level cultivation nation in the Cultivation Alliance, named Kangsu, was extremely mysterious. Few people knew of it. The entire Kangsu Realm wasn't a single cultivation planet, but an incredibly vast continent that had formed spontaneously between heaven and earth. This place was practically a sacred land for the vast majority of cultivators in the Star Alliance. Just as Wang Lin's consciousness entered the Kangsu Realm, a place few cultivators are qualified to enter, an old man sitting cross-legged beside a lake suddenly opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked up at the distant sky. "Which fellow Taoist has come to my Kangsu Realm? Please reveal yourself." When Wang Lin's consciousness reached him, this old man was the first to detect his presence. His voice was calm, yet filled with an unimaginable power of rules. It seemed as if all the rules within him could be arbitrarily altered by a single word. But those words did not lift Wang Lin from the strange state he was immersed in. Wang Lin's consciousness was enveloped by a heaven-defying power, sweeping across the Kangsu Realm. But before he could see everything, Wang Lin's consciousness suddenly trembled. He saw two women. One of them sat atop a mountain, her appearance not breathtakingly beautiful, but exquisitely delicate and pretty. She wore a blue silk dress that fluttered in the mountain wind, giving her a fairy-like beauty. However, her expression betrayed sorrow as she stared blankly ahead, her eyes filled with reminiscence. Beside her lay a massive, black tiger radiating a malevolent aura. It occasionally glanced up at the woman, who returned the glance. However, the tiger's gaze was primarily fixed on a dense forest at the foot of the mountain, where a female tiger lurked, half hidden. In the tiger's eyes, there was a look of excitement, as if it longed to immediately flee into the woods. "When will I be able to leave this place?" The woman gazed into the air, her voice low and bitter, as if speaking to a tiger beside her. "Wait until you have enough cultivation, then I will let you leave." A voice as cold as ice emanated from behind the woman. Upon hearing it, she immediately stood up. Even the tiger beside her trembled, hastily averting its gaze from the mother tiger in the forest. Following the voice, a woman appeared. She wore an elegant blue robe, her beauty indescribable, as if all the starlight in the starry sky dimmed before her. Her beauty was breathtaking, causing even powerful cultivators to tremble at the sight of her. If she were said to be the most beautiful woman in the Star Alliance, no one would disagree. But the aura emanating from this peerless beauty was icy, making it impossible for others to approach, like an iceberg. Perhaps nothing in this world, no one, could melt her icy coldness. Within this icy exterior, there was also an extremely noble aura. This nobility was almost arrogant. It seemed as if her position was the center of all attention, the pinnacle of all status. Chu Aryu greets her master. The beautiful, delicate woman hastily lowered her voice. The woman in the blue dress, with a face as beautiful as the sun and moon, looked at Chu Aryu, her expression still icy, without the slightest change, about to speak. But at this moment, Wang Lin's consciousness, which had been spreading to this place, suddenly stopped upon seeing these two women. His scattered consciousness, which had been observing everything without interruption, suddenly ceased. After stopping, a power erupted from within Wang Lin's mind, instantly awakening him from that strange state. All of this was because of these two women. Perhaps others didn't know the stunning woman, but the moment Wang Lin saw her, an indescribable bitterness suddenly overwhelmed him. How could he not recognize her? Wang Ping was still inside the heaven-defying formation, so how could Wang Lin forget the wicked woman who had caused such outrage all those years ago? He wanted to forget, but some things were a lifelong pain, completely unforgettable. The appearance of this woman and Chu Aryu awakened Wang Lin from that strange state. As soon as he awoke, the icy coldness of the stunningly beautiful woman on the mountain, which seemed to remain unchanged, suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. Her icy demeanor seemed to crumble in an instant, and she abruptly raised her head, staring intently into the empty sky, as if she saw a phantom image deeply etched in her memory. Leave me! A faint sound seemed to enter the ears of this exquisite woman, causing her body to tremble and instinctively recoil a few steps. As soon as Wang Lin's consciousness awakened, it was immediately seized by an unimaginably powerful force, pulling him back with a speed far exceeding its initial surge, instantly trapping him outside the Kungsu realm. The circle that seemed to encompass the entire star domain contracted wildly in that moment, sweeping across. The old man from the Kungsu realm, sensing Wang Lin's presence, stared intently into the distance in the air, his eyes filled with contemplation. The people on both sides battling in the northern part of the Star Alliance, upon Wang Lin's awakening and subsequent contraction, all had a drastic change in expression. Wang Lin! Yan Leizi's eyes showed disbelief, a look rarely seen in him. Not only him, but everyone who recognized Wang Lin was now terrified. The middle-aged man in the secret chamber on the floating planet above the vortex at the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with terror. Who is this person? The vermilion bird in the sea of fire in the starry sky immediately let out another cry, its speed increasing. In the starry sky, there was a thin figure clad in green, his expression cold. He walked slowly forward, his target being the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. Behind him were countless skulls, blood gushing everywhere, the stench of blood filling the air. As he walked, his eyes flashed, and he looked into the distance, his cold expression gradually turning into a smile of admiration. Wang Lin, this kid's cultivation has broken through. This aura corresponds to his heaven-defying power. He can borrow the power of heaven reversal to gain enlightenment, and that puts my mind at ease. I no longer need to worry about examining this Cultivation Alliance, uncovering the mystery of the collapse of the immortal realm that year, and investigating the cause that drove me mad and deranged. Wang Lin's mind frantically contracted, then instantly retracted completely, as if a reversal had just occurred, returning to the Immortal Emperor's cave in the Demon Spirit Land, entering Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled, as if his soul had returned. Before him now was the heaven reversal pearl hovering, slowly approaching Wang Lin's forehead, once again merging into it and disappearing. In silence, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes, and a peak-level nirvana aura suddenly erupted from his body. Throughout his observation, Wang Lin had seen many rules. In this nirvana realm, he had naturally reached perfection. After a long while, Wang Lin gradually opened his eyes, his expression cold and complex, and looked up at the sky above the cave dwelling. While his mind was enveloped by the power of the heaven-defying, He had seen much, but the figure of the woman at the end stirred up complex emotions within him. Knew me from back then, so she was a clone of this woman. As for Chu Ryu, I didn't expect her to claim to be a disciple of Liu Mi. There must be something mysterious about this. Liu Mi's schemes are too deep. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, discarding the complex emotions that had arisen in his mind upon seeing Liu Mi. He withdrew his gaze and looked upwards, sensing the boundless primal energy constantly circulating within his body peak of the Nirvana realm. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance. Thinking too much now was useless. While inside the Immortal Emperor's cave, he still needed to resolve the immediate problem. Everything in this world has rules, heaven, earth, the 5 elements, or perhaps everything contains rules. To fully understand these rules takes a great deal of time. Human strength is limited, it's possible to grasp them all clearly even in a lifetime. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, revealing a pensive expression. Therefore, the Star Nirvana cultivators, and even the Shattered Nirvana old monsters I've met, often possess knowledge and control over a force of rules. For example, Yin Lizi possesses the rule of fire. As Wang Lin pondered, a flash of lightning appeared in his right eye, suddenly spreading widely. A rumbling sound echoed, lightning surged from his right eye, transforming into a dazzling lightning ball. Within this lightning ball was a vague, illusory figure. The illusory figure's form was identical to the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit within Wang Lin's body, clearly having merged into this lightning ball. Looking at the lightning ball, Wang Lin felt the form within it change, but it wasn't the same as seeing something before him. It was slightly transparent. However, no rules appeared. In the past, I only obtained half of the primordial thunder dragon. The other half disappeared into that abyss. Therefore, this lightning power is insufficient, even though it contains rules. It's not complete. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin squeezed his right hand. Immediately, the lightning ball thumped a sound transformed into countless curved lightning bolts that scattered outwards. At this moment, the intense flame in Wang Lin's left eye suddenly surged out, transforming into a sea of fire in front of him. Within that sea of fire, the vague figure of the vermilion bird appeared. Wang Lin focused his gaze, and a vermilion bird instantly became transparent. The sea of fire then transformed into a red line, appearing in Wang Lin's eyes. According to my understanding and interpretation of the path of cultivation, to reach pure nirvana, one must completely master one or more types of rules. Only then can one rely on these rules to absorb the power of heaven and earth, causing the primal energy in the body to continuously regenerate. And the strength of a pure nirvana cultivator is also greatly related to these rules. Wang Lin waved his right hand, dissipating the sea of fire. His eyes returned to normal. The rules I understand best are lightning and fire. However, I've just attained fire and am not very familiar with it yet. I still need to constantly understand it in order to use it to break through the nirvana realm. But this kind of breakthrough lacks lightning power. Even reaching nirvana would be somewhat regrettable. If later, after merging with thunder and fire, he reaches nirvana, his power will be considerably greater. While deep in thought, Wang Lin's figure flashed, and he stepped into the deep pit. He directly broke through the earthen wall of the pit and went to the side of his main body, which was sitting cross-legged inside. The silver-robed woman was still guarding him as before, and after seeing Wang Lin's clone, her expression remained unchanged. Wang Lin ignored her and took a step to merge with his main body. A moment later, Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. The killing intent throughout his body subsided, transforming back into his previous appearance. His eyes flashed as he stood up. Earlier, borrowing the power of heaven's reversal in the starry sky, I saw the vermilion bird and the tattoo on my body. They look alike. It must be related. Wang Lin walked out of the shattered cave entrance. The silver-robed woman silently followed, her eyes occasionally glancing at his back. Occasionally, a flicker of daze would appear in his eyes. Just as he stepped out of the cave, Wang Lin's body recoiled, and that long line came right up beside him. It turned out to be the star silver eagle, its black fur slightly disheveled, but its eyes still lively. This eagle was extremely adorable. After flying over, it bit Wang Lin's clothes. It playfully circled around, emitting clear, melodious cries. After a few wobbles, the star silver eagle used a swaying motion to jump onto Wang Lin's shoulder. Its 2 claws stroked his face a few times as if wiping it, then brought its face close to Wang Lin's neck. its slightly wet nose constantly sniffing. The star silver eagle loved the aura of the ancient gods. In the past, when the ancient gods were still alive, the star silver eagle was one of the many spirit beasts that the ancient gods favored. This was also in Wang Lin's inherited memories. The aura of the ancient god was a great tonic for the star silver bird. If it stayed by the ancient god's side for a long time, it could shorten its lengthy growth period and, indirectly, allow the star silver bird to shed its skin. Once the star silver bird shed its skin, even in the ancient god's era, it could be considered a powerful aid to the ancient god. However, the star silver bird's transformation was somewhat difficult. Without absorbing the ancient god's aura for a long time, it was very hard to achieve. Recalling the appearance of the star silver bird after shedding its skin in the ancient god Tut's memory, Wang Lin's expression became strange. He looked at the star silver eagle on his shoulder, his expression becoming even more strange. In Tut's memory, any ancient god possessing a star silver eagle was extremely precious, even like a forbidden pet, not allowing any outsider to harm it, and even becoming furious at anyone who dared to touch it. This eagle, sniffing Wang Lin's aura, showed excitement in its lively eyes and resolutely perched on Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin lifted the star silver eagle from his shoulder. The little eagle seemed displeased, its claws tightly gripping Wang Lin's clothes, growling softly at him. It seemed very reluctant to leave Wang Lin's shoulder. Raising the star silver eagle in front of him, Wang Lin carefully examined it several times. Years ago, when he first saw it on the heavenly fortune star, he had already taken a liking to it. He never thought that after 100 years, this star silver eagle would actively come to his side. This eagle was very beautiful. Its lively eyes looked towards Wang Lin as he looked back at it. A man and a hawk stared at each other for a long time. The little hawk gradually lost patience. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. As soon as he released his hand, the little hawk immediately jumped onto his shoulder. It lazily lay there, sniffing around, seemingly very comfortable. Wang Lin ignored the little hawk and left the place. He relied on the map in the jade slip to continue exploring this immortal emperor's cave. But the moment he stepped out, the silver hawk immediately raised its head. It looked down into the deep pit below Wang Lin, let out a few soft cries, and then flew straight into the pit. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He looked towards the pit, pondered for a moment, and then gradually sank down after the silver hawk. The silver hawk loved the aura of ancient gods. Was it acting like this because there was something of an ancient god in this immortal burial pool from the past? Wang Lin sank down, and the crimson cloth that had previously bound their dad, the saint ancestor of the Talisman clan, immediately flashed through his mind. This abyss seemed bottomless. Wang Lin continued to sink, yet he still hadn't reached the bottom. He could only sense the dense, cold air emanating from below, filling the walls of the abyss and gradually turning it into a frigid zone. It felt as if there was an endless chasm below. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with extreme vigilance and caution. The star silver eagle ahead of him was clearly very familiar with this place and had long since disappeared. The further down they went, the colder the air became. Even breathing produced white mist that spread around them. The walls surrounding the pit grew thicker with each step, like sharp, ferocious ice swords extending in a circle. Wang Lin controlled his descent speed. After an unknown amount of time, a faint light appeared below. The star silver eagle stopped on one of the ice swords. Upon seeing Wang Lin, it immediately used the force to leap onto his shoulder. A chilling aura emanated from the star silver eagle, but Wang Lin paid no attention. At this moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the area below. The moment the star silver eagle leapt up, he vaguely saw an endless expanse below, where a gaze, seemingly piercing through all barriers, fell upon him. Wang Lin stared intently downwards, his body remaining motionless. After a moment, the primal energy within him expanded, transforming into a sea of fire that spread downwards. Borrowing the light of the fire, the darkness below, impenetrable to his divine sense, was instantly dispelled somewhat. Wang Lin's figure flashed, and he descended straight down. The gaze he had just received had stirred a great deal of doubt in his heart, vaguely guessing something. As Wang Lin's body sank, the surrounding glaciers multiplied. Half an incense stick later, Wang Lin reached the bottom of the deep pit, able to see clearly below. Below, it was almost a world of ice, with massive glaciers swirling around, forming all sorts of ferocious shapes. In each ice block, surprisingly, lay a lifelike corpse. These frozen bodies, their movements preserved before death in this silent abyss, sent shivers down one's spine. The figures within the ice blocks weren't enough to frighten Wang Lin. What truly terrified him was the object deep within, visible through the interwoven glaciers that covered everything except a single gap in the middle, the very source of his earlier vision. Through this gap between the interwoven glaciers, Wang Lin could clearly see below. In that instant, his eyes narrowed sharply. Beneath that glacier gap, in the center of this deep pit lay a massive object, approximately 100 feet tall. This object was none other than a skull. An ancient god's skull. The skull was frozen, but its expression was clearly visible, especially its eyes, which were not closed, but wide open in furious rage, filled with sorrow and anger. The gaze Wang Lin had just felt emanated from these skull's eyes. Although countless millennia had passed, although this ancient god had long since died, and although there was no ancient god power within him, not even a single star mark on his forehead, only the shattered traces of 3 stars, his eyes, even before his death, still looked remarkably lifelike. It terrified everyone who saw him because of his death. Wang Lin looked at the ancient god's skull, his eyes still filled with sorrow and anger, and pondered in place. From the day he began cultivating through the continuous events he experienced, Wang Lin had understood that the ancient gods were not eternal in this starry sky, but the ancient gods were also the strongest tribe. The ancient god tribe of yesteryear has been almost completely wiped out. If it were said to be caused by cultivators, Wang Lin absolutely wouldn't believe it. Even the powerful Thunder Immortal Realm, fighting against a weakened 8-star ancient god, had to use all its immortal realm power with countless immortals surrounding and pursuing, only to achieve a crushing victory. What kind of power does this ancient god before him possess that could cause him to be beheaded even after his entire star core was shattered? The power of the 8-star ancient god, though not reaching 9 stars, was still terrifying enough to destroy heaven and earth. Wang Lin, lost in thought, slowly descended. Approaching a block of ice blocking his way, he placed his right hand on it. The elemental power within his body surged, instantly merging into the ice block with a thunderous roar. In an instant, flames flashed on the ice block. Even the inside was engulfed in fire, and in a moment, it turned into a cloud of white mist that rose into the air. The corpse of the immortal within the ice block was instantly engulfed by the flames, shattering into pieces and scattering everywhere. After clearing a path, Wang Lin gradually approached the gigantic ancient god skull. At close range, this ancient god's head exuded a palpable sense of overwhelming pressure, as if he were truly facing an 8-star ancient god. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, slowly sinking down along with the ancient god's head to the bottom. Where the ancient god's neck had been severed, a thick layer of ice covered it. Looking through the ice, he could see that the wound on the ancient god's neck was extremely neat, without any jagged edges. Wang Lin stared intently at the ancient god's neck. Although his expression was calm, the pupils in his eyes contracted sharply, and his mind was filled with shock. The appearance of this wound made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. He couldn't imagine who could possibly possess the divine power to decapitate the ancient god with a single blow. Could it be Qinglin? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with fear. If Qinglin possessed such divine power, then he was incredibly powerful, far exceeding Wang Lin's imagination. Wang Lin's expression darkened, and he cautiously spread his consciousness, filling the skull. After scanning the wound, Wang Lin let out a soft "ah," and his body flashed, approaching the ice layer. His eyes, like lightning, stared intently at the wound. Deep within the wound were several tiny, crystalline particles. Their color was a deep red. Without close examination, they could easily be mistaken for clotted blood. This is... Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand and placed it on the block of ice. He carefully channeled his elemental power, causing a large white mist to appear beneath the ice. He meticulously controlled the flames, slowly melting a hole in the ice block. This gap resembled a passage extending to the wound on the ancient god's skull. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and immediately a crystal flew out and landed in his palm. Wang Lin held the dark red crystal between 2 fingers, his divine consciousness spreading out to carefully observe and penetrate its interior. Through observation, Wang Lin gradually discovered an invisible, colorless mass of energy within the crystal. This energy slowly moved within the crystal, seemingly ready to dissipate at any moment. Wang Lin's divine consciousness circled the outside of this invisible energy, then merged into it, examining it again. But the moment his divine consciousness entered the energy, he immediately felt an unimaginable pressure surging out from within the invisible energy. It seemed that in that instant, Wang Lin was separated from heaven and earth. The entire world turned black, leaving only the oppressive aura within that invisible energy. This aura was powerful. Even a mere trace of it instantly terrified Wang Lin, almost causing him to instinctively drop his grip. But he threw it down, his eyes flashing as he carefully observed it. The more he observed, the more Wang Lin frowned. With his more than 1,000 years of cultivation experience, he had never encountered such a strange, invisible energy. It was neither immortal energy nor spiritual energy, and it didn't even have any connection to the vital energy in a cultivator's body. Upon careful consideration, this thing unexpectedly contained immortal energy, spiritual energy, and vital energy. In addition, it had a trace of an aura Wang Lin couldn't recognize. It was like a chaotic mess, yet simultaneously perfectly combined, as if converging into one, endlessly captivating. What terrified Wang Lin even more was the presence of that single trace. This remaining invisible energy unexpectedly concealed a set of rules. Indeed, these rules made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. These rules weren't just one, but countless, innumerable. Almost all the rules Wang Lin had seen through the power of the heaven-defying technique existed within this invisible energy. Many rules Wang Lin had never encountered before also resided within it. Wang Lin carefully withdrew his divine consciousness, his face slightly pale, staring intently at the crystal held between his fingers. At this moment, he felt that he wasn't holding an ordinary crystal, but one that, once shattered, would unleash an immense amount of collapsing primal energy, the very force that could decapitate an ancient god. Even with this power, it wasn't just the Azure Forest King who was captivated. Looking intently at the crystal in his hand, images gradually appeared in his mind of the battle with the Heavenly Tao to save Li Miwan on the Vermilion Bird Star years ago. The Heavenly Tao messenger that day, conjured up as an illusion, turned out to be an ancient god. And moreover, it was an ancient god sealed within a star point. At that time, Wang Lin was deeply moved, but his cultivation level was still far inferior. Thinking about that scene now, it wasn't simply a matter of being moved. There was a hidden, earth-shattering mystery within. What force could possibly seal the ancient gods and control them to become messengers of the Heavenly Tao? The answer is almost undeniably real: the Heavenly Tao. Wang Lin gazed at the crystal within him. When he saw the invisible aura inside, he had a premonition. It seemed to have some connection with the Heavenly Tao messenger, the ancient god whose star point was sealed. But the Heavenly Tao was an ethereal and vague entity. How could it accomplish such a thing? Wang Lin pondered, recalling what the ancient demon Beiluo had said about the mystery of an ancient clan connected to rebellious cultivation. Wang Lin closed his eyes, a series of images flashing through his mind. In the endless starry sky, an 8-star ancient god stood majestically. Suddenly, an unimaginable force descended from the heavens. To resist this force, the 8-star ancient god shattered all the star points, but ultimately failed. Under that force, the ancient god's head was violently severed. Then, this head was seized by the immortal realm, and for some unknown reason, it was placed here. The remaining force within the ancient god's head, after years, did not dissipate but transformed. It transformed into a crystalline particle, retaining a trace of the power of yesteryear. Regarding all of this, Wang Lin didn't know the truth or falsehood, only making speculations based on the information he had gathered. He opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, then carefully placed the crystal into his storage bag. Looking at the ancient god's neck in the ice layer, there were still a few crystals there. Wang Lin's right hand, through the previously opened hole in the ice layer, sucked out all the crystals and carefully placed them in his storage bag. He was very careful in this process. As each crystal was sucked out, including the initial one, there were a total of 23 crystals. After doing this, Wang Lin stared at the wound on the ancient god's head. There were no crystals left inside. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, about to leave. Suddenly, his gaze froze, looking deep into the wound on the ancient god's neck. In that instant, he vaguely saw a flash of red light inside. His divine consciousness swept over it, but found nothing. With a pensive expression, he placed his hand, imbued with primal energy, on a block of ice. Flames surged from his hand, crackling and popping, and a gaping passage began to expand inward. As the passage continuously widened, Wang Lin stared intently ahead. Very quickly, this layer of ice opened up, extending directly into the depths of the ancient god's lair. In an instant, Wang Lin saw the object that had previously flashed with red light, a steel sword. Countless red threads covered the sword, slowly wriggling and tightly wrapping around it. This iron sword was quite ordinary, without any miraculous aspects. But the moment Wang Lin looked at it, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He vaguely remembered seeing something similar somewhere before. He couldn't recall where, but Wang Lin instantly sensed a terrifying danger emanating from the red threads wrapped around the sword. Wang Lin's expression changed. Previously, his divine consciousness, even through the ice layer, hadn't detected the iron sword and the red threads. But now, after opening the gap, he saw them clearly. Out of caution, Wang Lin dispersed his divine consciousness and slowly moved forward. His consciousness still didn't detect the red threads and the iron sword. Just like before, nothing unusual was in the ancient god's mind. But the clear sight of the red threads and the iron sword made Wang Lin even more vigilant. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly retreated. It's best not to accidentally touch it. While retreating, Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on the iron sword. Several rusty spots covered the sword, making it look very much like an ordinary person's weapon. It looked very familiar. Suddenly, Wang Lin, who was retreating, stopped in his tracks. A flash of lightning seemed to sweep through his memory. Wang Lin's eyes widened, staring intently at the sword. He took a deep breath. He had figured it out. Long ago, in the Vermilion Bird's tomb on Vermilion Bird Star, he had seen a sword similar to this one. However, the rust marks were different. That sword was eventually stolen by the messenger, Thak Sam. The way Thak Sam looked when he obtained it was ecstatic. Even now, that memory remains vivid in Wang Lin's mind. Instantly recognizing this sword, Wang Lin stopped retreating. He stared at the sword, his eyes showing hesitation. Having cultivated to this point, Wang Lin understood that his inherited memories were incomplete. A segment of that young man's memories was extremely important, recording many crucial events. That memory was in Thak Sam's hands, just like this sword. Perhaps Thak Sam knew its origin, but Wang Lin did not. However, the sword that could make Thak Sam so ecstatic was absolutely not simple. Although this sword was not the same as the previous one, its appearance was quite similar. Type to take or not to take? Wang Lin hesitated, his gaze shifting from the iron sword to the red thread wrapped around it. A terrifying aura emanated from the thread, making Wang Lin feel a constant sense of danger. He didn't know what the red thread was, but he clearly sensed its terrifying power. If he left now, he might not attract the attention of the thread and could leave safely. But if he took the sword, which was entangled in the thread, he feared he would immediately be attacked by the strange thread. He wasn't one to easily take risks with unknown things, given his personality. However, the allure of the sword at this moment was very tempting. After a moment of internal struggle, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. There's a saying, in danger, one seeks fortune. If he left now, although he would be safe, he would lose this sword. Moreover, this place is the Immortal Emperor's cave. If he doesn't take it now, it will be extremely difficult to come here again in the future. Therefore, returning empty-handed from the treasure mountain is something Wang Lin is unwilling to do. Having made up his mind, Wang Lin looked up at the deep pit. From this vantage point, he could see countless glaciers intertwining densely, obscuring the path, leaving only a few winding gaps to pass through. Silently calculating the distance he had previously fallen into this place, Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He then stared intently at the sword deep within the ancient god's head beneath the ice. Gritting his teeth ferociously, Wang Lin formed hand seals, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes. His peak late-stage nirvana cultivation instantly erupted from his body. The ancient god star point on his forehead transformed, rapidly rotating throughout his body, emitting banging sounds. Ancient god power permeated his limbs, and Wang Lin clenched his fists fiercely, feeling as if he had grasped the power of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Wang Lin extended his right hand forward. In an instant, flames roared from his eyes, and the primal energy in his body surged and condensed into his right hand. As his arms stretched out, a sea of flames instantly surged from Wang Lin's hands. Wang Lin's right hand continuously changed its movements, and the sea of flames immediately surged towards Gu Shen's head, instantly enveloping him. Immediately, the ice layer inside melted over a large area, and at the same time, many flames from the passage through which Wang Lin broke the ice in the wound on Gu Shen's head jumped in. In the blink of an eye, the flames approached the iron sword. As the flames drew closer, the red thread on the sword trembled, straightened out, and unexpectedly split into countless branches. In the instant the sea of flames spread, the red thread spewed out a large cloud of red mist, flying straight towards the sea of flames. A deafening boom resounded, and the sea of flames was instantly extinguished by the red mist, recoiling outwards. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit energy. As soon as the primordial spirit's essence was released, the sea of fire seemed to be fueled, instantly intensifying and spreading. The layer of ice covering the ancient gods had cracked, and under the overwhelming power of the sea of fire, it collapsed. Countless blocks of ice were burned and scattered everywhere, falling onto the cliff face and deep pits with loud bang-bang sounds. With the ice gone, the ancient god's head was clearly visible to Wang Lin. It seemed this ancient god's head had been in the ice for a long time. Now that the ice had collapsed, the head immediately began to rot rapidly. At the same time, a putrid smell permeated the surroundings. The head quickly decayed, instantly transforming into a massive skull. This skull was dark black, and within it, a crimson mist about 10 meters thick appeared. Fierce rays of energy emanated from the crimson mist, constantly swirling. Among them, several small threads tightly wrapped around a sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lin, in the instant the ice layer covering the ancient god collapsed, transformed into a beam of light amidst countless flying ice fragments, instantly approaching and grabbing the sword. The moment he grasped the sword, the primal energy within Wang Lin's body surged out without restraint. Immediately, a circular sea of fire formed around his body. This sea of fire spread from his right hand along the sword, directly reaching the thin threads wrapped around it. At the same time, Wang Lin clenched his right hand into a fist, and the power of the ancient god surged into his left hand, fiercely striking forward. As this blow landed, the illusory figure of the ancient god materialized behind him. With a loud boom, the punch landed. Under the attack of the ancient god's 5 hands and the sea of fire, several of the thin threads wrapped around the sword snapped. The remaining threads retracted slightly. Next, Wang Lin let out a loud shout, his right hand pulling forcefully backward. The 4 swords broke free from the tangled threads and were now firmly grasped in Wang Lin's hand. A radiant light flashed on the swords before disappearing, and Wang Lin put them into his storage bag. All of Wang Lin's actions were as fluid as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. His body suddenly retreated backward, stomping his foot and leaping off the ground, charging straight upwards. Previously, the ancient god's fist and the sea of fire had attacked the swirling mist, but in an instant, the mist expanded outwards, colliding with the sea of fire, and a resounding rumble echoed in the deep pit. The pink mist completely dissipated, revealing an ethereal figure within. This figure was neither male nor female, its entire body wrapped in countless pink threads. The figure slowly opened its eyes, revealing a cold, indifferent expression, staring intently in the direction Wang Lin was moving. Amidst the roar, countless ice blocks filled the walls, causing numerous small cracks to appear. Then came the sound of cracking. The sounds continued incessantly, and in just a moment, these blocks of ice shattered with a deafening roar. The corpses inside seemed to come back to life, enveloped in countless red lights. After leaping out of the abyss, the humanoid creature immediately spotted Wang Lin approaching the bamboo forest. Its icy eyes flashed with murderous intent as it roared at Wang Lin. Roar! This roar shook heaven and earth. A few surrounding restraints were affected by the roar and automatically opened. But those restraints, before they could unleash their power, immediately collapsed in the roar. Even the ground at this moment shattered into a large piece, appearing countless cracks. A strong wind howled and shot straight up into the sky. In front of this humanoid figure, a swirling ripple appeared. Its body lunged forward, stepping into the ripples and charging madly towards Wang Lin. Up until now, Wang Lin didn't know what this thing really was. It had a human form, but its appearance was extremely bizarre. Especially its eyes. Although they had a lifelike quality, anyone who saw those eyes would absolutely not think this thing was human. Especially as it chased Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin was fleeing, his divine sense was still closely observing, but he didn't see it using any divine abilities. Even the tiny threads on its body shot out as if by instinct. The more he observed, the more Wang Lin felt this object was increasingly bizarre. What made his heart even more gloomy was that this object actually existed inside the ancient god's skull. Did it exist before the ancient god's death, or did it enter afterward? If it entered afterward, then so be it. But if it existed before the ancient god's death, then was the death of this 8-star ancient god related to this object? Or was the death of this 8-star ancient god not, as he suspected, caused by the vague and mysterious heavenly Tao? Wang Lin knew his previous guess was somewhat unreasonable, and even he himself was a little unsure. Especially after seeing this humanoid object, his thoughts wavered. What exactly happened in the past? Who killed this 8-star ancient god and cut off his head? Why could an immortal obtain the skull? This further puzzled Wang Lin. If an immortal obtained this skull, how could they not have discovered the sword inside? Why not take this sword out? Many chaotic doubts swirled in Wang Lin's mind, but he didn't have time to think properly. The humanoid creature's roar reached his ears. Wang Lin turned, coldly staring at the creature that was rapidly approaching like a shuttle in the rippling water. He stepped into the bamboo forest before it. A hint of caution flickered in its cold eyes, but a moment later, that caution vanished, replaced by anxiety. It let out a low growl, lingering outside the bamboo forest for a moment, the small threads around its body beginning to twist. Without hesitation, it leapt into the bamboo forest. A flash of light appeared, and the humanoid creature vanished. After its disappearance, a flash of light appeared deep within the bamboo forest, and Wang Lin emerged. He calmly looked at the spot where the humanoid creature had disappeared, then turned to look at the bamboo forest before him, a calculating look in his eyes. He cautiously took a step to the side. Just one. His vision blurred instantly, and by the time it cleared, he had already stepped out of the bamboo forest. Regarding the restrictions here, even with Wang Lin's understanding of Forbidden's techniques, breaking them would be quite difficult. However, after obtaining the Jade Map, some of the restrictions could be bypassed without being activated. This bamboo forest was a prime example. The restrictions were strong, but the humanoid figure was even more bizarre. He feared this restriction wouldn't hold him for long. Taking advantage of this time, it was best to leave quickly and infiltrate the cave dwelling. Wang Lin looked ahead towards the deep, dark mist surrounding the numerous pavilions. From afar, he could vaguely see a corner of a palace, half hidden and half visible in the mist. That location was the center of the entire cave dwelling. But Wang Lin also knew that it was only the entrance from the first to the second level. Before having the Jade Map, Wang Lin was somewhat confused and didn't know much about this Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. But now, except for the final level, everything was clear. This cave dwelling had taken shape in his mind. This Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling had 9 floors, each with a different architecture, and the control over it increased progressively. At this moment, the control over the first floor was already formidable, and as he continued to advance, this control would eventually reach a terrifying level. This was the true Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. Originally, after being teleported here from the outside world, they should have appeared inside. But obviously, during the teleportation process, they were interfered with by that scattered demon using the white jade vase. Therefore, everyone was teleported into the vase. After the vase was broken, that scattered demon opened the immortal burial pool, and after its collapse, everyone scattered. His goal was to completely ensnare us in this Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. The map he obtained from the Jade Slip was incomplete, only showing the first 7 layers. The last 2 layers were unclear, as if someone had erased them. This was something Wang Lin had discovered when he first obtained the Jade Slip, and now, after verifying it in the Immortal Emperor's cave, it became even clearer. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then stepped forward. Ahead of him, beyond the bamboo forest, was a small path. The path was covered with rows of immortal jade, emitting gentle rays of light. Wang Lin walked along the path, carefully observing the distant black mist. His figure flashed, and he ascended forward. On both sides of this small path were planted various kinds of flowers and plants, all looking extraordinarily beautiful. However, these flowers were also covered with many restrictions. The slightest disturbance would cause the restrictions to open, either to attack, to trap, or to teleport to another place. For someone unfamiliar with the first layer of the Immortal Emperor's Cave, even a single step would be difficult. Even the jade on this small path contains hidden restrictions. If the direction and sequence of footsteps are incorrect, the restrictions will be lifted. However, this poses no danger to Wang Lin. Although this jade slip map doesn't explicitly state how to break the restrictions, it provides a detailed explanation. If someone else obtained the map, it might be useless. But Wang Lin is a master of restrictions. Knowing some detailed descriptions of these restrictions allows him to discern right from wrong with just one glance, saving him a lot of effort. However, given Wang Lin's personality, he doesn't completely trust the jade slip map. Although he travels quickly, he constantly verifies whether the information in the jade slip is accurate. Wang Lin calculated everything before descending into the deep pit. This included noting the location of the bamboo forest, which he had already considered when reviewing the jade slip map. In an instant, Wang Lin stepped into the bamboo forest, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The humanoid figure shrieked. It leapt into the bamboo forest where Wang Lin had disappeared. But its footsteps suddenly stopped outside the bamboo forest, staring intently at the forest before it. A hint of caution flickered in its cold eyes. But a moment later, the caution in this humanoid creature's eyes vanished, replaced by anxiety. It let out a low growl, hesitating outside the bamboo forest for a moment, the small threads surrounding its body beginning to twist. It raised its head and, without hesitation, leapt into the bamboo forest. A flash of light appeared, and the humanoid creature disappeared. After its figure vanished, a flash of light appeared deep within the bamboo forest, and Wang Lin emerged. He calmly looked at the spot where the humanoid creature had disappeared, then turned to look at the bamboo forest before him, a calculating look in his eyes. He cautiously took a step to the side. With just one step, his vision blurred, and by the time it cleared, he had already stepped out of the bamboo forest. Regarding the restrictions here, even with Wang Lin's understanding of Forbidden's techniques, breaking them would be quite difficult. However, after obtaining the jade map, some of the restrictions could be bypassed without being activated. This bamboo forest was a prime example. The restrictions were strong, but the humanoid figure was even more bizarre. He feared this restriction wouldn't hold him for long. Taking advantage of this time, it was best to leave quickly and infiltrate the cave dwelling. Wang Lin looked ahead, towards the deep, dark mist surrounding the numerous pavilions. From afar, he could vaguely see a corner of a palace, half hidden and half visible in the mist. That location was the center of the entire cave dwelling. But Wang Lin also knew that it was only the entrance from the first to the second level. Before having the jade map, Wang Lin was somewhat confused and didn't know much about this Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. But now, except for the final level, everything was clear. This cave dwelling had taken shape in his mind. This Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling had 9 floors, each with a different architecture, and the control over it increased progressively. At this moment, the control over the first floor was already formidable, and as he continued to advance, this control would eventually reach a terrifying level. This was the true Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. Originally, after being teleported here from the outside world, they should have appeared inside. But obviously, during the teleportation process, they were interfered with by that scattered demon using the white jade vase. Therefore, everyone was teleported into the vase. After the vase was broken, that scattered demon opened the immortal burial pool, and after its collapse, everyone scattered. His goal was to completely ensnare us in this Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. The map he obtained from the jade slip was incomplete, only showing the first 7 layers. The last 2 layers were unclear, as if someone had erased them. This was something Wang Lin had discovered when he first obtained the jade slip, and now, after verifying it in the Immortal Emperor's cave, it became even clearer. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then stepped forward. Ahead of him, beyond the bamboo forest, was a small path. The path was covered with rows of immortal jade, emitting gentle rays of light. Wang Lin walked along the path, carefully observing the distant black mist. His figure flashed, and he ascended forward. On both sides of this small path were planted various kinds of flowers and plants, all looking extraordinarily beautiful. However, these flowers were also covered with many restrictions. The slightest disturbance would cause the restrictions to open, either to attack, to trap, or to teleport to another place. For someone unfamiliar with the first layer of the Immortal Emperor's cave, even a single step would be difficult. Even the jade on this small path contains hidden restrictions. If the direction of travel and the order of footsteps are incorrect, the restrictions will be lifted. However, this is not dangerous for Wang Lin. Although this jade slip map doesn't mention the method to break the restrictions, it provides a detailed introduction. If others obtain the map, it might be useless. But Wang Lin is a master of restrictions. As long as he knows some detailed introductions to these restrictions, he can tell the difference at a glance, saving a lot of effort. However, with Wang Lin's personality, he doesn't completely trust the jade slip map. Although he travels quickly, he constantly verifies whether the records in the jade slip are correct. As he walks, he takes out his storage bag. Immediately, the steel sword he stole from the strange humanoid creature appears in Wang Lin's hand. He spreads his divine consciousness across the sword, carefully observing it. The sword looks ordinary, but Wang Lin's divine consciousness is hindered by its surface. Powerful! It felt as if a hidden force was lurking within, preventing his divine sense from examining it. The rust on the sword's blade was particularly strong, creating a powerful resistance. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense, his eyes showing a pensive expression. What kind of sword is this? Looking at the rust stains, Wang Lin remembered the time when the messenger Thaksam first held a sword just like this, his expression as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. However, the messenger Thaksam wasn't looking at the sword itself, but at the rust stains. Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on the rust stains. He raised his left hand and lightly touched the surface, then examined it. A small amount of dark black rust clung to his fingertip. He sniffed it, detecting only a faint, metallic smell. It's just ordinary rust. Wang Lin frowned and lowered his left hand. But the moment his left hand lowered, a whoosh sound echoed in the space his arm passed through, and then a crack appeared. What surprised Wang Lin even more was that the flower bushes with numerous restrictions beside him, which were originally a distance away, immediately emitted streams of deep red light after the damage inflicted by his left arm. Following this, the entire plant withered in a bizarre manner, and even the restrictions above it silently collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance as he stared intently at the withered petals, then at the rusty color on his left hand. Wang Lin took a few steps back, his finger stained with rust pointing towards another patch of flowers. Immediately, those petals quickly withered, turning into mud. The rust stain on Wang Lin's hand also vanished. Wang Lin took a deep breath, staring intently at the rust on the steel sword, his eyes showing a hint of emotion. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth, his mind stirring slightly. In an instant, the third eye on his forehead opened. The moment Wang Lin opened his third eye, a red light flashed from within, enveloping the sword. The primordial power contained within, following Wang Lin's gaze, fell directly onto the rust. With just this one glance, Wang Lin immediately saw the sword before him gradually become transparent. But the rust remained unchanged. An invisible stream of energy seemed to move within the sword, swirling around it. In an instant, upon colliding with the primordial force of Wang Lin's third eye, the invisible stream of energy unexpectedly paused, then surged forward as if to devour this primordial force. Wang Lin decisively severed the divine ability, quickly withdrawing the primordial force, and closed his third eye. The invisible stream of energy stopped, slowly retreated, and continued to move slowly within the sword. Wang Lin was filled with bewilderment, pondering it countless times without finding an answer. He sighed inwardly, intending to retrieve the sword. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He looked at the sword, estimated its size, and his expression immediately became strange. He potted his storage bag, and immediately 5 streaks of starlight flew out, transforming into 5 sword scabbards in front of him. These 5 scabbards were ones Wang Lin had obtained on the Vermilion Bird Star years ago, their purpose still unknown. However, if a flying sword were to be incorporated into the scabbard, its power would be even more formidable. At this moment, Wang Lin took out the 5 scabbards, his right hand grasping them in the air, and instantly the sword merged into one of them. The sword fit perfectly without any excess. However, after the steel sword merged into the scabbard, there was no change whatsoever. Wang Lin drew the sword out and tested it with the remaining 4 scabbards. The moment the sword entered the 3rd scabbard, the runes carved on the scabbard immediately emitted a dazzling light. A terrifying aura immediately emanated from the sword and the scabbard. A look of surprised joy appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Holding the scabbard, he took a deep breath and slowly drew the sword out. The moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, a terrifying aura surged within. It was as if an unimaginable force was sealed inside. Drawing the sword would unleash this force. Wang Lin had once sensed this ancient force on someone's magical artifact. The owner of that artifact had also become a king's soul, none other than the mysterious robe Immortal. And that artifact was the Void Nirvana arrow. Void Nirvana! Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Instead of drawing the sword, he sheathed it. With a hint of excitement, he retrieved the artifact and flew swiftly forward. Wang Lin's figure was like a flash of lightning, moving from the small path straight ahead, instantly approaching a pavilion. This pavilion wasn't large, only 2 stories high, seemingly ordinary. However, the Jade Scroll map recorded that this pavilion contained a place with a restraining eye. Only by fully opening it could one enter the black mist. Wang Lin carefully observed the pavilion, his eyes widening. He realized that the pavilion's restrictions had long been broken by someone. From this restriction, it seems it was broken not long ago, Wang Lin said cautiously. It's obvious that I'm not the only one who understands the key to the restrictions here, he thought. When the burial immortal pool collapsed, everyone was scattered. Of course, someone would be the first to break the restrictions, but I don't know exactly who it was. Wang Lin looked around. The first level of this immortal emperor's cave dwelling wasn't large. A quick scan with his divine consciousness revealed the entire area. But unless it was the first person, no one would dare spread their divine consciousness under so many restrictions. Even the Heavenly Fortune sect would hesitate greatly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't easily spread their divine consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's figure flashed past the pavilion. He walked on a grassy path, his eyes flashing with contemplation. Without stopping, he went straight ahead. The scepters above the grass trough were mentioned in Wang Lin's jade slip map. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped on each scepter, but none of them opened. His speed increased instantly, surpassing the grass trough. Also in this first level, outside a pavilion in the northeast corner, stood a man in black, a black dragon mark hidden on his forehead. He was staring at the pavilion, his eyes cold. In front of him, on the other side of the pavilion, stood another person. This person was a village woman. She stared at the man in black from a distance, her expression extremely gloomy. This part is missing. The image doesn't show the dragon mark. Please help me fix this. Both were powerful cultivators with immense supernatural abilities. Their combined powers instantly dissipated like a gust of wind. A deafening roar erupted, but it didn't spread far, only echoing within a radius of about 100 yards. Both calculated similarly, determined not to make too much noise that would attract attention, and to strike quickly and decisively, minimizing the commotion. Why didn't you go to the swirling black mist in the central palace? Why do you want to seize this place from me? The beautiful village girl clasped her hands together, and immediately 5 colored light burst from her body, transforming into 5 sharp swords that slashed horizontally forward. The man in black then waved his sleeve, and a flying sword emitting black energy appeared. The sword circled in front of him for a few seconds before soaring forward, colliding with the 5 sharp swords, producing a series of clear clangs. Nonsense! Why didn't you go there? Although this place is a mountain peak, there's a teleportation array inside. Judging by its appearance, it's likely connected to a storage space. You know this well, why hide it? The beautiful village girl's face showed a hint of sorrow, but her eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. The other party was right. She had noticed the same thing when she saw this pavilion earlier, which was why they were now vying for it. The clashing of their magical artifacts grew louder, vaguely echoing in all directions. The beautiful village girl's eyes flickered, and she immediately said, "Our cultivation levels are comparable. I'm afraid we'll be discovered before we can determine a winner. It's better if we both enter the teleportation array, and each take half of the treasure inside." The man in black glanced at the beautiful village girl and nodded slightly. Without further ado, they both withdrew their magical artifacts and prepared to enter the pavilion. The moment they stepped inside, they both looked towards the distance. They saw a figure emerge from the densely packed buildings. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced around and immediately spotted the 2 figures in the pavilion. His gaze froze, and his steps slowed to a halt. Seeing Wang Lin, the man in black revealed a strange smile. In contrast, the beautiful village girl showed a peculiar expression, her gaze sweeping over Wang Lin, her heart pounding. His cultivation is even more bizarre. Initially, I saw that although he possessed the strength of pure nirvana, his cultivation level seemed only at the Kai Nirvana stage. That is, he wasn't even at the mid-stage of Kai Nirvana before. But now, unexpectedly, he has reached the great perfection of Kai Nirvana. Is this person hiding his true cultivation level, or has he recently had a breakthrough? Wang Lin cautiously glanced at the two people. He naturally recognized the mystery within this pavilion. In fact, the Jade Slip map also introduced this pavilion. The teleportation array here passed through a storage space. Moreover, even without the Jade Slip map, Wang Lin could detect the teleportation array in the pavilion with just one glance. Wang Daoxiu, you've also come here. Let's all three of us enter together. We'll divide the loot into 3 parts. What do you say? The beautiful village girl pondered for a moment, looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked around, but it was too far to see anything. Because within this immortal emperor's mansion, there were many restrictions, which combined to form obstacles. There were also countless worlds, even at very close distances. If 2 restrictions were in place, it would be impossible to detect each other. Even vision would be obstructed. At first glance, the mansion appeared quiet, but this was only the surface. If all the restrictions were broken, a bamboo forest would immediately be discovered in the distance. At that moment, a crimson mist filled the bamboo forest, and furious roars, earth-shattering and sky-shattering, emanated from within the mist. Wang Lin's expression instantly changed. His gaze swept across the distant bamboo forest, which remained unchanged, but he understood that the restrictions within had likely been forcefully broken. The time spent trapping the strange humanoid creature had exceeded his expectations. Wang Lin didn't answer the beautiful village girl. His figure flashed, quickly arriving at the palace shrouded in black mist ahead. He saw that all the restrictions had been broken. Evidently, someone had gone ahead from this point to the 2nd floor. Reaching this peak was also because it was the path with the fewest restrictions among the paths leading into the Black Mist Palace. The man in black, seeing Wang Lin and hearing the angry roar, fled for his life. His expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, he bypassed the teleportation array at this pavilion and followed Wang Lin directly. Only the beautiful village girl hesitated slightly. But in that moment of hesitation, the furious roar intensified. Getting closer and closer, seemingly charging madly towards this place. At this moment, if the restrictions were removed, this place would form separate worlds, visible to the naked eye looking down from above. The strange humanoid creature was rapidly approaching Wang Lin, opening countless restrictions along the way. As each restriction flashed, countless attacks poured out, and some restrictions immediately teleported it to another place. But in just a few seconds, it immediately broke through the teleportation restrictions and went straight ahead. It seemed to be learning from these restrictions, its speed of breaking through increasing rapidly. In the end, it almost went straight ahead in a straight line. Wang Lin's speed was like a shooting star, flashing forward like lightning. Along the way, he passed through countless restrictions, following the description on the Jade Slip map, and quickly flew towards the black mist in the 1st level of the cave. Behind Wang Lin, the man in black moved at an unstoppable speed, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin's footsteps, almost perfectly matching his pace. Behind them was the beautiful village girl. She was a powerful cultivator and quickly made her choice. However, although this beautiful village girl had some knowledge of restrictions, she was clearly inferior, and being behind, she was quickly blocked by several restrictions. Angry roars from afar grew closer, accompanied by a series of bang-bang sounds, indicating that the restrictions were being continuously broken. Wang Lin's speed increased, and upon landing outside a building ahead, he immediately soared into the air. While he was in midair, the building flashed with the light of restrictions, enveloping him from all sides as if to hinder his progress. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he, still in midair, took 7 steps with unbelievable speed to the side. After these 7 steps, his body was instantly enveloped by the pavilion's restrictions, then flashed out. Behind him, the man in black followed closely, stepping on the places he had passed through. As for the beautiful village girl, after breaking through the restrictions and reaching the outside of the pavilion, she could only watch helplessly as Wang Lin and the man in black left into the distance. She couldn't break the restrictions in time. Just then, a furious roar echoed from behind her. At the same time, the restrictions behind her completely collapsed with a loud boom. A crimson figure rushed out. The beautiful village girl held her breath. She had never seen this humanoid figure before in her life, yet a powerful sense of danger immediately enveloped her. The humanoid figure's eyes were now cold. Like a flash of furious rage, it roared and charged straight towards the beautiful village girl. Its right hand rose, curling into a claw, ready to strike. But at that very moment, a soft shout suddenly rang out. "You wicked beast, you dare to act so recklessly." Following the roar, a ripple immediately appeared before the beautiful village girl, shaking everything in all directions. The beautiful village girl hastily retreated, but the humanoid figure didn't stop, being struck by the ripple. A figure in green approached from not far away. This person was old, but his eyes held a sharp glint. It was Void Master. Void Master was also extremely terrified at this moment. He had long since escaped the shock caused by the collapse of the Immortal Burial Pool. He had been wandering around the first level of the Immortal Emperor's cave for a long time and had gained much. But just now, that furious roar had shaken his mind. He followed the sound and found the beautiful village girl in danger. He had some connection with the beautiful village girl's power, and he couldn't stand by and watch her die. At this moment, after slightly hindering her with his divine power, his figure flashed and he directly appeared beside the beautiful village girl. He swept his hand across, lifting the beautiful woman into the air, and using his powerful cultivation, he directly jumped into the forbidden formation of the pavilion. The restrictions on the upper floors quickly flashed with light, but in an instant, they collapsed with a thunderous roar caused by the Void Master. The Void Master, carrying the beautiful village girl, went straight ahead. The humanoid figure stared at the Void Master, let out a roar towards the sky, and immediately chased after Wang Lin, flying rapidly, continuously moving back and forth through several restrictions without touching or activating any of them. He directly and quickly passed through and approached the central area of the black mist. This black mist was very strange. After Wang Lin got close, he immediately felt a dense demonic aura emanating from it. But at this moment, the roaring sound behind him kept getting closer, leaving Wang Lin with little time to hesitate. Without a second thought, he stepped into the black mist. Behind him, the man in black narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, jumped in, following closely behind Wang Lin. The demonic energy here is dense. You must be careful, Wang. The man in black maintained a certain distance from Wang Lin, speaking slowly through the black mist. Furthermore, could you explain something about the creature that keeps following you? That's the beast from the Immortal Burial Pool. Wang Lin quickly uttered a sentence, his figure moving like lightning as he leapt into the black mist, heading straight towards the mist-shrouded Grand Hall ahead. This palace was incredibly massive, far surpassing all other buildings. From the outside, the palace exuded an overwhelming aura of power, and beneath the mist, it appeared damp and eerie. It was as if a ferocious beast lay prostrate on the ground, coldly staring at the small cultivator at its feet. Standing beneath the grand hall, he looked up at the enormous palace, which seemed capable of obscuring the sky. At this moment, the palace's main gate was slightly ajar, though not large enough for 10 people to squeeze through. Wang Lin's speed was like lightning. Upon approaching, he directly leapt through the large gate, entering the first level of the Grand Hall, the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. Upon entering the main hall, Wang Lin's body froze. Inside were 2 enormous statues, their hands forming a series of seals, seemingly pointing forward into the void, their eyes filled with rage. A powerful aura emanated from these 2 statues, as if the power of heaven and earth itself was overflowing, causing all who looked at them to be shaken. Looking at these statues, Wang Lin took a deep breath, instantly regaining his composure. He had experienced similar situations before. Although he was still startled, the impact was not as great. Wang Lin's gaze quickly swept across the palace, but he found no entrance leading to the second floor. At this moment, the man in black also entered the main hall. Upon seeing the 2 enormous statues, his body stiffened, and the black dragon mark on his forehead flickered. Wang Lin's pupils contracted sharply, staring intently at the mark on the man in black's forehead. But in an instant, he withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanged. The man in black was momentarily stunned, his expression turning grim. He glanced at Wang Lin, noticing that Wang Lin wasn't looking at him, and frowned. He knew his secret had just flashed briefly, but he wasn't sure if Wang Lin had noticed. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed through the main hall, clearly indicating that the protective barrier had been forcefully broken. Suddenly, Voidmaster, accompanied by the beautiful village girl, appeared in the hall. The moment they entered, even Voidmaster was shaken by the two statues, though he quickly recovered. Unless one observed carefully, no one would notice Voidmaster's momentary shock. As for the beautiful village girl beside Voidmaster, her eyes showed a dazed expression, but with Voidmaster's help, she quickly regained her composure. Voidmaster glanced at Wang Lin, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He was about to step forward when a furious roar erupted from outside the hall, growing closer and closer. The beautiful village girl's face turned pale. After seeing Wang Lin, she immediately scolded him. "Wang Lin, what exactly did you do to provoke that humanoid creature to chase after you like this, having just experienced danger?" The beautiful village girl was naturally pale, and instead of addressing him as fellow Taoist, she called him by his name. Wang Lin had searched around this great madness, and although he hadn't found the entrance to the second floor, his gaze fell on the two statues, and he had a hunch. At this moment, hearing the beautiful village girl's words, his eyes flashed, and he calmly said, "How did you know that humanoid creature was chasing after me?" As he spoke, Wang Lin, without changing his expression, took a few steps back towards the statue. Seeing his demeanor, the beautiful village girl instinctively recoiled, widening the distance. "If it wasn't because of you, why did you immediately come straight here after hearing the roar of that humanoid creature?" The beautiful village girl angrily said, "That humanoid creature is a beast from the immortal burial pool. I, Wang, was imprisoned in the Forbidden's formation and encountered it. I fought a battle but couldn't win, so I naturally had to flee. Or should I have waited for it to come and kill me after hearing its roar?" After saying this, Wang Lin took a few steps back, naturally getting very close to the statue. His right hand rested on his storage bag, his eyes not looking at the beautiful village girl but staring intently at Voidmaster. The Voidmaster's cultivation level exerted too much pressure on Wang Lin. Although he had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, even with his ancient body, he was no match for the Voidmaster. After all, this Voidmaster was a cultivator from the shattered Nirvana realm. The beautiful girl was about to speak when suddenly the Voidmaster calmly interrupted, lifting his foot and walking towards Wang Lin, slowly saying, "Young man, you don't need to explain whether it's right or wrong. I'll give you another chance. Go outside and lead that thing." This seemingly calm sentence from the Voidmaster concealed divine power. As he spoke, his footsteps immediately created ripples. These ripples weren't just one, but several invisible ripples suddenly appeared between him and Wang Lin. In an instant, a green light flashed in Wang Lin's right eye, and a shield of green light immediately materialized. In that moment of overwhelming shock, the sturdy shield in front of him let out a deafening roar. The shield of green light offered no resistance to the first wave of energy, which surged forward and directly struck Wang Lin's chest. A series of cracking sounds rang out. Wang Lin spat out a stream of fresh blood, his body like a kite with a broken string, flung backward. Inside his body, as the light shield was violently struck, a ripple quickly surged in. This ripple filled his body with arrogance, frantically tearing through the meridians within Wang Lin's body. It transformed into an unimaginable shockwave, like a child rushing forward, wanting to destroy Wang Lin's flesh and bones. Everything happened almost in the blink of an eye, so fast that even the beautiful village girl was stunned. The black-clothed man's pupils contracted even more. At the moment Wang Lin's body was violently flung away, Voidmaster let out a soft awe. His previous attack, though not at full power, could easily kill a Nirvana cultivator. He had originally thought that under this blow, this vermilion bird, who hadn't yet become the vermilion bird Saint Emperor, would surely be shattered and die. But to his astonishment, the Voidmaster was surprised that Wang Lin's body not only didn't shatter, but didn't die immediately either. A small, green shield suddenly appeared, almost completely neutralizing a portion of his power. Even so, the remaining 30% was enough to kill Wang Lin. But what startled him was that these 30% of power, when it landed on Wang Lin, only caused him to vomit blood and suffer serious injuries, but didn't kill him. Wang Lin was in midair, the ripples in his body breaking apart, finally heading straight towards his primordial spirit. A loud bang resounded within his body. Although Wang Lin's primordial spirit was protected by the ancient god, it still slightly dimmed under this shock. A stream of fresh blood gushed from his mouth, his body was violently thrown backward. A searing pain coursed through his body, proving that even with his ancient god body, he was severely injured. But Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, staring intently at Void Master. His body was flung out, falling into the center of the enraged eyes of the two statues in the Great Hall. This part was added by Brother Ling. The image is not readable. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, a hint of mockery vaguely visible. He knew he was no match for Void Master. He had sensed Void Master's ill intentions outside the immortal burial pool earlier. After connecting with the vermilion bird that awakened him, Wang Lin was 80% certain this man intended to kill him. Now, in the main hall, being so close to him, Void Master naturally revealed his killing intent. Fortunately, he had vaguely found the entrance to the second level, so he decisively used the opponent's attack to propel himself to this position. Furthermore, he had quickly formulated a plan in his mind, his main target being Void Master. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If Void Master didn't make a move, this killing weapon wouldn't be activated. Only when the opponent made a move would Wang Lin absolutely not stand idly by and wait to die. Even if I can't kill you in this deadly situation, I'll still leave you with an unforgettable memory. At this moment, Wang Lin's hands formed a series of hand seals, similar to the seals of the two statues. In an instant, the seals were formed, and the two statues' eyes immediately lit up with purple light. Two streams of purple light rushed out, surrounding Wang Lin's body, instantly forming a vortex that sent him hurtling towards it. But Void Master, having cultivated for so many years, naturally knew what was happening. After Wang Lin was thrown, he realized the situation was unusual. Without hesitation, he unleashed another divine power. The divine power transformed into a raging sandstorm, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin within the vortex. Judging by the speed of that vortex, it was likely that Wang Lin wouldn't even be able to fully integrate into the vortex before collapsing and dying. Void Master's body trembled slightly, and he lunged straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. In the instant the whirlwind approached, his third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. This third eye on his forehead was one of his most powerful divine abilities, absolutely not easy to use. But at this moment, as Void Master approached him in this life or death situation, Wang Lin opened it without hesitation. Void Master! Wang Lin's eyes filled with killing intent as he roared. Immediately, a frenzied red light burst out from the third eye on his forehead, fanning it forward. The moment Wang Lin opened his third eye, Void Master's perpetually gloomy face showed no change for the first time. This was absolutely not a small change, but a world-shattering transformation. Origin. Void Master's eyes showed disbelief, but immediately a surge of fanaticism rose within him. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect and the Cultivation Alliance were cast aside by Void Master. In his eyes, there was only the primordial power emanating from the third eye on Wang Lin's forehead. Not only him, but even the black-robed man with the black dragon mark had a drastic change in expression, his eyes staring at Wang Lin with disbelief. Only the beautiful village girl showed a strange expression, but without greed or fanaticism. She frowned and stared intently at Wang Lin. The power of the abandoned force, enveloped in a surging red light, roared forth and instantly collided with the yellow sandstorm. Without a sound, the sandstorm's divine power, possessing the cultivation level of the shattered Nirvana realm, was instantly shattered and quickly dissipated. Wang Lin's heart ached. His already limited primordial power was rapidly depleted by the dust storm. But Wang Lin didn't retract the power of his third eye. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a slight movement of his mind, the power of his third eye surged even more wildly. For those seeking the third step in cultivation, the importance of primordial power was clear to Wang Lin. He didn't believe that Void Master wouldn't fall into the trap. Immediately, the three-jong fan-shaped crimson light intensified, instantly expanding several times. The dust storm immediately collapsed, transforming into countless streams of primordial power that filled the surroundings. With the dust storm gone, the crimson light, imbued with primordial power, immediately rushed towards Void Master. Void Master's expression suddenly changed, but the greed in his eyes intensified. He had originally intended to evade, but he was unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity to personally experience the primordial power that only comes once in 10,000 years. With just a slight hesitation, the red light from Wang Lin's forehead instantly enveloped him, and the primordial power surged around Void Master's body. In an instant, Void Master's body seemed to be peeled away layer by layer, giving him a semi-transparent feeling primordial power. Primordial power. Void Master's eyes revealed intense greed, and he frantically extended his divine consciousness to meticulously observe his surroundings. At this moment, he completely disregarded the fact that they were in a battle of spells. He believed Wang Lin was insignificant in his eyes. He believed he could thoroughly understand this primordial power, and that he could comprehend it at once. Void Master's aged heart pounded like that of a young man, his face showing excitement. He never dreamed that his original intention, merely to eliminate a potential threat, would unexpectedly lead him to touch upon the primordial power and become a cultivator of the legendary third stage. Wang Lin's body was now gradually sinking into the swirling purple vortex surrounding him, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. His killing trap was now completely set, and Void Master had obviously entered it. What he had to do now was strike. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a scabbard instantly appeared in his hand. A steel sword was embedded in the scabbard. His eyes flashed with cold light, and his right hand suddenly grasped the hilt. The moment Wang Lin's right hand firmly grasped the hilt, the cold, sharp aura in his eyes completely vanished. Looking at it, there was no trace of agility or sharpness. It was as smooth as a piece of water. It was as if the overwhelming killing intent he had directed towards Void Master was instantly absorbed by the sword in his hand, leaving nothing behind. But this gaze, devoid of any killing intent, was infinitely more terrifying than anything that had been filled with it. Wang Lin vaguely felt that the spirit within the sword was about to awaken from its slumber. Once awakened, it would unleash a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. The beautiful village girl, who had been staring intently at Wang Lin, frowned slightly when Wang Lin took out the scabbard. Obviously, she didn't know what it was. However, upon seeing Wang Lin's calm gaze, the beautiful village girl's eyes widened in disbelief and fear, a flicker of memory rising within her. The man in black also stared at the scabbard in Wang Lin's hand, his pupils contracting sharply. Wang Lin, his eyes calm, gripped the hilt and pulled forcefully. As the sword left the scabbard, an unimaginable, terrifying pressure surged out. This powerful aura, at the moment it appeared, instantly filled the entire hall with a series of cracking sounds. It seemed as if it were about to collapse. As for the two enormous statues beside Wang Lin, countless cracks appeared in an instant, as if they were about to disintegrate. In just a moment, the steel sword was completely unsheathed. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised the sword and aimed directly at Void Master, who was engrossed in understanding the fundamental power of origin, fiercely slashing down. Void Master, who had never taken Wang Lin seriously, considered him nothing more than an ant. At this moment, his consciousness was rapidly analyzing the surrounding fundamental power, attempting to understand the mystery of how origin power was born. He had a feeling that if he could find this answer, it would be like finding the correct path to the third stage. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He could even hear his own heartbeat. But just as he was investigating, and his eyes seemed about to grasp a clear clue, sweat immediately broke out all over his body. Cold. A feeling of life or death danger instantly flooded his entire body. This kind of life or death danger was no weaker than the shock he felt earlier at the collapsed immortal burial pool, and was even stronger. Moreover, it possessed an aura familiar to Void Master. His pupils contracted as he stared intently at the sword in Wang Lin's hand, the void-defying Nirvana artifact. This sword, though it didn't leave Wang Lin's hand, instantly appeared between Wang Lin and Void Master, a massive sword shadow radiating a dazzling silver light. The perfect, massive sword, formed from silver light, emitted blinding flashes of light. After appearing, the sword swiftly slashed down at Void Master. Void Master held his breath, his eyes filled with intense terror. He had no time to dodge. Wang Lin's timing was incredibly cunning, the key to this deadly trap. The massive silver sword moved with incredible speed, far exceeding the speed a nascent soul cultivator could achieve. A flash of silver light, and it slammed into Void Master's chest. In that instant, Void Master's primordial spirit expanded outwards with unimaginable speed, transforming from within his body and enveloping him, directly appearing outside his body. From a distance, it appeared outside his body. Void Master emitted a dazzling purple light. His entire primordial spirit had naturally turned purple. Ordinary cultivators have extremely weak primordial spirits, relying entirely on their physical bodies for protection. But at Void Master's level, his primordial spirit was far stronger than his physical body. At this moment, his primordial spirit enveloped his body, directly resisting the large silver sword. The silver light flashed fiercely, Void Master's body trembled, and his face instantly turned unusually red. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the primordial spirit outside his body trembled as it retreated back into his body. A ferocious expression appeared on Void Master's face, and bang-bang sounds continuously echoed within his body. His body involuntarily recoiled under the attack. But at this moment, he forcefully raised his head, his retreating footsteps stubbornly halting, remaining firmly rooted within his primordial force, allowing the force to penetrate his body and worsen his injuries. You worthless wretch! Even with your powerful magical artifact, you're not qualified to kill me. The murderous intent in Void Master's eyes intensified, and he swung his right hand fiercely, grabbing at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face turned pale. The vital energy in his body was rapidly draining away with that sword strike. He had previously investigated this sword and learned that it didn't require any refinement. It could be used simply by holding it. This sword was completely different from traditional magic weapons, leaving Wang Lin very puzzled. However, because of the deadly trap laid out, he didn't think carefully and immediately took it out to use. Wang Lin had prepared for this object's ability to absorb vital energy from the body. Although his face was pale and he had lost a large amount of vital energy, he remained calm and composed. In the instant Void Master's hand reached out from a distance, Wang Lin raised the sword in his hand. He took a deep breath, and the vital energy in his body surged. Immediately, the light in the sword flashed out 10,000 feet, and then flashed forward. The dazzling silver light made Void Master recoil sharply, his expression extremely grim. At this moment, he was also worried. His body was enveloped in the primordial force, constantly being attacked by that force. This primordial force, though not much, perhaps less than 1/10,000th of the primordial force in his own body, was so weak that it forced the vast majority of his entire body's primordial force to fight against it. He was even more focused on carefully examining the situation during the confrontation. If it were the previous Wang Lin, Void Master wouldn't have cared at all. But now, he couldn't believe Wang Lin possessed the Void Annihilation artifact. He couldn't ignore it, but if he missed this opportunity to comprehend the primordial force, he would be extremely unwilling. His killing intent towards Wang Lin had reached its limit. Just give me half an incense stick's worth of time, and I believe I can find the mystery, the secret of this primordial power. Void Master patted his storage bag, and immediately a purple ice mist appeared in his hand. This ice block emitted a chilling aura, instantly enveloping the great madman in a wave of icy cold. Void Master, carrying a hint of heartache, instantly split his body in half, his primordial spirit transforming into another Void Master. He flew out of his body, opened his mouth and swallowed the purple ice block, causing it to sink into his body. With lightning speed, he rushed straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's sword swept across, and the large sword image transformed in a silver light, heading straight for Void Master's primordial spirit clone. The clone's hands formed a hand seal, pointing forward to counter the illusory great sword. A loud boom resounded, and the clone retreated several steps, slightly fading. However, the illusory sword image also collapsed. In an instant, the purple ice block appeared. Wang Lin immediately sensed a trace of the void-shattering artifact's aura on it, similar to his own sword. Obviously, this purple ice block was also a void-shattering artifact. At this moment, the primal energy in his body surged. Wang Lin had lost a great deal, but this wasn't the time to grieve over his primordial power. The killing trap had already been set, and if he let it slip away, Wang Lin would be unwilling to accept it. He had used his primordial power to set up the trap. If he couldn't kill or severely injure Void Master, it would be a failure in his calculations. He would not only expose his primordial power, but also the Void Nirvana artifact. However, if he could severely injure or kill Void Master, then even if all of this was exposed, it would be enough to terrify the beautiful village girl and the man in black. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin resolutely closed his eyes. Earlier, when he used this sword, he felt that it possessed a soul. His cultivation level wasn't sufficient to unleash the true power of this artifact, but this artifact could be wielded without refinement. To unleash its full power wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to control the artifact with his own hands. When Wang Lin closed his eyes, disregarding all control over the sword, in an instant, the sword emitted a buzzing sound. At this moment, the Void Master's primordial spirit clone rushed forward. The purple snowflakes within his body dispersed endless cold air, surrounding the clone's body. Even before he got close, the dense cold air enveloped Wang Lin. The sword in Wang Lin's hand suddenly rose, but it wasn't his own power. The sword controlled Wang Lin's actions. In this instant of raising, the primordial energy in Wang Lin's body surged wildly. The sword emitted a sound like a cheer, and a silver light flashed. The moment the Void Master's primordial spirit clone rushed forward, the sword immediately transformed back into a white sword shadow. However, this time the large silver sword was different, seemingly tangible, completely devoid of any illusion. The Void Sun's primordial spirit clone immediately clashed with the sword, retreating several steps. But the sword didn't disappear. Instead, its silver light shone even brighter, unexpectedly drawing a curve in midair, passing from the left side of the blade. Without a moment's pause, the azure sword transformed into a true silver rainbow, striking out from the Void Sun's primordial spirit clone. Sword after sword moves sweeping relentlessly. Its speed unexpectedly increased. The first sword was somewhat slow, but the second was slightly faster. At this point, the speed was even greater, and in the blink of an eye, 7 consecutive swords had been struck. After the 6th sword dissipated, the 7th sword seemed to absorb Wang Lin's vital energy. Fortunately, his ancient god body was powerful, containing such ancient god power that he was able to persevere. After 7 swords, the 8th sword, like a silver dragon circling, descended once again, followed by the 9th and 10th swords. Almost all eyes in the Grand Hall were focused on the Void Sun's primordial spirit clone. The bizarre and continuous moves of this magical artifact left the onlookers utterly astonished. Everything happened too quickly. The silver light came faster and faster. 20 swords. Wang Lin's skin withered over a large area, his face showing gloom. The ancient god power within his body unexpectedly couldn't withstand such absorption. From the 17th sword onwards, each subsequent sword strike was several times stronger than the previous one. 23 swords was Wang Lin's limit. The moment the 23rd sword struck, Wang Lin's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened wide. Like a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, the silver light swirling around the Void Sun's primordial spirit clone suddenly stopped. In that instant, the silver light, with unprecedented speed, flashed and roared, illuminating the entire hall with dazzling brilliance. Outside the Void Sun's primordial spirit clone, the silver light unexpectedly manifested, and simultaneously, 23 large silver swords appeared. In that instant, they all simultaneously struck the Void Sun's primordial spirit clone. The 23 large swords, like 23 shooting stars, moved with unimaginable speed, piercing through the clone with a resounding boom. The clone of the Void Master had no chance of dodging. The moment the 23 swords pierced through the purple ice block within his body, it cracked and collapsed. Next, the Void Master's clone, pierced by the same 23 swords, instantly disintegrated. But it wasn't over yet. The 23 swords seemed to merge into a single blade, intertwining continuously and immediately hurtling towards the Void Master, who was comprehending the fundamental essence. His face turned pale and he spat out a stream of blood, his eyes filled with terror. This isn't an ordinary Void Nirvana artifact. He couldn't believe that Wang Lin before him possessed such a terrifying artifact. With his clone destroyed, he was now severely injured, making him even harder to kill. Seeing those 23 swords destroy his primordial spirit, then obliterate a Void Nirvana artifact, and then rush towards him, Void Master's scalp tingled. But at this moment, he was confident he could uncover the fundamental mysteries in just a few more seconds. If he were to dodge, it would be tantamount to killing him directly. He would risk his life. At this moment, Void Master, having cultivated for countless years, naturally possessed a keen mind and deduced that Wang Lin was using the origin as bait to prevent him from fully utilizing his divine abilities. The vast majority of his mental energy was focused on understanding the origin, designing a trap to prevent him from advancing or retreating. He didn't retreat, but instead patted his storage bag. Immediately, a black turtle shell appeared in his hand. This shell was only the size of his palm, its entire body dark and radiating an aura of power. He wondered what creature it came from. Is this guy crazy? A turtle shell should be taken from a turtle, right? Sad face Silje to Hoivi. This turtle shell is clearly also a treasure of the Void Nirvana. Void Master, being an important figure in the Cultivation Alliance, naturally possessed no shortage of magical artifacts. He threw the turtle shell forward, gritting his teeth and ignoring everything else, using all his mental faculties to frantically comprehend the origin. He could feel that he was about to discover the path to the third stage that had plagued him for years, a path he had even dreamed of. The turtle shell flew out and immediately hovered before Void Master. A powerful black light suddenly erupted from it, but in that fleeting moment of black light, the 23 swords roared towards the 3 swords in front, forming a straight line and directly striking the turtle shell. A deafening boom resounded, and the turtle shell recoiled, but managed to withstand the blows. However, this attack was not over. The moment the 3rd sword dissipated, the 4th, 5th, and even the 21st sword, almost forming a silver streak of light, directly rushed forward. Boom! 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 The black turtle shell continuously retreated, and almost instantly numerous cracks appeared on its surface. In just 3 seconds, the turtle shell crumbled with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions, collapsing completely. The moment the turtle shell collapsed and disappeared, the 22nd and 23rd swords directly pierced through it, striking Void Master behind the shell. These last 2 swords contained the most destructive power, and at this moment, they pierced through almost instantly, striking Void Master's chest. At this moment, Void Master had no time to unleash any magical artifacts or divine abilities. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible for him to miss this opportunity to comprehend the fundamental essence. This sounds slow, but in reality, it happened in a flash. In this moment of danger, Void Master swung his hands forcefully outwards, and his clothes seemed to be blown by a strong wind. A purple wind quickly spread from his body, forming a swirling vortex. But this whirlwind almost appeared only to be struck by the 22nd sword. With a loud thud, the whirlwind collapsed. The moment the whirlwind collapsed, the 20th sword finally pierced directly through and struck Void Master's chest. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with dazzling light. He had been waiting for this moment, the very end of this deadly trap. Wang Lin raised his numb left hand and touched the rust on the sword. After touching the rust, he fiercely thrust forward. With a whoosh, Void Master's body was struck by the 23rd sword, spitting out a stream of fresh blood. His face was pale, his clothes torn to shreds, revealing a bloody mess of flesh. Just a little more. At this moment, Void Master seemed to have gone mad, disregarding the wounds on his body, frantically sensing that origin. He could feel that the distance to comprehending the 3rd step of the flying injury technique was drawing near. And he would immediately fully understand it. Is this guy so severely injured that he's gone insane? But at this moment, the rust, concealing a demonic power, instantly merged into the void under Wang Lin's attack. Just as Void Master was about to comprehend the 3rd step of the fundamental essence, a gentle breeze swept over him. Void Master's body trembled violently, blood gushed from his chest and all his orifices. He was forced to retreat. This single step back separated him from the fundamental essence, and all his efforts vanished. No! Void Master's eyes blazed red like a wild beast, but his body was uncontrollably thrown backward. The distance between him and the crimson light of the primordial force grew farther and farther, and large chunks of blood mist spewed from his body. Wang Lin's 3rd eye on his forehead flashed, the dark light disappearing as he retracted a nearly extinguished trace of primordial force into it. Wang Lin held the sword in his hand, his icy gaze coldly sweeping over the beautiful village girl. She was utterly shocked. Wang Lin's divine abilities and magical artifacts, the mind-shattering scene she had just witnessed, made her afraid to look him in the eye, only lowering her head. As for the man in black, at the same time Wang Lin's gaze fell upon him, his eyes showed intense fear and apprehension. Facing Wang Lin's gaze, he unexpectedly dared not look directly at him. At this moment, Wang Lin's aura was at its peak compared to anyone he had ever encountered in his life. Regardless of the method or scheme, okay, that's a good scheme. Being able to defeat a nascent soul cultivator speaks volumes. Who would want to provoke such an enemy? If you want my essence, if you want my magical treasures, come and take them quickly. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. His body gradually merged into the purple vortex emanating from the statue's 2 eyes, slowly disappearing. Although he disappeared, he left a lasting impression on the beautiful village girl and the man in black, while the fear in Void Master lingered for a long time. The man in black's eyes remained wary, his heart filled with dread as he thought of Wang Lin's 23 swords technique. Although he knew that Wang Lin's 23 swords had exhausted its power, he dared not gamble. The 23 consecutive sword attacks had shattered his confidence that the Chuxiang Saint sect would rise again because of this man. In this Star Domain alliance, it wouldn't be a resurgence of past glory, but a new, unprecedented level. This man possessed a primordial essence. Who gave him this primordial essence? The man in black trembled, his wariness intensifying. Void Master clenched his fists fiercely, his body racked with pain. His primordial spirit was half destroyed, and the severe injuries had caused his cultivation to plummet. There were many things, especially the rapid changes before the origin, which brought him so close to the third step of hope and then to the bitter disappointment, causing him to let out an uncontrollable roar. But he was, after all, a cultivator for many years. After the roar, he calmed down, his eyes revealing an even more frenzied murderous intent. This person is too cunning and audacious. I absolutely cannot allow him to become the future Vermilion-Bird Holy Emperor. To kill him, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my 3,000 years as the leader of the heavenly humans to kill him and seize the origin. The beautiful village girl was no less terrified than the man in black and Void Master. On the contrary, she understood more, and her shock was even greater than that of the man in black and Void Master. What moved her, besides Wang Lin's original essence, was that steel tribulation sword. She had heard of such a powerful magical artifact before. In her memory, in the Kunlun Void Realm, she heard elders discussing and instructing that there was a saying in the world: there are only 5 types of treasures: spiritual, profound, immortal, and nirvana. It wasn't just these 5 types. There were other treasures of different levels. However, she heard the old elders say that even he himself had only seen nirvana-level treasures. Spiritual and profound treasures were mostly used by first-stage cultivators. Often, within these 2 categories, there were also some first-stage cultivators who possessed immortal treasures. But for second-stage cultivators, immortal treasures were somewhat insufficient, especially for those old monsters who had cultivated to the Shattered Nirvana stage. Unless the immortal treasure was of the highest level, it wouldn't help them much, and often couldn't even compare to their divine abilities or immortal techniques. At this point, those old nirvana-shattering monsters will go in search of a higher-level magical artifact, one that surpasses the immortal treasures commonly used by ancient cultivators. They will travel back in time, searching for relics, and from within those ancient ruins, they will find a type of magical artifact commonly used, the Void. Although Void-level artifacts are rare, they are encountered to some extent. Almost every sect possesses them. However, the old masters of the Shattered Nirvana realm cherish them immensely and don't easily take them out to use. After all, they haven't found the method to create this type of artifact, nor can they repair it. Thus, once damaged, its power will be greatly reduced. In fact, some Void-level artifacts are not true Void-level artifacts but merely belong to the Void-level artifact category, only slightly superior, hence the name Void-level artifact. In reality, it's just a title of honor. For ordinary Shattered Nirvana realm masters, Void-level artifacts are already top tier, and they would spare no expense to obtain them. But for late-stage Shattered Nirvana realm cultivators at the Great Perfection level, Void-level artifacts are precious, but having cultivated to their level, whether through theft or collection, they have no shortage of such artifacts. Even all the treasures in the world were not valued by them. Their pursuit was transcending the second stage of cultivation, reaching the legendary third stage. However, this third stage was too vague and elusive, with no clear path forward. They could only silently await the descent of the 5 declines of heaven and man, ultimately dying slowly. For these ancient beings who were nearly immortal, this wasn't a dream of achieving the power and cultivation of the third stage, but a desperate desire for life. Only by reaching the third stage could they resist the 5 declines of heaven and man, otherwise only death awaited them. At this time, some cultivators from the Wind Immortal realm happened to travel to the Star Domain Alliance. These individuals hadn't reached the third stage, but they had overcome the 4th of the 5 declines of heaven and man. The 5 declines of heaven and man are tribulations that every cultivator at the Shattered Nirvana stage must undergo. Each time they overcome them, their cultivation and strength increase countless times. However, the 5 declines of heaven and man are extremely difficult. Failure immediately leads to the annihilation of both body and soul. This person was able to reach the 4th decline precisely because he possessed a type of magical artifact. This artifact would later be known as a Nirvana-level supreme treasure. Nirvana-level supreme treasures were later studied and investigated by them, and they could vaguely trace them back to the ancient times. However, such treasures are extremely rare to this day, almost as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even so, these old Nirvana-level monsters discovered in ancient ruins a type of artifact that surpasses the Void-level artifact and is close to the Nirvana-level artifact. This is the Void-level Nirvana. While not as extremely rare as true Nirvana-level artifacts, they are still pitifully scarce. Almost all of them are obtained by late-stage Great Perfection Shattered Nirvana cultivators. One of the criteria for the Alliance Elder Council is to possess a Void-level artifact. Besides its immense power, this artifact can also provide certain benefits to cultivators in the 5 declines of heaven and man. Void-level artifacts are also categorized, though somewhat vaguely, mostly into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and perfection. After all, these artifacts are ancestral relics. Successors fundamentally don't know how to create them, let alone meticulously record and differentiate them. It can absorb a cultivator's killing intent, can transform into illusory images, and can display such power. The artifact in Wang Lin's hand is at least a high-grade Void-level artifact. It's even very likely a perfection Void-level artifact. The beautiful village girl took a deep breath, her eyes revealing a profound sense of apprehension. Wang Lin held his breath, shaking his head. Simultaneously unleashing his power would instantly turn him into a dried corpse. He sheathed his sword and put it back into his storage bag. He took out some pills and threw them into his mouth, not waiting for them to digest before gritting his teeth and flying forward. He had just been in a situation where his strength was depleted, using his aura to severely injure Void Master to scare the man in black and the beautiful village girl. If they had attacked again, he would undoubtedly have died. At this moment, he didn't have time to heal his wounds. He had to quickly use his advantage of knowing the map of the Immortal Emperor's cave to widen the distance between himself and them. Wang Lin took a deep breath, constantly navigating through the numerous restrictions in the second layer of the Immortal Emperor's cave, quickly reaching the forbidden site on the map. Upon seeing it, Wang Lin immediately determined that someone ahead of him had opened a forbidden site. He didn't know which level that person had entered. He dragged his weary body straight to the center of the second level, where mist swirled. The structure of the first 6 levels of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling was almost identical. Therefore, with Wang Lin's familiarity, although his speed was considerably slowed, he quickly reached the center of the second level and proceeded to the entrance of the third level. At this moment, the man in black, the beautiful village girl, and the severely injured Void Master also arrived at the second level. The Void Master was no longer as arrogant as on the first level. He didn't directly break through the restrictions but slowly made his way forward. This gave Wang Lin enough time. There were no statues in the main hall of the second level. Only 9 stone candlesticks lay on the ground. Wang Lin suppressed his anxiety, carefully observed for a long time, and gradually frowned. But suddenly, Wang Lin's gaze stopped at the candle holders on the ground. There were faint, shallow traces of movement in these places, obviously having been moved more than once, leaving many suspicious marks. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he squatted down to carefully observe. Gradually, his eyes brightened. He sensed a very strong sword energy in the center of these 9 candles. This sword energy was very ordinary. Even if someone sensed it, they would only think that someone had intentionally damaged these candles. But this sword energy was very important to Wang Lin. Senior Zhou used sword energy. He left his sword energy here, obviously having entered the third level. But why would he leave his sword energy here? Or perhaps... Wang Lin's gaze lingered, and along the way, the elemental power in his body had partially recovered. At this moment, he waved his hand, and immediately the 9 candle holders in front of him flashed with fire, all being lit. The moment the flames appeared, they instantly swirled around Wang Lin's body, carrying him away and up to the third level. These moving candle trails were merely a distraction. Even the traces left on the ground were meant to attract the attention of those who came before. causing them to overlook the candles, which needed to be lit. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been in this immortal emperor's cave for 2 months. During these 2 months, he only had a short time each day to heal his wounds. The rest of the time was spent constantly moving from one level to another. The restrictions in this immortal emperor's cave became stronger the further one went. Sometimes, even with Wang Lin's restriction techniques, it took him a considerable amount of time to safely pass through the Jade Slip map. The most time-consuming part was the central palace on each level. Those palaces seemed like mysteries, requiring immense effort to find the way to the next level. If that were all, it would be fine, but the Jade Slip map, from the 4th floor onwards, introduced several storage spaces, which Wang Lin naturally didn't want to miss. Unfortunately, most of these places had already been reached by others, but there were also a few untouched places that Wang Lin had taken everything from and thrown into his storage bag. Thinking about his gains over the past 2 months, Wang Lin was very excited. Even he was shocked by the items in these storage spaces, such as the Immortal Jade. Currently, the Immortal Jade in Wang Lin's storage bag was enough to establish a sect, enough for its disciples to use for 1,000 years. There were also many other items. In Wang Lin's view, these storage spaces were like the storage places of the immortal Emperor Qing Shuang. Clearly, they had a purpose. Wang Lin didn't know Qing Shuang's original purpose, but now that those things were his, it truly excited him for days. What excited him even more was that, according to the Jade Slip, there were 2 spatial teleportation points in this 6th level. One of them contained a large number of immortal elixirs and divine medicines from before the collapse of the immortal realm. These medicines were more important to Wang Lin than any magical treasure. For the past 2 months, Wang Lin's cultivation hadn't fully recovered. His physical injuries were no longer a problem thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of the ancient gods. However, the loss of his elemental power and primordial spirit from using the iron sword had left him exhausted, and without medicine, it would be difficult to recover quickly. Wang Lin's storage bag was almost completely depleted of medicine, and moreover, this place was fraught with danger. Therefore, Wang Lin absolutely had to seize the place where the medicine was stored. Today, a place in the 6th level suddenly flashed with light, and Wang Lin's figure emerged from within. This place was surrounded by a series of pavilions, seemingly a private garden. In front, there were several artificial rock formations, and a small river meandered from afar. The sound of ding-dong echoed all around, creating a very peaceful atmosphere. This is the 6th floor. Wang Lin took a deep breath, looking around. In his mind, he quickly compared his current location with that on the Jade Slip map. After a moment, he knew his exact location. Wang Lin looked to the right, his eyes showing determination. In an instant, he went straight to the right. This medicinal herb must be obtained. Wang Lin moved swiftly, constantly passing through the restrictions. At this moment, he suddenly stopped, staring intently ahead. There are people here. Wang Lin had traveled from the 2nd to the 5th floor, discovering many traces left by others, but encountering no one. This was the first time he had spotted a figure from the 2nd floor onwards. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be able to reach this place. It's not simple. A slightly surprised voice came from the front. 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared before Wang Lin. The man had an air of refined elegance and was extremely handsome. He was smiling at Wang Lin. Behind him was a woman with gentle eyes, yet showing a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Wang Lin to have arrived. These 2 were the Cloud Immortal Taoist companion. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. His cultivation had not yet fully recovered. This was arguably his weakest point since entering this immortal mansion. A slight carelessness could easily cost him his life. As he spoke, Wang Lin's gaze casually swept to the back of the Cloud Immortal Taoist companion. The absence of Zhou Yi's figure caused his heart to sink. Your forbiddance techniques are truly profound, little brother. It seems I underestimated you before. Wang Wei said with a smile. He didn't know much about Wang Lin himself. Zhou Yi had never mentioned anything about him. In Wang Wei's understanding, Wang Lin's ability to break through the forbiddance formations to reach this place proved that his understanding of forbiddance techniques had reached the pinnacle. As for Wang Lin's injuries, Wang Wei had naturally noticed them. This Cloud Immortal Taoist companion seemed very strange to Wang Lin. Clearly, when the Immortal Mansion opened, Everyone entered at the same time, and these two should have been sucked into the boundary realm together. But until the boundary realm collapsed, Wang Lin hadn't seen them appear, yet now they suddenly materialized here. Not wanting to talk much with these two, and with Xu Yi not present, Wang Lin began to strategize. Furthermore, his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. As he retreated, he calmly said, "Seniors, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Having said that, Wang Lin swiftly moved backward, escaping to the side and heading towards the storage area for the miraculous elixirs. Wang Wei's smiling expression remained unchanged. He merely shook his head slightly, not stopping him. Only after Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the surrounding restrictions did he chuckle softly, saying, "This young man is quite interesting." His Dao companion, Hu Qian, also smiled, saying, "Wang Lin is very cautious. I was planning to talk to him a bit, but he scared him away." Wang Wei laughed heartily and said, "He wasn't scared away by me. He was planning to go somewhere else. Look how smoothly he entered the Forbidden Zone just now, without any hesitation, and the zone wasn't even activated. This person is either extremely familiar with this place, or his Forbidden Zone techniques surpass my imagination." Hu Qian looked at the spot where Wang Lin had disappeared, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she lowered her voice, saying, "Given his age, I'd rather believe he's extremely familiar with this place." Wang Wei smiled at Hu Qian and said, "Seeing him easily pass through the Forbidden Zone like that, you're a little unconvinced, aren't you? However, I agree with what you just said. He truly understands this place extremely well, which makes it even more interesting. What's there to be unconvinced about? You, at this age, are still teasing me all day long." Hu Qian covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes like crescent moons, looking very beautiful. Hearing this, Wang Wei smiled, his expression revealing his shrewdness, and said, "We previously guessed that the sword spirit came here with companions, not alone. If I'm not mistaken, the sword spirit's companion is him." Hu Qian was stunned, thought carefully for a moment, then smiled and said, "If that's true, then it's good. Then he's not an enemy. Looking at his route just now, if he's familiar with this place, he'll be heading to the Immortal Emperor's elixir storage. We'll know for sure if we go and check. The sword spirit is also there. There must be some secrets between the two of them." Wang Wei chuckled, his body flashing as he moved forward. Hu Qian watched Wang Wei, her eyes showing tenderness. She trusted most of Wang Wei's analyses and calculations. She lightly lifted her foot and walked alongside Wang Wei. Wang Lin retreated, passing through a forbidden area. The restrictions on this 6th level were even more complex, thus significantly affecting Wang Lin's speed. Some restrictions could be overcome in an instant, but many required careful analysis and calculation before he could proceed. After 7 days, Wang Lin approached the medicinal storage area from beside a crescent-shaped spot. According to the Jade Slip map, this was a pill refining room. Inside, there was a teleportation point that could lead to the pill storage area. Seeing the pill refining room from afar, Wang Lin gently approached it. As he advanced, Wang Lin's divine sense spread in all directions, but not too far, focusing only on observing the surrounding restrictions. Through the fluctuations of the restrictions, he could sense if anyone was approaching. This alchemy room wasn't large, and next to it was a medicinal garden, though currently only withered weeds remained. As he walked, Wang Lin gradually entered the medicinal garden. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped, staring intently at the alchemy room ahead. He vaguely sensed that the restrictions here and the description on the map were slightly different. All the descriptions in the Jade Slip were accurate throughout his journey to the 5th floor. Only this one place differed slightly. The only explanation was that the restrictions here had been tampered with. Wang Lin's expression gradually turned somber. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly flashed. After carefully analyzing this transformation for a long time, he vaguely discerned some clues, but the more clues he saw, the more he frowned. In his eyes, the restrictions outside the alchemy chamber ahead had been slightly modified with only minor additions. But strangely, after these additions, they unexpectedly combined with the existing restrictions in an incredibly perfect way. The art of restrictions is ever-changing. Each person who performs a restriction has different personalities, experiences, cultivation levels, and understanding of restrictions. Therefore, even when performing the same type of restriction, although they may appear similar on the surface to a discerning eye, the details are not entirely identical. Thus, Wang Lin found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. The altered restrictions before him unexpectedly shattered his understanding of restrictions. I never imagined they would combine so perfectly. In my opinion, and with the inheritance of the destruction forbidden's formation, no one in this world could forcibly alter someone else's forbidden's formation and achieve such perfection. Even if such a person existed, their understanding of forbidden's formations would have to reach an unbelievable level to perfectly alter some formations cast by someone with only a rudimentary understanding of forbidden's formations. But in this 6th level of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling, each formation is extremely rare in the world. How could anyone possibly be capable of such perfect alteration? If such a person truly existed, then in their eyes, all the formations in this Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling would be nothing more than a joke, traversing all 9 levels with ease. Wang Lin took a deep breath, shaken by the thought in his mind for a moment. He was unwilling to accept this, carefully re-examining the formations, but the more he looked, the more horrified he became. The formations surrounding this alchemy room could no longer be described as the most perfect. Essentially, they're identical, as if the same person, at different times, perfected the very same forbidden's formation they had set up. Or, a sudden flash of insight struck Wang Lin's mind, his eyes widening. Could the person who set up all the forbidden's formations in this Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling and the person now altering it be the same person? Wang Lin took another deep breath. This answer could explain everything, but it was also beyond imagination. Wang Lin stared at the formation, vaguely feeling that his judgment was correct. He had thus unveiled a huge secret. But who exactly was the person who set it up? The first person that came to Wang Lin's mind was Yun Xian, his Tao companion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin was unwilling to give up. At this moment, the elixir was extremely important to him. His eyes flashed, and he stared intently at the formation, beginning to calculate. The restrictions here are extremely complex, obviously intended to prevent outsiders from entering. Wang Lin simply sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes constantly flashing with the power of the restrictions. He potted his storage bag with his right hand, and a compass immediately appeared. He had been sitting here for 3 days. During these 3 days, blood vessels gradually appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and countless variations of the restrictions flashed through his mind, searching for the most accurate method to break them. By the 4th day, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with blood vessels. He stood up, took a step forward, and without hesitation entered the restricted area outside the alchemy room. After taking 1 step out, he didn't stop but took 3 more steps. On the 5th step, a look of hesitation appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. In his calculations, this 5th step was very difficult to find the correct answer. It seemed that no matter where he placed his foot, it would be wrong. The 5th step, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. After a moment of contemplation, a smile gradually appeared on his face. There is no 5th step. He stepped forward, placing the 5th step in the void, directly leaping over and stopping on the ground in front of him. That was also the 6th step. After landing, Wang Lin immediately observed his surroundings. Only after discovering that no restrictions had been triggered did he breathe a sigh of relief. His movements were as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds, constantly moving left and right. Not long after, he stepped out of the restricted area and appeared at the entrance to the alchemy chamber. He was about to push the door open when his expression suddenly changed drastically. He forcefully retreated. The moment he retreated, the alchemy chamber door suddenly opened from the inside, and a sword light, as fast as lightning, tore through the wind. But after seeing Wang Lin clearly, a very faint sound came from within the sword light. Immediately afterward, the golden light suddenly dissipated, transforming into a figure of jade white grace. This was indeed Qi. Wang Lin, who was retreating, stopped upon seeing Qi's figure and pressed his right hand down in a hand seal. He didn't speak, but instead looked at the open Danfeng gate. The inside and outside of the gate were like two separate worlds, impenetrable to divine consciousness. This explained why Qi didn't know Wang Lin was approaching, and why Wang Lin didn't sense Qi's presence. I knew you would definitely come here. Seeing Wang Lin, Qi's face showed a mixture of emotion and a smile. There was also a hint of reminiscence. In Wang Lin's eyes, Qi had changed a great deal. What surprised Wang Lin even more was that Qi unexpectedly possessed an aura extremely similar to that of the Void Nirvana Dharma treasure. Wang Lin greets Senior, "I haven't forgotten my promise from back then. Even if it costs me dearly, I will definitely bring Qing Shuang's body here." Wang Lin was deeply moved upon seeing Zhou Yi again. Zhou Yi was one of the few benefactors in his life. Regardless of his current cultivation level, Wang Lin always held his benefactors in the highest regard. Zhou Yi looked at Wang Lin, his expression showing joy, and shook his head, saying, "There's no need for us to address each other as Senior. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Zhou." At this point, Zhou Yi's gaze suddenly became serious, carefully examining Wang Lin. "Alas, your injuries are so severe. Your primordial spirit is dim and hazy, and because of your slow recovery, the underlying danger is very deep." While speaking, Qi Yi's expression turned cold. Wang Lin smiled wryly and briefly recounted his previous encounter with Void Master. He didn't mention the origin, only the awakening of the vermilion bird. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't trust Qi Yi, but the matter concerning the origin was far too important. Void Master. Qi Yi's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Wang Lin, his gaze revealing a hint of familiarity. "If it weren't for bringing Qing Shuang to me, he wouldn't have been in such danger, Void Master. I'll remember this." Qi Yi nodded, not asking any further questions, but he etched Void Master's name in his heart. Injuring Wang Lin while he was bringing Qing Shuang to him was like touching his reverse scale. If given the chance, given Qi Yi's personality, he would definitely make Void Master pay a heavy price. "You must have come here for the elixirs, although there are many elixirs here. The Cloud Immortal couple took most of them long ago. The few remaining are only effective for spiritual bodies. Because the method of storing these elixirs is very complicated, the Cloud Immortal couple didn't take them back then." After saying this, Qi Yi immediately changed his tone slightly and said, "However, don't worry, I will find a way to collect the elixirs for your healing." Qi Yi then flashed, transforming into a beam of sword light, directly piercing through the restrictions outside the elixir room. In midair, he became a phantom, calmly bowing and saying, "Senior Cloud Immortal couple, this is an old friend of mine. Could I possibly offer some elixirs?" A soft chuckle echoed from afar, and two streaks of purple light flashed from within the barrier. Wang Wei and Hu Qian emerged. Their strides were short, yet strangely, they reached the outside of the alchemy room in just 3 steps. Wang Wei waved his right hand, and the barrier outside the alchemy room instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Seeing this, Wang Lin's pupils contracted. I suspected earlier that Brother Wang and the sword spirit had some connection, and it turns out I was right. Wang Wei chuckled, his right hand grasping at the void. Immediately, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. 6 purple jade bottles flew out, landing in Wang Wei's palm. 6 bottles of 5-grade condensing immortal pills. They might be of some use to you. With that, Wang Wei waved his right hand, and the 6 bottles of pills flew towards Wang Lin. A dense aura of immortal energy emanated from the 6 jade bottles, instantly bringing a sense of peace to the mind. Wang Lin clasped his hands, grasping the 6 jade bottles. After scanning them with his divine consciousness, he didn't immediately consume them but instead placed them in his storage bag. The woman, Hu Qian, carefully assessed Wang Lin for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "Are you a successor of the Annihilation Forbiddance technique?" Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied to Hu Qian, "Not a successor. I only know a little." Beside them, after seeing the 6 bottles of immortal pills, Zhou Yi couldn't help but frown. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Wang Wei and clasped his hands, saying, "Senior Wang Wei, this person is not only an old friend of mine but also has shown great kindness to me. I have never mentioned the events of that year. In fact, he rescued me from being sealed here. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you again." Wang Wei looked at Qi Yi meaningfully, raising his right hand and grabbing at the crack. At that moment, 5 jade bottles emitting multicolored light flew out from within. Catching them, Wang Wei threw them all towards Wang Lin. Inside these bottles are 5 pills, called the Hidden Heaven Pill. Consuming them can greatly reduce damage to the primordial spirit. After receiving the pills, Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over them, sensing the dense immortal energy within. It was almost like a cup of celestial wine, far surpassing the immortal pills in the 6 bottles he had just received. Chu Yi's expression remained grim, clearly still dissatisfied. He gritted his teeth, no longer bowing, and said, "Senior, you just learned that I, Chu, am a martial sword immortal. Surely you also know about the martial immortal Lord Qing. Wang Wei's eyes immediately narrowed. Without saying anything, he took out 3 more bottles of pills from the crack, and without further explanation of their effects, directly threw them to Wang Lin. Wang Lin took them, his divine consciousness sweeping over them, and his expression immediately changed slightly. The immortal energy within the 3 bottles of elixirs was unexpectedly even more concentrated than in the multicolored bottles, clearly indicating they were even better. Back then, in the immortal realm of martial arts, I was infatuated with a female corpse. I used the immortal jade tower to preserve this corpse, preventing its decay and ensuring its eternal existence. Chu Yi's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he recounted everything related to Qing from the past. Later, I learned that she wasn't Dinger, but the immortal Lord Qing. Wang Wei's expression changed slightly. He had previously refrained from asking about Chu Yi's past, fearing that soul-searching would destroy this spiritual body. This was the first time he had heard it. Hu Wan, beside him, showed a hint of excitement in her eyes. The two exchanged glances. Wang Wei's right hand then pulled out more than 10 bottles of different colors from a crack in the wall, throwing them all towards Wang Lin. Staring intently at Chu Yi, Wang Wei said in a low voice, "Continue the story." Wang Lin's expression was strange. He now understood the implication of Chu Yi's words, thinking of a way to obtain the elixir. "The last time I took Tinger to the immortal realm of martial arts, I met Wang Lin there." The reminiscing look in Chu Yi's eyes deepened. He seemed completely immersed in the beautiful and unforgettable memories of that time, a faint smile on his face. With each word, the events of the immortal realm of martial arts unfolded slowly. Wang Lin listened calmly, also drawn into the recollection. Wang Wei and Hu Huan were momentarily drawn into that vivid memory, especially when they heard about someone trying to steal Qing Shuang's corpse. Hu Huan's gentle demeanor was instantly replaced by a murderous glint. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with cold light, revealing a powerful aura of intimidation. "I willingly burned everything for her. I have no regrets," Chu Yi whispered. Even now, he had no regrets about what he had done that day. Hearing that Chu Yi had burned his soul to protect Qing Shuang's body, and only regained his senses after reaching the peak of enlightenment, yet still remained resolute and without regret. Hu Qian's gaze towards Chu Yi held a hint of pity. Accursed fate. Wang Wei sighed inwardly. With his cultivation and experience, he could naturally discern the truth from falsehood in Chu Yi's words with just a glance. According to Chu Yi, the primordial spirit within Qing Shuang's body, due to his thousand-year infatuation, gradually awakened, saving Chu Yi from imminent destruction and becoming the new martial sword spirit. The scene from that day flashed before Chu Yi's eyes. Wang Wei and Hu Quan fell into silence. After a long while, Wang Wei sighed, bowed to Chu Yi, and said with gratitude, "Brother Chu, I, Wang, thank you on behalf of Qing Shuang. I hope you won't hold any offense against me in the past." Hu Quan, beside him, also showed a sorrowful expression, looked at Chu Yi, and bowed, saying, "Brother Chu, we will never forget your great kindness." They could tell the difference between truth and falsehood with just a glance. Combined with their previous judgment, Chu Yi's words were completely illogical. How could they not believe him? Furthermore, Chu Yi's identity as the sword spirit of the martial arts has proven everything he said. So, Brother Wang Lin must have come here to bring Qing Shuang's body. Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Recalling his previous understanding of Wang Lin, he hadn't expected him to be so righteous. At this point, everything seemed clear. But Wang Lin didn't immediately bring out Qing Shuang's body. Instead, he took a few steps back. He looked at Wang Wei and Hu Quan and calmly asked, "What are the true identities of you two seniors?" Wang Wei was even more impressed by Wang Lin's extremely cautious demeanor. The more cautious he was, the more suitable he was for the task Chu Yi had entrusted to him. "Well, I haven't revealed my identity to anyone in countless years. You and Chu Yi have both done me a great favor, and even more so to the immortal Emperor Qinglin. If you still want to keep it a secret, I can't do that." Wang Wei sighed deeply, raising his head to look at the black mist in the center of the 6th level of the immortal Emperor's cave, a hint of emotion appearing in his expression. "I, Wang, was the first guard of immortal Emperor Qinglin back then, and also the second disciple of my esteemed master. Wang Wei slowly opened his mouth. The moment he revealed his identity, an indescribable aura immediately emanated from him, revealing an overwhelming arrogance. Vaguely, Wang Lin seemed to sense the demeanor of this Wang Wei from the immortal realm back then. I am the seventh disciple of my esteemed master, and I grew up with Sister Qing Shuang, Hu Kuan said in a low voice. That year, when the immortal realm faced a great catastrophe and collapsed, the two of us were out working and luckily escaped. Afterwards, we learned that our master hadn't perished, but was severely injured and was hiding in seclusion. We searched through countless caves and finally determined that our master was in this demon spirit land. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he fell silent. Hu Kuan glanced at Wang Lin, raised her hand, and waved it towards the barrier beside her. Immediately, the barrier underwent a transformation, becoming even more powerful than the original barrier. You must have noticed that the barrier outside this alchemy chamber is different. With your cultivation in barrier techniques, you can certainly guess that after our master opened this immortal emperor's cave, the architecture and all the barriers inside were arranged by me alone for him. Only then, after adding the barriers, could they perfectly blend together. Although Hu Kuan's voice wasn't loud, it still reached Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, "So it's you? I thought it was Senior Wang Wei." Wang Wei shook his head and smiled. "My forbidden's techniques can't compare to yours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost the bet we made back then." Wang Lin patted his storage bag, about to take out the immortal jade tower, when at that moment, Wang Wei's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head sharply and looked into the distance. A sharp laugh suddenly echoed throughout the 6th floor. As the cold, sharp laughter echoed, Wang Lin looked into the distance. A figure, seemingly treading on air, swiftly rushed towards them. Bei Luo. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. A disciple of Qing Lin, quite something. I didn't expect you to use a forbidden's formation to trap this demon. After a few steps, Bei Luo approached, his gaze instantly spotting Wang Lin among the crowd, his expression one of surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to reach this place. Bei Luo's eyes flashed with a strange light. A cold glint flickered in Wang Wei's eyes. He snorted coldly and stepped forward, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing forward. Immediately, a curtain of rain materialized, rushing straight towards Bei Luo. Hu Kuan, meanwhile, stepped into the forbidden's formation beside her, tearing her fingertip and quickly drawing a strange ancient talisman in the void with her blood. As soon as this talisman appeared, it instantly dispersed into bursts of eerie light. At this moment, all the restrictions in the 6th layer of this immortal mansion seemed to come alive, unexpectedly flashing simultaneously. They all seemed to radiate a dark light, rapidly rising from all directions, rushing straight towards Bei Luo, who was stepping through the air. A screen of dark light flashed across the sky from all the restrictions, converging at Hu Kuan's gesture. Ancient demon Bei Luo pushed her hands forward, a surge of demonic energy roaring out from her body, forming a whirlwind. Bei Luo was inside the vortex, and despite the howling wind outside his body, his voice was distorted, seemingly capable of shaking the listener's body. Wang Lin, already injured, turned pale. Without hesitation, he immediately took out several pills and swallowed them, not even bothering to urge them on. He stared into the air, circulating the elemental energy within his body. What is my suggestion? If we continue fighting, you won't be able to rescue the immortal emperor, nor will I be able to kill the ancient demon tower, and ultimately, it will only benefit him. Bei Luo's voice was eerie and sinister. In fact, Bei Luo did this because he was very wary of the cooperation between Wang Wei and Hu Kuan. Moreover, all the restrictions here were controlled by Hu Kuan. Before this, Bei Luo had left the burial heaven pool and met Yanxian and her companion in the 4th level of the immortal mansion. The two sides had engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately neither killing the other. However, due to the presence of Hu Kuan, Bei Luo was trapped by a restrictive spell for several months. This time, he came not to fight again, but to cooperate. Hu Kuan's eyes flashed, looking towards Wang Wei. Wang Wei stared at Bei Luo for a long time, then the cold light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and with a wave of his right hand, the water screen disappeared. He calmly said, "It's possible." Bei Luo breathed a sigh of relief, his body flashed and stopped on the ground, but still maintained a certain distance from Yanxian Dao's companion. Bei Luo's gaze swept over, stopping on Wang Lin, and he smiled, saying, "Brother Wang, I didn't expect your cultivation to have improved so much. However, with such injuries, if you don't heal quickly, your future cultivation development will definitely be greatly affected. After all, it is thanks to you that I was able to enter this place. Without you, I'm afraid no one would have brought me here. Although I don't have any healing elixirs, I suspect your injuries were caused by someone. Tell me who injured you, and I will kill him as a way of repaying your kindness." Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. With his intelligence, how could he not understand the probing and divisive meaning in Bei Luo's words? Obviously, he was very surprised that Wang Lin could come here, and even more so unaware of the relationship between Wang Lin and the cloudy mortal Taoist. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips, and he clasped his hands together, saying, "Then I thank you, ancient demon lord. As for the one who injured me, if I meet him, I will naturally expose him." At that time, ancient demon lord, please don't break your promise. Bei Luo's eyes flashed, and he laughed heartily, not mentioning the matter again. Naturally, it wasn't convenient to bring a Qing Shuang's corpse at this time. Wang Wei reached into his chest, took out a pill wrapped in wax, and with a look of regret in his eyes, handed it to Wang Lin. "This is the green pill that my master gave me back then. Regardless of whether you cultivate immortal power or elemental power, as long as it's the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, after consuming this pill, all your injuries will instantly heal. I don't have many of these pills left. You can choose to eat them now or save them for future danger." While speaking, Wang Wei coldly glanced at Bei Luo. He didn't just say not many. He actually only had 3 of these pills. One was in Hu Qian's possession, and he kept it for himself. The moment Bei Luo saw the green pill, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. He was very familiar with this green pill. Back then, he and Gumo ambushed Qing Shuang. With Qing Shuang's bizarre injuries, eating this pill wouldn't have much effect, but it would still have some benefit. Therefore, this immediately created a huge resistance, which was also one of the key reasons for the failure. The fact that he could give this kind of elixir shows that the relationship between the two of them and Wang Lin is very good, and further proves that the two of them, Yanxian and his companion, still have more to offer. Although I don't know if it's true or false, if they really fight, it will be very troublesome. Bei Luo's gaze returned from the elixir. Taking the elixir, Wang Lin didn't immediately eat it but put it into his storage bag. Under Hu Quan's guidance, everyone went straight into the black mist in the center of the 6th layer. Zhou Yi always floated beside Wang Lin. This was when he was weakest and needed someone to protect him. Zhou Yi was naturally that person. Very quickly, they approached the black mist in the center. Bei Luo stared at the mist, his eyes revealing resentment. If it weren't for his failure back then, it would have been impossible for the ancient demon tower to seize the initiative. However, that's not without its advantages. That Qing Shuang isn't so easy to deal with. The old tower probably hasn't succeeded yet, otherwise, it would have left long ago. Stepping into the palace within the black mist, Wang Lin immediately saw a stone tablet on the ground. This stone tablet was about 2 zhang tall, with no characters on it, only a single palm print. The last 3 floors are the sleeping quarters where Master Yin is in seclusion. I wonder if there are any changes inside. Therefore, to act effectively, it's best to wait for more people to arrive. Wang Lin, you heal your injuries first. That way, the last 3 floors will have the strength to protect themselves. Wang Wei looked at Bei Luo in the distance and calmly said. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't quite understand these two Yanxian Taoist couple. They weren't in a hurry to enter, but were waiting for others to come along. And the ancient demon Bei Luo didn't even bother to ask, seemingly sharing the same idea. Don't overthink it. Just focus on healing. Those two always work in strange ways. I'm used to it, but they won't harm you. Beside Wang Lin, Zhou Yi used a special method of the sword spirit to transmit his voice. Wang Lin lowered his head, a glint flashing in his eyes, then sat down cross-legged. He didn't eat the green pill, but instead took out other things. After carefully examining them, he swallowed them one by one, closing his eyes. Although he was healing, his consciousness remained open. While this would affect the healing speed, it was absolutely necessary in this place. Time slowly passed, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Wang Wei and Hu Huan also sat down cross-legged. Bei Luo did the same. Wang Lin exhaled a deep breath of stale air. His injuries had healed somewhat, but lingering ailments remained. Fortunately, he had enough medicine, and Wang Lin took out some more and swallowed it. However, his consciousness remained focused on the entrance. He was waiting for Void Master to arrive. In Wang Lin's mind, Void Master and the other two should be the first to reach the main hall on the 6th level. Time in the hall seemed to flow eternally, making people forget everything else. Wang Lin's injuries gradually healed thanks to the many elixirs he had consumed. One day, the 27th day since everyone began waiting, around noon, Wang Wei and Hu Qian, who had been sitting there all along, almost simultaneously opened their eyes and looked towards the entrance. Guyao Beiluo was even faster than them, her gaze already fixed on it. A fluctuation in Wang Lin's consciousness caused him to open his eyes, a strange light shooting out as he looked towards the entrance. At the entrance to the main hall, a figure slowly entered. It was a woman, countless snowflakes swirling around her body. These snowflakes not only danced in the air but also shone brightly from afar. It's her! Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The first person to enter the 6th floor of the main hall was not one of the 3 Void Master disciples, but the mysterious woman in pink, the Kungsu Saintess. Her expression was calm after entering the hall. Her eyes swept across, pausing briefly on Wang Lin before silently sitting cross-legged in a corner. Half an incense stick later, after she sat down, Wang Lin's consciousness detected a fluctuation, and he looked towards the entrance. He saw 3 figures clearly inside the hall. Void Master, the beautiful village girl, and the man in black. The moment the 3 entered the hall, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Void Master's gaze instantly spotted Wang Lin, and a terrifying killing intent flashed wildly in his eyes. The moment he saw Wang Lin also looked at Su Kongzi. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he calmly said, "Ancient Demon Lord, he is the one who injured me." The instant Wang Lin's words rang out, Wang Wei and Hu Quan stared intently at Su Kongzi, while Ancient Demon Beilu also looked in that direction with a half-smile. A murderous glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, and without changing his expression, he took a few steps forward, closing the distance with Su Kongzi. Given the opportunity, he would immediately strike, unleashing his newly cultivated immortal spiritual perception to avenge Wang Lin. This sudden scene caused Void Master to gasp, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. His usually calm heart suddenly raced. He couldn't believe that in just a few months, this Wang Lin had somehow managed to make the people before him attack him. The 3-clad immortal Dao companions and the strange bald-headed men gave him a feeling that even at his peak, he would have to be cautious, let alone now, with his injuries still unhealed. His primordial spirit half lost, and his cultivation level plummeting from great perfection to mid-stage shattered nirvana. He dared not make a move, much less retreat. At this moment, everyone in the hall was focused on him. Any action he took would be met with a thunderous blow from everyone. "I am Void Master, Elder of the Cultivation Alliance of the Star Domain Alliance, the junior brother of Grand Elder Zhang Xuanzi. What do you fellow cultivators mean by this?" Void Master forcefully calmed himself down, even going so far as to mention the Cultivation Alliance, a name he rarely had to refer to. The Cultivation Alliance. Wang Wei looked at Su Kongzi indifferently, shaking his head and saying, "A very high status." Hu Qian chuckled softly, casually glancing at Su Kongzi. She and her husband had never really paid any attention to the Cultivation Alliance. It wasn't because Zhang Xuanzi's cultivation wasn't high, nor because the Cultivation Alliance's strength was weak, but because their status was something to be proud of. Especially Wang Wei, whose unyielding character was well known even in the immortal realm back then. However, now, countless years had passed, and Wang Wei's personality was deeply suppressed, not easily revealed. But his domineering nature couldn't be erased by time. Wang Wei and Hu Qian were disciples of the #1 immortal Emperor Qinglin. Even in the immortal realm, their reputations were already illustrious. When those two rose to fame, the Cultivation Alliance hadn't even emerged yet. They were merely a group of cultivators from the lower realm. Even ancient demon Beiluo smirked, a hint of mockery in his eyes. As an ancient demon himself, he naturally felt a touch of sarcasm towards the newly risen Cultivation Alliance. When he rose to fame in the outer realms, this inner realm was still under the control of the immortal realm. Moreover, although he had been trapped in the demon spirit land for countless years through the many cultivators who came here, he knew a great deal about the Cultivation Alliance, even more detailed than many others. Senior brother Zhang Xuanzi, you are also a heroic figure. I heard that before the collapse of the immortal realm, he was the most outstanding among the cultivators of the lower realm. Taking advantage of the great catastrophe that destroyed the immortal realm, he was among the first to risk his life to enter the immortal realm, plundering alongside the four sacred sects of Qinglong and many other famous cultivators of that time. In the end, I don't know what method he used to obtain the vast majority of the immortal realm's inheritance. That's when the Cultivation Alliance came into existence. I, Beiluo, greatly admire people like him. But Yu Beiluo shook his head, the mockery in his eyes intensifying. Void Master's expression was grim. The three people before him filled him with anger, but he forcefully suppressed it. Pointing at Wang Lin, he said, I have a personal feud with this young man. If you fellow Taoists intervene today, let's temporarily set this matter aside. I promise not to cause him any trouble in this cave dwelling. At this moment, you fellow Taoists are all here to advance to the next level together. Why should we damage our harmony because of this? If it affects our progress, it's truly not worth it. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Void Master's mind as he hastily spoke. His words were full of cunning. First, he showed humility, promising not to cause trouble with Wang Lin here, and then he prioritized the greater good, saying it wasn't worth a bloody fight. Given his status and cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to utter such words in his lifetime. The black-clothed figure beside Void Master silently walked away and sat down cross-legged, clearly indicating his complete refusal to participate in this matter. Only the village girl, pale-faced, stood beside Void Master. Wang Wei withdrew his cold gaze from Void Master. Killing Void Master wouldn't be difficult, but it would still cause trouble. After all, this man was a shattered Nirvana cultivator. Although severely injured, if he was Zhang Xuanxi's junior brother, he would certainly possess some life-saving artifacts and divine abilities. For now, the priority was to find a way to rescue his master. Killing this man for Wang Lin's sake wasn't something to rush into. Seeing that the matter seemed to be quietly passing, Void Master secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Wang Lin stood up. The moment he stood up, the pupils in Void Master's eyes instantly contracted, staring intently at Wang Lin. The instant he looked at Wang Lin, Zhou Yi, standing beside Wang Lin, immediately emitted a chilling aura, his entire body like a sharp sword unsheathed, instantly transforming into a beam of sword light, rushing straight towards Void Master. The moment Zhou Yi lunged forward, Wang Lin took another step, his right hand forming a hand seal, to flames appearing in his eyes, burning fiercely. From his right hand, along his body, a fiery vermilion bird instantly formed. This vermilion bird let out a cry, flapped its wings, and almost simultaneously with Zhou Yi's sword light, it lunged towards Void Master. You want to die. Killing intent flashed in Void Master's eyes, and with a wave of his right hand, an empty, earthy yellow vortex appeared, sweeping forcefully forward. Wang Wei originally didn't want to intervene, but witnessing Wang Lin and Zhou Yi suddenly charging forward, he knew that if he didn't act, Wang Lin and Zhou Yi would certainly be in danger. Zhou Yi couldn't die, and Wang Lin, carrying Qing Shuang's corpse, couldn't die either. While sighing inwardly, Wang Wei pointed his right hand forward, and immediately a screen of blue water suddenly appeared, emitting multicolored light and rushing straight forward. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching the yellow-brown vortex of Void Master. Seal, Wang Wei calmly said. The moment he uttered these words, the multicolored water screen transformed into a cloud of mist, enveloping the yellow vortex on all sides. It dispersed and then immediately contracted, completely merging into the vortex with a banging sound. Instantly, the whirlwind seemed to quiet down, ceasing its rotation. Then with a loud bang, it shattered into countless grains of sand sweeping in all directions. Void Master's delaying tactics had failed at the last moment because Wang Lin had acted first. Void Master couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about Wang Lin's audacity and cunning. He questioned himself, even at Wang Lin's age, he could never have achieved such decisiveness. Even among the younger generation he knew, few could match such a feat. The shattered golden whirlwind allowed the vermilion bird, formed by Wang Lin's divine power, to directly pierce through the sand and rush forward. In an instant, flames surged skyward, creating an overwhelming wave of heat that spread in all directions, directly striking Void Master. Unless Wang Lin unleashed his iron sword, Void Master wouldn't even bat an eye at Wang Lin's attack. What he cared about most were Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and Bei Luo. Facing Wang Lin's attack, Void Master patted his storage bag, and a small black pouch immediately appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of purple dust spilled out. As soon as the dust appeared, it transformed into a mud-like mass, emitting a foul stench that enveloped Wang Lin and Zhou Yi. Bei Luo smirked, his body swiftly moving forward. Instantly, he appeared in the middle of this mud, fiercely sucking it in. A roaring sound echoed through the hall, and the mud seemed to be vaporized, completely sucked into Bei Luo's sleeve. His eyes gleamed with greed, his lips licked, and he swiftly moved forward, reaching Void Master's side, his right hand fiercely grabbing forward. Void Master's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated, his hands continuously forming hand seals and pointing forward. A deafening roar echoed throughout the grand hall. At this moment, the vermilion bird, transformed by Wang Lin's divine power, instantly approached, radiating intense heat from the side. Void Master roared in anger, his primordial spirit suddenly manifesting from his body, surging outwards. The moment Wang Lin's vermilion bird drew near, Void Master pointed his right hand. With his immense cultivation, this single strike instantly shattered the vermilion bird into countless flames that scattered in all directions. Void Master's body didn't stop for a moment, but continued to dart away, trying to widen the distance between himself and Bei Luo. However, Bei Luo's speed was even greater, relentlessly pursuing Void Master within the grand hall, the sound of banging echoing incessantly. Each time this sound rang out, Void Master's face grew paler. While Bei Luo pursued him, his entire body was enveloped in surging demonic energy. Whenever he raised his hand to perform a hand seal, powerful demonic techniques would erupt. Under this overwhelming barrage of divine abilities, it was almost blinding. Void Master was utterly powerless to retaliate, only able to continuously retreat, passively resisting. What troubled Void Master even more was that the shattered vermilion bird, after transforming into flames, would instantly recondense, becoming a vermilion bird again. Once formed, the flames became even more intense, continuing to target Void Master. No matter how Void Master tried to destroy the vermilion bird while being pursued by Bei Luo, it would almost immediately recondense. It seemed this vermilion bird was an immortal soul. In addition, Chu Yi's sword light also relentlessly pursued, but it couldn't easily get close to Void Master, only flashing upon opportunities. The beautiful village woman's eyes welled up with tears. After hesitating for a moment, she was about to rush forward to help. However, Wang Lin suddenly looked in her direction, his cold gaze instantly reminding her of his terrifying words and power before leaving the first level. Her footsteps halted. Instinctively, she avoided Wang Lin's gaze, extinguishing the thought of helping. Void Master's face turned even paler. If that were all, it would have been bearable. But what worried Void Master even more was that Wang Wei had stood up and stepped forward, forming a pincer attack with Bei Luo, seemingly focusing entirely on Void Master. Fellow Taoists, if you do not continue to participate in this matter, I promise I will not take anything from you on this journey to the Immortal Emperor's cave. And I promise to help you break all the seals within this immortal mansion. Void Master shouted immediately upon seeing Wang Wei about to attack. Wang Wei's eyes narrowed, and Bei Luo also squinted slightly, slowing down their pursuit. Just then, a sudden fluctuation appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Someone was about to enter. Tia Yanzi came in from outside. Behind him, Ling Qianhu and the gourd-wielding old man also entered. Witnessing this scene in the main hall, Ling Qianhu was stunned. Only Tia Yanzi's eyes revealed a penetrating glint, a half-smile sweeping towards Su Kongzi. Tia Yanzi, help me. Su Kongzi's body flickered, intending to retreat quickly. But in that instant, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal, and the vermilion bird instantly condensed again, rumbling and moving. Before it could reach Su Kongzi, it exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into countless flames that scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sword light transformed by Chu Yi suddenly erupted with unprecedentedly sharp sword energy, once again imbued with a trace of the aura of the Void Annihilation artifact, and shot straight towards Void Master, who was engulfed in flames.